that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426. You just need to know that today is the day you die. Jiang Sheng was stunned for a moment when he heard Lu Chuan's words. Then he showed a look of contempt and said, I have seen arrogant people, but it is the first time I have seen someone as arrogant as you. I admit that you are indeed capable, but it is simply a dream for you to deal with the three of us brothers alone. His two senior brothers also sneered and said, Junior brother, don't talk nonsense with him. Since he wants to die, let's help him and let him see how powerful our brothers are. Jiang Sheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, okay. Senior brother, second brother, you two go first. I will follow you and wait to teach him a lesson. The senior brother and the second brother did not intend to waste time and walked towards Lu Chuan together. Jiang Sheng followed behind the two brothers, his face full of excitement, and shouted, boy, just wait to die. The momentum of the fifth level of the mysterious realm of the senior brother and the second brother burst out instantly, and they went straight to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan looked at the three people with an indifferent face, then gently raised his hand and pointed it at the three people who were walking towards him. A strange power enveloped Jiang Sheng and the other two, making them feel palpitations. Jiang Sheng frowned and looked at Lu Chuan. He clearly didn't feel any threat from Lu Chuan, but the other party made him feel palpitations, which made him a little irritable. He asked, boy, what did you do to us? Don't think that this inferior method can scare us. Lu Chuan smiled and said, really? Then give it a try. After speaking, a terrifying suction force instantly appeared in his palm. The vitality of Jiang Sheng and the other two was instantly extracted and gathered in Lu Chuan's palm. Jiang Sheng and the other two all changed their faces. They never expected that Lu Chuan actually had such a terrifying method. The three immediately wanted to stop Lu Chuan, but what they didn't expect was that after being enveloped by Lu Chuan's power, the internal energy in their bodies seemed to be sealed, and no matter how they mobilized, there was no reaction. As the vitality quickly faded, the faces of the three people began to age instantly. In the blink of an eye, they had changed from high-spirited young men to middle-aged men with vicissitudes of life, and then turned into old age. They realized that Lu Chuan was not a master of the same level as them. Not to mention the three of them joining forces. Even if there were 100 of them, they would only have one way: to die in front of Lu Chuan. Jiang Sheng looked at his rapidly aging arms with horror and shouted at Lu Chuan, You stop quickly. If you continue like this, we will die. Lu Chuan said lightly, I didn't say I would spare your lives. The Taoist Yishan, who was watching this scene not far from the arena, was sure that Lu Chuan was a cultivator, and a cultivator who had reached the nascent soul stage. He recalled the strange phenomena of heaven and earth that he had sensed when he first arrived in Kyoto, and guessed that that day might be when Lu Chuan broke through to the nascent soul stage. But what he couldn't figure out was that Lu Chuan had just broken through to the nascent soul stage. But why did he show a method that was not inferior to his? It was precisely because he couldn't figure this out that he didn't react immediately to save Jiang Sheng and the other two. When he came to his senses, most of the vitality in Jiang Sheng and the other two had been extracted. His face changed drastically, and he rushed towards Lu Chuan at a high speed, shouting, Don't hurt my disciples. Lu Chuan glanced at the Taoist master Yishan with his peripheral vision, snorted coldly, and immediately increased the speed of extracting the vitality in Jiang Sheng and the other two. When the Taoist master Yishan rushed to Lu Chuan and tried to stop him, the vitality in Jiang Sheng and the other two had been completely extracted. The three of them all became gray-haired, skinny, and dying. When the wind blew, they all fell to the ground, dying, and it seemed that they didn't have much time to live. Everyone present looked extremely solemn when they saw this scene. After all, such means were beyond their comprehension. If Lu Chuan had defeated the three men by force, they would have applauded him. However, Lu Chuan simply stretched out his hand to the three men, and the three men became so miserable. This was too horrifying for them, and they were naturally only filled with fear. The Taoist Master Yishin slapped Lu Chuan with one palm, and the terrifying force directly shook the entire arena into pieces. Lu Chuan collected the vitality of Jiang Sheng and the other two, and quickly blocked the Taoist Master Yishin's palm. He quickly retreated to the back, and stopped a few dozen meters away. Taoist Yishin looked towards his 3 disciples, and seeing that they were about to die, his eyes were filled with rage, and he shouted at Lu Chuan, "Give me back their vitality." Lu Chuan said calmly, "You can let me give it back, but give me back Ningxin's vitality." Taoist Yishin narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and stopped talking. Lu Chuan stared at him and said coldly, "Why are you silent? Do you think that the vitality of your 3 disciples is not as good as Ningxin's vitality, or did you never think about returning Ningxin's vitality when you took it away, so you absorbed and refined it directly?" Taoist Yishin gritted his teeth and said, "I did absorb and refine Ningxin's vitality, but her life alone is not as good as the lives of my 3 disciples. I agree that you take Jiang Sheng's vitality, but you must return the vitality of the other 2 to me." Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "Sorry, you think Ningxin's life is not as good as your 3 disciples, but in my case, the 3 of them, plus you, are not as good as Ningxin. You still want me to return the vitality of your 2 disciples? You are dreaming." After speaking, he directly released a force and hit Jiang Sheng and the other 2. The 3 people who were already dying died instantly, and their lives were completely cut off. "No!" Taoist Yishin shouted in pain, then looked at Lu Chuan with murderous intent, gnashing his teeth and said, "I want you to die." Lu Chuan was not afraid at all, and said, "Your 3 disciples are just appetizers. I will take away your vitality, and give it to Ningxin as a gift. Only in this way can I calm the anger in my heart. Then I want to see if you have the ability to do it." The aura of Taoist Yishin's 3rd grade Yuanying instantly enveloped the whole scene, and the sky and the earth changed color instantly. Many people were frightened, and fell to the ground, their faces pale, and they felt that, if they were a little closer, they might die directly. Lu Chuan's aura was not weaker than Taoist Yishin, and even more so. He was worried that his fight with Taoist Yishin would affect those who were watching the excitement, so he flew directly to the surface of the Ningxin River. After all, the battle between Yuanying masters was no ordinary competition. Its destructive power was comparable to modern war scenes. One careless mistake could take away a lot of lives. Seeing this, the Taoist Yishin immediately chased after him, and at the same time, released several terrifying forces, shooting at Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan easily dodged the attack of the Taoist Yishin, and those forces sank into the river, and the water surface exploded instantly, stirring up a water curtain. The Taoist Yishin did not give Lu Chuan a chance to breathe, and bullied him forward, and tangled with him. The 2 fought, and the sky and the earth changed color. The wind and clouds surged above the water, and the momentum of the nascent soul stage collided with each other. The power and aftermath of a nuclear explosion instantly turned the entire Ningxin River upside down. The 2 fought to a white-hot stage. The Taoist Yishin used all his strength, releasing a huge wave of air, and pounced on Lu Chuan like a beast. However, Lu Chuan had a calm face. He took a deep breath, and the power of the nascent soul in his body burst out with all his strength, turning into a dazzling light, like a long rainbow piercing the sun, colliding with the attack of the Taoist Yishin. Boom. A deafening roar echoed over the river, shaking the surface of the Ningxin River, like a huge drum blown by the wind. The powerful energy ripples spread in all directions, instantly shaking the river surface into pieces, and water columns shot out like arrows. Lu Chuan's figure stood firmly in the aftermath of the energy, without any hesitation. However, the Taoist Master Yishin was shaken by this force and flew backwards, falling into the river, splashing huge water. Lu Chuan did not miss this opportunity. He flashed and jumped above the Taoist Master Yishin like lightning. His hands condensed into a dazzling light and smashed down fiercely. For this attack, he used all his nascent soul power, determined to win. The Taoist Master Yishin felt the oppressive force above his head, and hurriedly condensed the power of his nascent soul in his body, turning it into a huge golden barrier. However, Lu Chuan's attack was as fierce as a storm, and the golden barrier was instantly broken, and the power directly hit the Taoist Master Yishin. Bang! The Taoist of Yishin was hit hard and flew away. A stream of blood spurted out of his mouth, and fell into the river. Lu Chuan stood on the river, staring at the Taoist of Yishan who fell into the water with cold eyes, and said in a cold voice, "Is this all you can do?" The Taoist of Yishan looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief and shouted, "You have just broken through the nascent soul stage not long ago, but why do you have the power of a third grade nascent soul, and your strength is far beyond that of a third grade nascent soul? Who are you?" Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, "This is not something you should know. You only need to know that today is the day you die. That's enough." After that, Lu Chuan's figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the Taoist of Yishan, stretched out his hand to pinch the other's neck, and at the same time, sealed the danshan to prevent the Taoist of Yishan from dying with him by self-destructing the nascent soul. The Taoist of Yishan was already seriously injured, so he had no time to respond to Lu Chuan's series of actions, and could only watch the other party pinch his neck. For many years, for the first time in his heart, he was panicked and frightened. He looked at Lu Chuan pleadingly and said, "Don't kill me, I'm from Penglai Fairyland. If you kill me, you will definitely be hunted down by Penglai Fairyland, and you will not be able to survive." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "I have never heard of your so-called Penglai Fairyland, and no matter where you are from, as long as you do something wrong, you should be punished." As soon as the voice fell, a suction force appeared on his palm, and began to rapidly plunder the vitality of the Taoist Master Yishan. The Taoist Master Yishan was terrified, and kept begging Lu Chuan for mercy, promising to give Lu Chuan endless benefits, and begging Lu Chuan to let him go. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan was not moved at all. In just a few minutes, he completely drained the vitality of the Taoist Master Yishan. The Taoist Master Yishan turned into a dried corpse, and died with his eyes open. Lu Chuan threw the body of the Taoist Master Yishan into the river, and then flew back to the shore. Everyone looked at Lu Chuan with respect. At this moment, no one thought that Lu Chuan was a coward, and no one dared to say a bad word about Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan glanced at everyone and shouted, "This farce ends here. Everyone please disperse." After that, he took off again, and flew back to the direction of the Ning family. He wanted to go back as soon as possible to restore Ningxin's vitality. Everyone was silent for a long time. After a while, they hurriedly took out their mobile phones and shared what they saw and took today. After today, Lu Chuan's name will not only resound throughout Kyoto, but also throughout China. Luo Zhenhe and Guan Yu, a couple, became depressed because of Lu Chuan's amazing performance, and no longer gloated. When he saw that everyone around him started to praise Lu Chuan, Luo Zhenhe coughed twice, forced a smile on his face, and said to the people next to him, "Lu Chuan is my nephew. Lu Chuan is my Luo Zhenhe's nephew." Seeing this, Guan Yu quickly followed up, Yes, Lu Chuan is a genius from our Luo family." At that time, the people around him heard Luo Zhenhe and his wife say that they had cut off their relationship with Lu Chuan, but now that Lu Chuan showed his terrifying strength, they started to try to get in touch with Lu Chuan again. Therefore, no one bought their accounts, but instead cast contemptuous glances at them. Chapter 427, Medicine God's Proposal. A few hundred meters away from the Ningxin River, on a big tree, the mountain god Gao Tong and a rough-looking, taciturn man were standing on a tree branch, looking at the place where the battle had just taken place in the Ningxin River, both with solemn expressions. The atmosphere was silent for about 10 minutes, and Gao Tong finally couldn't help but speak. "I can be very sure that the last time I saw this kid, his realm was only the golden core perfection. I really don't know what method he used to break through to the third grade nascent soul realm in such a short time. This kind of cultivation speed, even when the Dharma ending age has not yet arrived, can only be achieved by the top monsters in the major holy places. I now have doubts whether this guy has practiced some magic skills and killed countless people in exchange for such a terrifying cultivation speed. Otherwise, I really can't understand how he managed to break through so many realms at once." Of course, I'm not telling you this to praise Lu Chuan's amazing talent, but to prove to you that I didn't hide Lu Chuan's strength from you. He did break through from the golden core perfection to the third grade nascent soul realm in just 10 days. This is not something I can control, so the soul bead you gave me cannot be returned. The taciturn man turned his head and glanced at Gao Tong, saying, "This Lu Chuan is indeed an excellent vessel for possession. There is no problem with the information you provided me. According to what the Taoistician said, this Luchuan should have just broken through. I will not ask you to return the soul bead. This person is the god of war who said that he wanted to buy Luchuan's information in the communication instrument. Gaotong was relieved when he heard this and said with a smile, "Then when do you plan to attack this Luchuan?" The god of war shook his head and said, "I'm not his opponent, so I gave up the plan of catching him to possess his body." Although his physical body was destroyed, he could still maintain the strength of the third grade nascent soul realm with only his nascent soul. But when Luchuan and the Taoistician fought just now, he had already determined that Luchuan's realm had also reached the third grade nascent soul realm. As for combat power, it is definitely far beyond the third grade nascent soul realm. The Taoistician is also the top existence in the third grade nascent soul realm. The god of war asked himself that the chances of winning against him were at most 50-50, and Luchuan defeated him without even using his full strength, which is enough to explain the problem. He just doesn't like to talk, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. If he still wants to take over Luchuan's body under such circumstances, it would be no different from seeking death. Gaotong was not surprised to hear the answer from the god of war. He said with some emotion, "It's right to give up. This kid can achieve this in the Dharma ending age. He must be extraordinary. It's better not to provoke such a person." He wanted to wait for the god of war to take over Luchuan's body before continuing to look for Ningxin, but after seeing Luchuan's terrifying strength, he completely gave up this idea. At this moment, he sensed that someone sent a divine thought on the communication instrument. He took out the ancient mirror and saw the words medicine god appeared on it. The medicine god is actually making some movements. Has his retreat ended? Thinking of this, he sensed the divine thought that represented the medicine god and immediately heard the somewhat excited voice of the medicine god. "You actually found an excellent vessel for taking over a body, and it has a very high status? Is this person also a cultivator? I have made a very significant breakthrough during my retreat during this period of time. I successfully repaired a pill recipe from ancient times. As long as the elixir on this recipe can be refined, the destroyed body can be reshaped and become a complete person again. And the most core medicinal material of this recipe is a cultivator with excellent talent, special physique and high status. Tell me the information of this kid quickly. I'm willing to give to soul beads." Gaotong was stunned when he heard the news. After all, they had had enough of this life without a physical body. They dreamed of reshaping their physical bodies. Now that they knew that the medicine god had a way to reshape his physical body, they would of course be a little excited. After all, if the medicine god could really reshape his physical body, then they would have the same opportunity. Soon, the water god and the flower god sent divine thoughts. "God of water, you are not lying, are you, old man? If this is true, I'm willing to give you all the incense power that I have accumulated over the years, just for one of the elixirs you mentioned." God of flowers, wow, Master Medicine God, you are awesome. If you are willing to give me one of these elixirs, I don't mind agreeing to your request a few years ago for me to sleep with you, and there is no limit on the number of times. God of water, damn, Medicine God, you are already so old, and you are still thinking about this kind of thing. You really shocked me. By the way, can you take me with you when you sleep? Medicine God, don't worry, Sister God of Flowers, if I can successfully refine this elixir, I will naturally not forget you by then. As for God of Water, that depends on my mood. God of Water, Brother Medicine God, don't treat me differently. What God of Flowers can do, I can try it too. God of Flowers, you are so disgusting. God of Medicine, get lost. Gaotong watched them chatting, and soon calmed down. He couldn't help but pour cold water on them and said, I know you are very happy, but don't be too happy too soon. Even if the medicine god finds a way to reshape his body, you may not be able to deal with this Luchuan. Water god, what do you mean? Didn't the god of war already plan to take action against this Luchuan? As long as the god of war catches this Luchuan and asks him to hand him over to the medicine god, he can refine the elixir and give him one. War god, I have given up on taking action against Luchuan. Water god, why? A perfect golden elixir should not be a problem for you. Gaotong, let me explain to you, because this Luchuan is not as simple as we thought. When I told you about him last time, he really only had the strength of a perfect golden elixir, but now, he is already a third grade nascent soul realm. Water god. What? How is this possible? Flower god. Fatty, are you kidding us on purpose? Medicine god. In just over 10 days, from the perfection of the golden elixir to the third grade nascent soul, I dare not dream of this. Mountain god. Are you worried that I will refine the elixir and not give it to you, so you deliberately don't want to hand over this information about Luchuan? Gaotong, I don't need to lie to you. The god of war and I have witnessed Luchuan's strength with our own eyes today. If you don't believe me, I will directly transmit today's battle scene to you. Then he used his divine thoughts to restore the battle between Luchuan and the Taoist master Yishan, and transmitted it through the communication instrument. Not long after, several gods were stunned. Water god. It turns out that he is really in the realm of the third grade nascent soul, and judging from his appearance, he is only in his 20s. This is too terrifying. Flower god. Oh my god. This guy's talent is so strong, and the key is that he looks pretty handsome. I don't know how good he is in bed. I really want to try it with him. Medicine god. This guy is the best medicinal material needed to refine elixirs. Gaotong. Even if Luchuan is the best medicinal material, you have to have the strength to take him down. Don't let the elixir fail to be refined, and you also lose your life. This is not worth the loss. The god of medicine fell silent. The god of flowers, what do you think? If I use the beauty trick to seduce him, will the chance of success be higher? After all, he is only in his 20s, and my bed skills have been honed for hundreds of years. I don't believe he can hold back. Gaotong. Yes, you can, but what after you seduce him? Apart from letting him have sex with you a few times, what else can you do? Can you catch him by relying on bed skills? The god of flowers, that's true. But if I can sleep with him, it won't be a loss. Gaotong. The god of water. At this time, the god of medicine suddenly sent a divine thought. I have a suggestion. Gaotong. What suggestion? The god of medicine. By myself or any one of us. If we fight alone, we are indeed not the opponent of this Luchuan. But what if we join hands? You know, although we have lost our physical bodies, we are all Yuanying masters. If we join hands, we will definitely be a force far beyond Luchuan, and it will be easy to take him down. This Luchuan is so powerful. If we use him as a medicinal material to refine pills, the pills we can make will definitely be enough for all of us to rebuild our physical bodies. If you agree to this proposal, I can guarantee that I will give each of you a pill at that time. Any? Everyone fell silent, obviously thinking seriously about the proposal of the god of medicine. After a long time, the god of war, who had been silent, was the first to send a divine thought. I agree. With the god of war taking the lead, others also expressed their opinions. Water god, I agree. Flower god, I agree. Gaotong, I agree too. God of medicine, okay. Since everyone agrees, let's find a time to meet and discuss the matter of capturing Luchuan alive. As long as we can take Luchuan down, our hope of rebuilding our physical bodies is just around the corner. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 428 Ning's Inn. My relatives are here. Ning's mansion. Luchuan landed directly in the yard and then hurried to Ning's Inn's room. When he came back just now, he bought a few strings of candied haws and put them in the storage space of the demon suppression tower, and then the tower spirit handed them over to Jialing Yuansheng. According to the tower spirit, Jialing Yuansheng was very happy after eating the candied haws and praised Luchuan for being a sensible and good child. Luchuan had heard of the legend of Jialing Yuansheng and knew that it was an ancient great power of the demon clan, and its body was a lion with 9 heads, and its strength was extremely terrifying. He really couldn't figure out why such a great power of the demon clan who had dominated the entire world since ancient times liked to eat candied haws, and when he thought of the scene of a huge monster with 9 heads eating candied haws and praising Luchuan is such a sensible child, he felt an inexplicable sense of horror. Of course, he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, a few candied haws could bring him a leap in strength. For him, it was already a stroke of luck. There was no need to investigate why Ji Yuling Yuan Sheng liked to eat candied haws. The most important thing now was to help Ningxin recover her vitality. Of course, he also had to ask Ningxin to help solve the problem of the Dragon Yang force rioting in her body. The speed and span of the strength increase this time were very large, which naturally accelerated the outbreak of the Dragon Yang force. Fortunately, Ningxin was by his side, so he didn't have to worry too much about not being able to solve the Dragon Yang force when it broke out. Lu Chuan entered Ningxin's room. Ning Siquan and Xiao Tong were both watching their phones by Ningxin's bed. When they saw Lu Chuan coming in, they both stood up at once, looking a little restrained. Lu Chuan was a little confused, and then said, "Father and mother-in-law, I have already dealt with the Taoist who moves mountains. You don't have to worry." Ning Siquan said, "We already know." Not long ago, they had seen the video of Lu Chuan fighting the Taoist who moves mountains in their circle of friends and various chat groups. They didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so powerful, so they stood up involuntarily when they saw Lu Chuan coming back. This is respect for the strong. Xiao Tong looked at Lu Chuan with an apologetic look on her face and said, "Lu Chuan, I was out of control before, so I treated you like that, and I also said some unpleasant things. Please don't take it to heart. I still like you as a son-in-law very much. If you are angry with me, I will apologize to you now." Lu Chuan quickly said, "Mother-in-law, you are too embarrassed to say that. I understand your feelings, so I didn't take your words to heart at all. How could I be angry with you?" Xiao Tong's face actually climbed up a touch of ruddy when she heard this, and she said a little embarrassedly, "Lu Chuan, you are so kind. I feel relieved that my daughter is with you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Let's not care about these unimportant things. I'd better help Ningxin recover first." Yes, it's important to help Xina recover." Xiao Tong quickly made way for Lu Chuan. Ning Siquan also quickly stood aside, trying not to affect Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan came to the bedside and saw that Ningxin fell into a coma again because her life was about to end. Without hesitation, he released the vitality of the 4 Taoist masters and disciples of Yishan and sent them into Ningxin's body. Ning Siquan and Xiao Tong watched this scene without daring to breathe. Although they were the masters of the Ning family in Kyoto, they had seen far more than ordinary people in their lives, but they were surprised to see Lu Chuan sending some visible and substantial power into Ningxin's body, as if he were performing magic. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought that Lu Chuan had specially hired a special effects artist to create this effect. Soon, Ningxin's originally skinny, old, and wrinkled face began to recover vitality little by little, becoming moist, plump, and delicate. Her hair also slowly recovered from pale to black and shiny. Every part of her body that had lost vitality regained its youthful vitality, and her breasts that had shrunk due to the withdrawal of vitality became erect again. It only took a few minutes for Yishan Taoist to take away Ningxin's vitality, but it took Lu Chuan more than half an hour to send her vitality. Because Lu Chuan transferred all the vitality of the 4 Taoist masters and apprentices into Ningxin's body. Taoist Master Yishan is a 3rd grade nascent soul master. His 3 apprentices have 2 5th grade Zuanjing and 1 3rd grade Zuanjing. The vitality of these 4 people added together is definitely a very terrifying force. Although Ningxin suffered a lot this time, it can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. With the vitality of these 4 people, she can directly embark on the road of cultivation, and as long as she slowly absorbs these vitality completely, her strength will reach the 3rd grade nascent soul at least, and there will be no bottlenecks in the middle. Finally, Lu Chuan finished transferring the vitality and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Ningxin, who was lying on the bed, recovered as before. On the contrary, her body had a more agile temperament than before. Her skin became more delicate and firm, and her figure was more convex and curvy. This is the change brought about by the vitality. Soon, Ningxin slowly opened her eyes. She saw Lu Chuan and her parents standing in front of the bed and staring at her. Her heart suddenly skipped a beat and she said, "Why are you all here by my bed? Am I going to die?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, "Don't talk nonsense. You're fine now. If you don't believe me, look at your body." Ningxin raised her arms and looked at them. When she found that they had returned to their original whiteness, tenderness, and smoothness, her eyes suddenly widened. Then she reached out and touched her face, her chest, her thighs and her buttocks. After confirming that she had indeed returned to normal, she became extremely excited and happy. She looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "So you solved the problem?" Lu Chuan smiled and nodded. Ningxin excitedly hugged Lu Chuan's neck and said, "I knew you would never let me die like this." Ningxin and Xiao Tong were completely relieved when they saw this scene and laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Tong even reached out and wiped away her tears, full of joy. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan and said, "I haven't brushed my teeth for many days. If I kiss you, will you dislike me?" Lu Chuan glanced at Ningxin and Xiao Tong awkwardly and said, "I don't dislike you, but..." Ningxin didn't wait for Lu Chuan to finish and kissed him directly, and it was a passionate kiss, quite intense. In fact, when Lu Chuan gave her the power of vitality, the dirt on her body had been washed away by the power of vitality. Now she can be said to be cleaner than taking 10 showers. Of course, Lu Chuan couldn't dislike it. But even so, he was embarrassed to kiss Ningxin in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. So even if Ningxin kissed him passionately, he was quite restrained, trying not to let Ningxin and Xiao Tong think that he was a lustful person. Xiao Tong smiled as she watched the two kissing and pushed Ningxin out with a smile. Okay, since our daughter is fine, we have nothing to worry about. Let's go out and stop being a light bulb here. Okay, let's go out. Ningxin quickly agreed. The two left the room together. Ningxin kissed Lu Chuan for a long time before separating from him, then snuggled into his arms and said, "Husband, it's great to have you." The long yang power in Lu Chuan's body, which had already begun to riot, could not withstand such temptation, and at this moment it was about to explode. Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva, used his spiritual sense to sense the outside, and after confirming that Ningxin and Xiao Tong had left, he waved at the door, and the door closed automatically. "Well, since I'm so good, how about you thank me with your body?" After saying that, he was about to put Ningxin down on the bed and began to resolve the riot of the long yang power in his body. Ningxin glanced at Lu Chuan in a reproachful manner and said, "Hey, why are you so impatient? You should at least wait for me to take a shower and change the sheets." Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, Yes, I'm impatient." "Then go take a shower quickly. I will ask someone to change the sheets and quilts." Ningxin couldn't help laughing when she saw him like this, and then got out of bed to take a shower. Lu Chuan suppressed the long yang power in his body and then asked someone to clean up Ningxin's room. After a long time, the room was cleaned up, and Ningxin came back from taking a shower. Lu Chuan closed the door impatiently. Ningxin said embarrassedly, "Well, I have bad news to tell you." Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, "What bad news?" Ningxin said, "My relative is here, so we can't do that today." A very important relative? Otherwise, let's do this quickly and then go to see your relative after we are done. Considering his own condition, Lu Chuan thought it would be better to solve the trouble with Long Yang's power as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be terrible if something unexpected happened. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with both anger and amusement. She couldn't help stamping her feet and said, "Oh, why are you like a fool? I meant I have my period." Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He smiled awkwardly at Ningxin and said, "So that's what you mean." Then he had a headache. He originally thought that Ningxin was by his side, so there was nothing to worry about even if the power of Long Yang erupted. But unfortunately, Ningxin had her period at this time, which meant that he could only wait 7 days before touching Ningxin again. The power of Long Yang in his body had already begun to riot. If he suppressed it by force, he could only hold on for 3 days at most. After 3 days, he would be completely out of control. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan's frowning face and suddenly got angry. She said, "You bastard, do you want to come so badly? When I said I had my period, you looked so disappointed, as if I was sorry for you. What's the matter? Do you want to fight to the death?" Lu Chuan was embarrassed and said quickly, No, that's not what I meant. I just suddenly thought of some troubles I need to solve. I'm definitely not disappointed. As for fighting to the death, forget it. It's not good for your health." Ningxin snorted, then showed a playful smile on her face and said, but since you helped me regain my youth and beauty, this wife will not let you down. Lu Chuan was puzzled. What do you want to do? What do you think? Stinky man. Ningxin looked at Lu Chuan with a sly smile, then slowly squatted down. Half an hour later, Lu Chuan came out of Ningxin's room. Although there was a hint of joy on his face, he was still in a heavy mood, because he found that the only way to resolve the Long Yang power was to do that kind of thing seriously. Other opportunistic methods could alleviate it, but they could not solve the fundamental problem. How should I resolve this Long Yang power right? He walked towards the bathroom with a headache. After taking a shower, Lu Chuan put on his clothes and picked up his phone. He was surprised to find that King had sent him a message. Zio Chuan, I miss you so much, can you come back? Chapter 429 Go to King. Lu Chuan thought that King was just thinking about him, and there was nothing special. In addition, he was now worried about how to solve the problem of Long Yang power, so he planned to reply that he was busy recently and could not go back for the time being. But he changed his mind and thought that, since Ningxin could not help him during this period, why not think about asking someone else to help? King happened to miss him, so he went back to Yuncheng directly, and it would only take a few hours to fly there. He did not think of asking King to help him solve the problem of Long Yang power at the first time, because in his subconscious mind, he still regarded King as his sister-in-law. He just remembered that he had had sex with King, and he had promised King not to call her sister-in-law anymore. I'm a little bit stubborn. I can still endure 3 days. These 3 days are enough for me to go back to Yuncheng to ask my sister-in-law for help. It just so happens that she also misses me, so it is right to go back. Lu Chuan smiled and felt much more relaxed. Then he sent a message to King, saying that he would go back this afternoon. Then he found Ningxin and taught her a cultivation method and taught her how to absorb the vitality in the body through this method and transform it into her own strength. Although Ningxin had never been exposed to these things, she understood them at a glance, so it didn't take her long to master the cultivation method taught by Lu Chuan. Even Lu Chuan praised her as a rare cultivation genius in 1,000 years. If she practiced well, her future achievements would be limitless. After teaching Ningxin the cultivation method, Lu Chuan told Ningxin that he had some more important things to deal with, so he had to leave temporarily. After hearing this, Ningxin immediately drooped her face and said with resentment, "You didn't tell me that you had important things to deal with when I didn't have my period. As soon as I had my period, you had important things to deal with. I think you did it on purpose. Tell me, which young lady are you going to find?" Lu Chuan was embarrassed and said with a guilty conscience, "What young lady? I really have something important to deal with suddenly, and this matter is related to my life. Really, I'm not lying to you." Ningxin crossed her arms and said angrily, "You dead scumbag, if I believed you, there would be something wrong." Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and said, "I really have to solve my own troubles. If this matter is not important, I won't leave so anxiously." Ningxin glanced at him and said, okay, if you want to leave, just go. I'm not stopping you." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up and asked, "Are you not angry anymore?" Ningxin snorted and said, "What's the use of me being angry? Do you think I have to stop you if you want to leave?" Lu Chuan reached out and hugged Ningxin into his arms, kissed her, and said, "You are the best. I will bring you a gift next time I come." Ningxin's face was stern. "TSK, who cares about your gift?" Lu Chuan smiled jokingly and said, "I will give it to you, even if you don't care. Then, I will leave first." "Wait." Ningxin called Lu Chuan. "Kiss me again." Lu Chuan smiled slightly. "Okay, kiss you again." As he said that, he kissed Ningxin on the face. Ningxin suddenly turned her head and kissed Lu Chuan, then hugged his neck and kissed him madly. The two of them fiddled for half an hour. Lu Chuan felt that his mouth was about to swell, and Ningxin let him go. "Go, next time you come, I will make sure you can't get out of bed for 10 days and 10 nights, and see if you dare to find other girls in the future," Ningxin said angrily. Lu Chuan shuddered, then hugged Ningxin and quickly slipped away. He was afraid that, if he didn't leave now, he would not be able to leave. After watching Lu Chuan leave, Ningxin said to herself, I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. As long as my strength exceeds that of this scumbag, I can tie him to my side by force in the future. Having made up her mind, she immediately began to practice. Lu Chuan went to tell Ning Siquan and Xiao Tong that he was leaving and gave them some instructions. When Ning Siquan and his wife heard that Lu Chuan had important things to deal with, they did not stop him. After Lu Chuan arranged all the matters, he took off directly from the Ning family mansion and flew back to the direction of Yancheng. In the evening, Lu Chuan landed in the courtyard of Zuanhu Medical Clinic. Su Ming was practicing in the yard, and suddenly he saw Lu Chuan flying into the yard. He was shocked and exclaimed, "Brother, am I dazzled? Did you fly here?" Lu Chuan smiled and nodded, saying, "My strength has improved, and I can fly." Su Ming felt suffocated. His strength has also improved during this period, reaching the 5th level of the Zuan realm. He felt that this breakthrough was already quite impressive, but he didn't expect that Lu Chuan could fly after the breakthrough. This made him feel that he and Lu Chuan were not from the same world at all. Even in the legendary Saint realm, no one could fly. In addition, he had heard the news that Lu Chuan became the leader of the Zuan sect some time ago. His admiration for his elder brother was like a surging river, and he immediately expressed his admiration for Lu Chuan. "Brother, you are my lifelong idol. I heard that you became the leader of Zuanzang." Su Ming kept talking. Lu Chuan didn't want to hear him bragging about himself, so he interrupted him and asked, "Where are my sister-in-law and Yi?" Su Ming said, "Yi went back to the island country because she missed home some time ago. She also asked me to tell you that you must take my sister-in-law to the island country to visit her when you have time. My sister-in-law said this afternoon that she had something to go out for and she might not come back at night. I don't know what she is going to do specifically." Hearing this, Lu Chuan frowned immediately. Logically, he told Mu Nanking that he would be back this afternoon and Mu Nanking should be waiting for him in the clinic, but now Mu Nanking not only went out but also might not come back at night. This made him worry whether Mu Nanking had encountered any trouble. He didn't hesitate and immediately took out his mobile phone and called Mu Nanking. The call was connected quickly and Lu Chuan hurriedly said, "I'm back and I'm already at the clinic. Where have you been?" Mu Nanking said, "Xiao Chuan, I'm accompanying a friend to the countryside. The transportation here is not very convenient, and I have to wait until tomorrow to go back." Lu Chuan frowned slightly and asked, "Sister-in-law, when did you have friends in the countryside? Are you in any trouble? If you are in trouble, tell me and I'll find you now." No, Xiao Chuan, you worry too much. This friend of mine is a colleague from my previous work. She doesn't plan to develop in the city and wants to return to the countryside to live. Because she has a lot of things, she asked me to help her get them. It happened that my friend's family grew a lot of fresh vegetables. The vegetables grown at home are green and healthy. I thought you were coming back, so I wanted to stop by her house to bring some vegetables back to cook for you. It's just that we encountered a traffic jam on the way back, which delayed us. It's almost dark when we got here, so we can only go back tomorrow. I really didn't encounter any trouble. If I really encountered trouble, how could I answer your call?" Lu Chuan thought about it, and it was true. From Mu Nanking's tone, it seemed that he was really overthinking. He thought about it and said, "Then why don't I drive to pick you up now?" Mu Nanking said, No, I just want to have a heart-to-heart talk with my friend. I'll stay at her house tonight. You don't have to worry about me." Hearing this, Lu Chuan had to give up and said, "Okay, but if you get into any trouble, you must notify me as soon as possible." Mu Nanking smiled and said, Okay, I know. I'll be nice to you when I go back tomorrow. Just bear with it. I won't talk to you for now. See you tomorrow." After that, she hung up the phone. Lu Chuan looked a little strange. He thought to himself that I was worried about your safety and cared more about you. Why do you think I can't help but do something and want to meet you so anxiously? He didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, Mu Nanking had the purple crystal pendant he gave her. If she was in danger, he would be able to sense it at the first time, and he could also sense Mu Nanking's location, so there was no need to worry too much, otherwise it would make Mu Nanking feel that he had no freedom. The difficult night was finally over. Early in the morning, Lu Chuan ran to the door of the clinic and waited for King to come back. Not long after, he finally saw King appear on the street carrying some fresh vegetables, and he was relieved. When King approached and saw Lu Chuan waiting for him at the door of the clinic, a happy smile appeared on his face. He quickly walked up to Lu Chuan, put the vegetables in his hand on the ground, and then reached out and hugged Lu Chuan tightly. "Zio-chan, I miss you so much." Lu Chuan also hugged King and smiled. "Sister-in-law, I miss you too." King immediately gave him a reproachful look and said, "You still call me sister-in-law?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan quickly changed his words and said, "Kinga, blame me, I'm still a little confused." King rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan and said, "Let's go in quickly, I'll make you something delicious." Lu Chuan picked up the vegetables and walked towards the clinic with King, smiling and saying, "It's still early, it's still a long time before noon, there's no rush to make food." King turned her head and glanced at Lu Chuan with a hint of charm in her eyes and said with a smile, "If you're not in a hurry to make food, then what are you in a hurry to do?" Lu Chuan felt guilty when his thoughts were seen through and said, "Of course I want to reminisce with you and sit down and chat." King raised the corner of his mouth and said, "So it's a chat. I thought you were so anxious to see me because of something else. Even if there is something else, I can't say it now." Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, "Of course not, I just care about you." The two of them chatted while entering King's room. As soon as they entered, Lu Chuan closed the door. Seeing this, King smiled and said, "Zio-chan, why are you closing the door? Aren't we chatting and reminiscing about the past? There is no need to close the door." Lu Chuan said shamelessly, "Well, I'm afraid that mosquitoes will come in when we are chatting, and it will be bad if they bite you." King came to Lu Chuan and said with a smile, "Zio-chan really cares about me. Hey, your clothes are a little wrinkled. Let me help you fix them." She was wearing a low-necked skirt and deliberately leaned over to Lu Chuan to fix his clothes. The graceful curves caught Lu Chuan's eyes, and he couldn't hold back any longer. He hugged King into his arms and said, "We'll fix the clothes later. Let's have a deeper exchange of feelings first." King didn't resist, but looked at Lu Chuan with a smile, revealing a soul-stirring look, and said, "Little rascal, you obviously wanted to touch me a long time ago, but you still pretended to be reserved. Finally, you can't help it." Lu Chuan no longer pretended at this moment, and directly picked up King and walked towards the bed, saying, "Look, my eyes are almost drawing silk. Do you have the nerve to say that to me?" King's face crimsoned, and she leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and whispered, "It's not just my eyes that are drawing silk." Lu Chuan couldn't restrain himself anymore after hearing this, and immediately put King on the bed and leaned over to press down. Dry wooden fire, ready to explode. Afternoon. Lu Chuan got off the bed, put on his clothes, and felt that the Lang Yang power in his body had subsided, and he breathed a sigh of relief. King also put on her clothes and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be so good at your job. I couldn't help but fall into your hands. I wish I could be so affectionate with you every day in the future." Her tone and demeanor had changed. She was no longer the gentle and emotional King. Instead, she became coquettish, charming, sexy and playful. When Lu Chuan heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he looked towards King. A creepy feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and he exclaimed, "You are the embroiderer." Chapter 430, Xianyang's Threat. The embroiderer licked her lips and smiled, saying, "You recognized me so easily. It seems that I still have some weight in your heart." Lu Chuan looked at the embroiderer with a frown and said, "Haven't you been completely eliminated by me? Why do you still appear in Nanking's body?" The embroiderer smiled and said, "I have to say that your method of separating and eliminating my nascent soul is indeed powerful, but I have lived for hundreds of years after all, and when my physical body was still there, my identity was not as simple as you thought. How could I not have some means of saving my life? Before you eliminated my nascent soul, I had already used a secret method to split my nascent soul into two. One pretended to be helpless and was full of despair about to be eliminated by you, and the other was hiding in the depths of King's soul. I have a way to cover up the aura of my nascent soul, and you will never find it. This is how I successfully concealed it from you, but it also cost me a huge price, and I lost half of my nascent soul. I used to hate you very much, but after experiencing your strong physique and skills, I now love and hate you." Lu Chuan gritted his teeth and asked, "So you were the one who sent me the message? You were also the one who called me last night?" Xiu Niang smiled and nodded. "Yes, after I successfully hid it from you, I began to think of ways to restore my strength. What I didn't expect was that there was an extremely powerful force hidden deep in Munan King's soul, which gave me the opportunity to make a comeback. I have been waiting for my strength to recover enough to compete with Munan King for control of the body, and then I took control of the body when she was off guard, and then I sent you a message and tricked you back." Lu Chuan frowned and said, "Nanking's soul is very special, and you have lost half of your nascent soul. Even if she is not prepared, you can't take control of her body. How did you do it?" The embroiderer showed a teasing expression on her face and said, "Under normal circumstances, I really can't take control of the body, but this time, I've gambled my entire life and property. I can take control of the body, but I've gambled the remaining half of my nascent soul. But as you said, her soul is very special, which is why I was almost suppressed by her yesterday. In order to stabilize my control over my body, I had to leave here. Otherwise, you would definitely find something unusual when you come back. But fortunately, I finally controlled the body, otherwise I might not have the chance to be ravaged by you." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the embroiderer and asked, "So what is the purpose of you doing all this?" The embroiderer walked up to Lu Chuan, one hand wandering on his chest, and said coquettishly, "Of course it's to be intimate with you. Did I perform well today? I've been holding it back for hundreds of years. Don't you realize that I'm more involved and enjoying it more than Munan King?" Lu Chuan erupted in anger and grabbed the embroiderer's neck, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're looking for death." The embroiderer was fearless, looking at Lu Chuan with a smile, and said, "Don't be impulsive. If you kill me, your beloved Munan King will die too. Don't pinch me too hard, although it hurts me, but it is Munan King's body that is injured." Lu Chuan wanted to teach her a lesson when he saw her shameless look, but because she and Munan King shared the same body, he was helpless and finally had to let go of his hand that was holding her neck. He snorted coldly and said, "If I can eliminate you once, I can eliminate you a second time. I don't believe you can take half of your nascent soul out and hide it this time." The embroiderer smiled and said, "Since I have found a way to trick you back, do you think I haven't considered this? I can tell you responsibly that the reason I was able to seize control of the body this time was that I overdrew the vitality of the remaining half of the nascent soul. According to the current state, I have at most 1 month to live, and this time I have deeply bound my nascent soul to Munan King's soul. I have made the plan to die together with her. In a month, my nascent soul will be exhausted, and she will die with me. If you want to forcibly get rid of me, she will not survive anyway." Lu Chuan became anxious when he heard this, and said angrily, "She has no grudge against you. Why on earth did you hurt her like this? Is it just to get revenge on me? But you started all this by yourself." The embroiderer waved her hand and said, "Don't be anxious. Listen to me. I'm not doing this to kill Munan King to get revenge on you. On the contrary, I'm doing this to reconcile with you." A puzzled look appeared on Lu Chuan's face. "Reconcile with me?" The embroiderer nodded and said, "Yes, if I really wanted to die together with Munan King to get revenge on you, there would be no need to call you back. I've thought it through. It's true that I was too cautious before and didn't agree to let you help me rebuild my body. I'm willing to apologize to you for this, but you have to understand me. I've been through too many intrigues and deceptions, and people's hearts are the hardest to see through, so I can only believe in myself. And now I have no other choice. I don't want to die like this, so I can only ask for your help. I still have a month left, and Munan King also has a month left. If you don't want her to die, help me find a way to rebuild my body within this month. At that time, I will take the initiative to leave her body and never cause trouble for her again in the future." After listening to this, Lu Chuan frowned even deeper and said, "Let's not talk about whether I can find a way to help you rebuild your body in such a short time. Even if I can find it, How can I believe that you will definitely leave Nanking's body? The embroiderer said, I can swear to heaven. Lu Chuan was silent when he heard this. If the other party dared to take the initiative to say that he wanted to swear an oath to the heaven, it was very likely that he was not lying. I really want to reconcile with you this time. I know that it is difficult for you to trust me again, because I lied to you before, and you also have complaints about me in your heart. For this reason, I can tell you the address of an ancient ruins as compensation. There may be something shocking hidden in this ancient ruins. The value of this information alone is enough to make up for my fault. This can be added to the oath to the heaven. Of course, I can only tell you after you help me rebuild my body. The embroiderer said sincerely. Lu Chuan concentrated and pondered. Judging from the current situation, if he didn't want Mu Nanking to die, it seemed that he had only one choice, which was to agree to the embroiderer. He thought for a while and said, I can promise you, but you have to get out of her body now. I can also swear an oath to the heaven and promise not to hurt you. In this way, we don't have to rush to help you find a way to rebuild your body within a month. The embroiderer shook her head and said, you swore to the heaven not to hurt me, but you can instruct others to kill me. The human heart is unpredictable. I must rely on something in order for our cooperation to be achieved. Mu Nanking's life is my reliance, and you must help me find a way to reshape my body within a month. Otherwise, once I really listen to you and leave Mu Nanking's body, you can also perfunctorily deal with me until my nascent soul dissipates. In that case, I will lose more than I gain. I have begun to overdraw my last strength, and this process is irreversible, so you only have 1 month, and there is no room for negotiation on this matter. If you insist on insisting, then I can only die with Mu Nanking. Seeing that the embroiderer's attitude was so firm, Lu Chuan knew that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. After careful consideration, he looked at the embroiderer and said, what kind of cooperation is this? This is clearly a naked threat. The embroiderer raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, you are talking nonsense. Then she took off her clothes in one go, showed them to Lu Chuan, and then said, this is naked. Lu Chuan was speechless and said, put on your clothes quickly. I can promise you, but you have to promise me that you are not allowed to do anything out of line with Nanking's body within this month. The embroiderer smiled and said, don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to anger you. This will only cut off my own life. But I have another condition. You have to promise me and make a vow to the heavenly Dao. Lu Chuan asked, what condition? The embroiderer smiled and said, after you help me reshape my body, you can't hurt me. Then, for this month, we have to have sex once a day. I'm worried that you can't find a way to reshape your body. In this way, even if I die by then, at least I will have enough fun. Lu Chuan's eyes widened when he heard this, and he immediately refused. Impossible. I can make a vow to the heavenly Dao that I won't hurt you after I help you reshape your body, but it is absolutely impossible for me to have sex with you every day. The embroiderer shook off Lu Chuan's hand coquettishly and said, oh, what's the big deal? This is Mu Nanking's body anyway. You won't be unfair to her by doing this. Besides, didn't we get along well today? Are you sure you are not attracted by my skills? Lu Chuan said seriously, there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Don't tempt me here. It is already a difficult task to help you reshape your body in a month. If I sleep with you every day, you might as well just wait to die. A cunning flashed in the embroiderer's eyes, and she said with a smile, okay, then I won't ask you to sleep with me every day, but you have to swear an oath to heaven that you will not hurt me after you help me reshape my body. In fact, her real purpose was just to make Lu Chuan promise not to hurt her. In order to make Lu Chuan agree more easily, she deliberately added a condition that Lu Chuan could not accept. Lu Chuan said, I don't trust you now. You make an oath to heaven first. If there is no problem, I will naturally follow suit and make an oath to heaven. The embroiderer smiled and said, okay, you were so affectionate with me in bed at that time, but now you say you don't trust me. It really hurts my heart. Lu Chuan's face darkened and said, if you mention this matter again, there will be no need for our cooperation. The embroiderer chuckled and said, I won't tease you anymore. I will swear an oath to heaven right now. Then she made a heavenly oath as Lu Chuan requested. Bound by the heavenly oath, it was impossible for the embroiderer to deceive Lu Chuan again this time. Lu Chuan also made a heavenly oath that he would not harm the embroiderer. After reaching the cooperation, Lu Chuan began to have a headache about how to help the embroiderer reshape her body in just 1 month. Generally speaking, there are 2 ways to reshape the body. One is to use spiritual medicine, that is at least 500 years old as the carrier of the nascent soul, and transform the spiritual medicine into a physical body. This is a relatively simple method. However, since the spiritual medicine itself is relatively fragile, the physical body reshaped in this way will also be very fragile, and it will lose some of the functions of the real physical body. The other way is to rely on a large number of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth to specially create a physical body, and then let the nascent soul merge with it. The number of spiritual treasures from heaven and earth required to do this is quite large. It is impossible for Lu Chuan to find so many spiritual treasures from heaven and earth within a month, and the process of creating is also very time consuming, so this method was directly abandoned by Lu Chuan. Now I can only try to find a spiritual medicine that is 500 years old. 500-year-old spiritual medicines are extremely rare, and after growing for 500 years, spiritual medicines will generally begin to open their spiritual intelligence and avoid being picked by people. Sometimes, even if they are picked, they will run away if you are not careful. Therefore, the most promising place to find 500-year-old spiritual medicines is in those deep mountains and old forests that few people know about. Lu Chuan didn't want to waste time, so he set out for the deep mountains and old forests the next day, trying his luck to see if he could find a 500-year-old spiritual medicine. He came to a quiet forest and stopped before he reached the real deep mountains and old forests. Because he realized that someone seemed to be following him, he released his spiritual sense to perceive the surroundings, turned his head and looked around, and then shouted, "Come out, stop sneaking around." As soon as he finished speaking, 5 figures quickly appeared and surrounded him. These 5 figures, 4 men and 1 woman, all released the terrifying aura of the nascent soul stage. They were the 5 gods of the Divine Alliance. Chapter 431. Please accept my greeting. Lu Chuan stared at the 5 people, and finally his eyes fell on Gao Tong, and asked, "What are you doing?" Gao Tong smiled and said, "Lu Chuan, all the members of our God Alliance are here to ask you for a favor." Lu Chuan raised his eyebrows. Before, this guy had been calling him an immortal, but now he called him by his name. This made him feel that the other party was not here with good intentions. He looked at the other 4 people and found that they were also Yuanying strongmen whose physical bodies were destroyed. Combined with Gao Tong's statement that they were all members of the God Alliance, he deduced that these 4 people should also be gods who survived by absorbing the power of incense. He thought for a moment and asked, "What help?" The only old man among the 5 people stood up and said with a smile, "We won't beat around the bush with you. We came to you because we want you to help us refine an elixir. Let me introduce myself first. I call myself the God of Medicine, and I'm good at refining elixirs. Not long ago, I successfully restored an ancient elixir recipe. The elixir recorded in this recipe has the effect of reshaping the body. You are a cultivator and have come into contact with the mountain god. You should know that we are all nascent soul cultivators whose bodies have been destroyed. Therefore, this elixir is extremely important to us, and you are the key to our refining of this elixir." Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He was just worrying about how to help the embroiderer reshape her body. These gods actually had elixirs that could reshape the body. This was simply a blessing in disguise for him. Without hesitation, he said, "Don't worry, I will cooperate with you in refining this elixir. Just give me one after it's refined." The God of Medicine laughed when he heard this and said, "You may have misunderstood. When I said you are the key to refining this elixir, I didn't want you to refine the elixir with us. Instead, I want to treat you as a main ingredient and throw you into the alchemy furnace. By then, you will be the elixir itself, and we naturally can't give it to you." Lu Chuan frowned immediately. "Treat me as a main ingredient?" The God of Medicine nodded and said, "Yes, the key to refining this elixir is to find a cultivator with outstanding talent, special physique, and vigorous vitality, refine it and integrate it into the elixir. Only in this way can the refined elixir have the effect of reshaping the body." We have seen your battle with the Taoist who moves mountains. In this era, you can reach this level step by step at this age. You are definitely a rare unicorn child in 1,000 years. So if we can use you to refine the elixir, then all 5 of us will have a chance to reshape our bodies. The water god looked at Lu Chuan and said, don't blame us for being cruel to you. We have endured the pain of being without a physical body for too long. Sacrificing you can allow the 5 of us to be reborn. This is a good deed for you. The flower god looked at Lu Chuan with a smile and said, handsome boy, just bear with it for a while. As compensation, I can accompany you to have some fun before I turn you into an elixir. Lu Chuan never expected that this group of people came to him just to turn him into an elixir. No wonder he felt that these people had bad intentions from the beginning. The old guy who called himself the god of medicine told this matter calmly, as if it was not a cruel thing. He did not express his anger at the first time, but stared at the graceful and charming flower goddess and asked, how can you make me happy without a physical body? The smile on the flower goddess's face froze when she heard this, and then she looked at Lu Chuan angrily and shouted, why do you care how I make you happy? Just because of what you said, you have no chance to be favored by this queen. She only had a yuanying and no physical body, so it was naturally impossible for her to do that kind of thing with others. The explicit words she usually said to the people of the God Alliance were just a joke. Even if she really couldn't help wanting to do that kind of thing, she could only rely on the yuanying to simulate the feeling, but doing so would ultimately give her an illusory pleasure that would not satisfy her. The inability to vent the desire in her heart was the pain brought by the loss of the physical body. That's why Xi tried every means to seduce Lu Chuan after controlling Munin King's body. In addition to this, there are many other uncomfortable things without a physical body, which is why the 5 people of the God Alliance are eager to reshape their physical bodies. Lu Chuan didn't expect the flower god to react so strongly, and said calmly, I'm just a little curious. He glanced at the 5 people present, and the aura of the 3rd grade nascent soul realm suddenly burst out, and said coldly, it's understandable that you are eager to rebuild your physical body, but who gave you the confidence to defeat me? Gaotong stepped forward and said, Lu Chuan, your strength is indeed good, but when the 5 of us had physical bodies, our strength was also outstanding among the nascent soul realm. Because we lost our physical bodies, our realm fell to the current level. We may not be your opponent if we fight alone, but if the 5 of us join forces, it will be a piece of cake to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of the 5 people burst out. Lu Chuan felt that the 5 of them were actually at the 3rd grade nascent soul realm, and couldn't help frowning. Although these 5 people have no physical bodies and their fighting power will be weakened, they have various ways of practicing and maintaining their fighting power. After seeing the scene of him dealing with the Taoist Master Yishan, these 5 people dared to come and attack him, which was enough to show that they were fully prepared. If they really had to fight, it would be quite strenuous for Lu Chuan to deal with 5 people alone. However, it was strenuous, and with his current strength and means, he could fight. Since you asked for this, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Chuan said so, but his figure quickly rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 people and ran away. Seeing this, the 5 people of the God Alliance no longer hesitated, and quickly chased after Lu Chuan. Yao Shen shouted, you are arrogant, but you only want to escape. It seems that you are not as courageous as we thought. After running a distance, Lu Chuan stopped again, stretched out his hand to the 5 people behind him, and shouted, stop. The 5 people of the God Alliance stopped, not knowing what Lu Chuan was going to do. Lu Chuan looked at them, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, actually, I don't want to run away, but I want to give you a gift. The 5 people from the God Alliance all showed doubt on their faces. The god of medicine shouted, give us a gift? Would you be so kind? Lu Chuan smiled and said, I'm not kidding, I really have something to give you. After that, a few incense sticks appeared in his hand. As he snapped his fingers, the incense sticks were instantly lit. Seeing this, Gaotong's face changed wildly and he exclaimed, disperse quickly, this kid wants to suppress us with his status. Lu Chuan grinned, and did not give the 5 people from the God Alliance a chance to disperse. He held the incense in both hands, bowed towards the direction where the 5 of them were, and shouted, everyone, please accept my bow. A strange power was released from the incense in Lu Chuan's hand and enveloped the 5 people from the God Alliance. The faces of the 5 people changed drastically, as if they had suffered some power that they should not have borne. Their expressions became extremely painful, and then they all spit out blood, and their breath suddenly became weak. Lu Chuan saw that the 5 people were injured, and a pleasant expression appeared on his face. He never thought that this method would be so useful. Last time, he burned a stick of incense in the mountain temple and Gao Tong was seriously injured. After he ran to beg for mercy, he was very curious about what kind of situation it was that could make these so-called gods injured by just burning incense. After checking some information, he concluded that the reason was that under the suppression of status, people with low status were not worthy of receiving the worship of people with high status. Otherwise it would violate the hierarchical order, and people with low status would be backlashed. Of course, this situation only exists among those who rely on the power of incense to improve their strength. Although Lu Chuan rarely comes into contact with people who practice with the power of incense, just in case, he still bought some incense and put it in the demon suppression tower. Once he encounters someone who practices the power of incense, if there is a conflict, he can use this method to make the other party suffer. He didn't expect to use this method so soon. The reason why he ran away just now was to get rid of the encirclement of the 5 members of the Divine Alliance, so that all 5 of them would be within the range of his worship. Gao Tong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth, and looked at Lu Chuan, saying, "I didn't expect you to use such a despicable method right away. Is this all you have?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "How can this method be despicable? You can't say it's despicable just because you can't use it. In my eyes, any method that can cause harm to the enemy is a good method. As for the pattern, it's in the hands of the winner. Besides, you 5 people are besieging me alone, and you still have the nerve to talk to me about the pattern? Now all 5 of you are seriously injured. It seems that your plan to capture me back to make medicine is going to fail." He looked at the god of medicine and said, "Old man, tell me your pill formula. I can consider sparing your life." The god of medicine glanced at Lu Chuan and said, "Your method really caught us off guard, but we have made many preparations to catch you. Do you really think that, by letting us get hurt, you can escape the fate of being captured by us to make pills?" After that, he took out a black bead and swallowed it. Lu Chuan was not unfamiliar with the black bead. It was the soul bead. After the medicine god swallowed the soul bead, the majestic power of the soul instantly recovered his injuries, and at the same time, his momentum was even higher. After the physical body was destroyed, no matter what kind of damage they suffered in their nascent soul bodies, it was ultimately a soul-related injury. Therefore, as long as they had sufficient soul power, they could recover quickly, even if they were seriously injured. Seeing this, the other 4 people did not hesitate and took out a soul bead and swallowed it. The momentum of the 5 people not only recovered to the peak, but was even more terrifying than before. Lu Chuan immediately cursed inwardly, thinking that these 5 people were shameless and actually bullied people in this way. "Lu Chuan, you can't escape today, just surrender." The god of war, who had been silent all the time, suddenly shouted and took the lead in attacking Lu Chuan. The other 4 people did not hesitate and rushed towards Lu Chuan. 5 people besieged Lu Chuan at the same time, and the 6 nascent soul masters fought in a melee, shaking the earth and the sky. Lu Chuan used all his strength to resist the attacks from all directions. Although he barely managed to maintain the situation, it seemed very strenuous. After all, there were 5 people on the other side, all of them were 3rd grade Yuanying. This was completely different from dealing with 5 warriors in the Saint Realm. Countless forces roared in the mountains and forests, piercing through countless trees, blasting countless deep pits on the ground, and blazing fires in many places. Finally, Lu Chuan was hit by the 5 people and flew backwards. He barely stopped, after breaking several trees, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face, and murmured, "It seems that relying solely on one's own strength is still unable to defeat the siege of 5 Yuanying masters." The 5 people from the Divine Alliance came to Lu Chuan. The god of medicine stared at Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, you are not our opponent, just surrender." Lu Chuan laughed and said, "I was just testing my limits just now. Do you really think I can't deal with you? The 5 people all frowned. The water god said, don't bluff here. No matter what you have, you can't be a match for the 5 of us. Luchuan raised his lips. Really? Then let me make the impossible possible. After saying that, the demon suppression tower in his dungeon began to spin rapidly. A force spread out in all directions, forming a strange field within a radius of 1 kilometer. The power of all people in this field was suppressed to 70%. Demon suppression tower, suppress. Chapter 432. After the 5 members of the God Alliance felt that their power was suppressed to only 70% of their usual power, their faces changed drastically. They used various means to eliminate this effect, but it was all in vain. The medicine god frowned and looked at Luchuan, asking, what did you do to us? Why is our power suppressed like this? Luchuan smiled and said, it's just a little trick. Don't panic. I can suppress your power to a lower level. His eyes gradually turned dark gold. Wherever his eyes looked, all the spirits, souls, ghosts, mental power, and Yuan power would be restrained. Immortal golden pupils. The 5 members of the God Alliance once again felt a terrifying power descending on them. Although this power was different from the power just now, the result was the same. Their power was suppressed again, and now they could only exert 50% of their usual power. Several people looked at Luchuan with horror, wondering why this guy had such a terrifying method. What did you do to us? The water god shouted at Luchuan. Luchuan smiled and said, instead of caring about what I did to you, it's better to care about what you said before you died. He didn't hesitate anymore. The King Geo sword appeared in his hand. After injecting power, he slashed at the 5 people in front of him. A terrifying sword energy appeared and smashed over the heads of the 5 people. The domain of the demon suppression tower can only last for 10 minutes at most, so he must fight quickly. Otherwise, once he loses the suppression domain, he will be at the mercy of others. The 5 people of the Divine Alliance quickly released their own power to resist Luchuan's attack. The tricks that they could easily resolve at this moment became a little difficult to deal with. The 5 people worked together and barely resolved Luchuan's sword energy. As soon as they resolved this sword energy, 5 or 6 more sword energies slashed towards them. The 5 people were all complaining. They never expected that their plan to beat Luchuan up was reversed at this moment. It felt like the 5 of them were surrounded by Luchuan alone. They could only blame their bad luck. If it was only the suppression of the demon suppression tower, Luchuan would not have been so easy to deal with them. However, the 5 of them were all nascent souls without a physical body, and they were restrained by the immortal golden eye. This is how they were chased and beaten by Luchuan alone. Luchuan chased the 5 people relentlessly, without holding back. The 5 members of the Divine Alliance used all their strength, but in the end they barely survived under Luchuan's sword. Luchuan was naturally not very satisfied with this situation. After all, his goal was to kill the 5 members of the Divine Alliance within 10 minutes, otherwise he would be exhausted by then, and would be a fish on the chopping board. In order to strengthen his attack, an idea came to Luchuan's mind, and then he released a beam of sun god fire, and attached it to the green dragon sword. The green dragon sword suddenly burned with a raging flame. With Luchuan's control, the sun god fire did not damage the green dragon sword, but greatly increased its power. Luchuan rushed towards the 5 members of the Divine Alliance with the flame version of the green dragon sword, and directly released the green lotus sword technique. Countless sword ki carrying the sun god fire appeared, and swept towards the 5 members of the Divine Alliance. The 5 people immediately smelled the smell of danger, and released power barriers to resist these sword ki. Unfortunately, after the sword ki attached to the sun god fire, the power increased by several times, and easily destroyed their power barriers. Sword ki passed through their nascent souls, causing terrible damage. And because the sun god fire has the characteristic of burning everything, the scars on their bodies are difficult to heal, and they are 10,000 times more painful than ordinary scars. The 5 people began to scream, and they almost simultaneously took out the second soul bead prepared in advance and swallowed it. Although the power of the soul bead reduced their injuries, because of the sun god fire, their injuries could not be cured at all, and no matter how hard they tried to repair their injuries, it was useless. You bastard, you disfigured me, and there's no way to fix it. I hate you. The flower god shouted at Luchuan with resentment. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "That's not enough, take another one from me." He used the green lotus sword technique again, and a long sword shadow that covered the sky and the sun appeared in the air, carrying endless solar fire, burning all the flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of 3 kilometers into nothingness. The 5 members of the God Alliance felt the painful burning sensation coming from their bodies, and looking at the long sword shadow in the air, a touch of despair rose in their hearts. They could all feel that, if the long sword shadow chopped down at them, they would definitely die. Gaotong looked anxious, and shouted at the medicine god, "Old man, what are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and use the last trump card you said. Otherwise, we will all die here today." The medicine god looked solemn and replied, "Why are you urging me? It takes time for my soul pill to activate. Do you think I don't want to hurry up?" Lu Chuan frowned when he heard what they said. He guessed that they must have some backup plan. In order to prevent any accidents, he did not hesitate, and immediately controlled the long sword phantom in the air, to chop down at the 5 people of the God Alliance. At this time, a green pill appeared in the palm of the medicine god. This pill emitted a faint light, and floated in the air. The medicine god did not hesitate, and immediately locked the pill and Lu Chuan's aura together, and then crushed the pill. A green power airflow appeared and wrapped around Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan realized that something was wrong, and tried to dodge immediately, but what he didn't expect was that the green airflow ignored all his resistance, and wrapped him up in an instant. He tried to break free by force, but found that it was useless. What is this thing? Lu Chuan glanced at the medicine god. However, the next second, he felt that his nascent soul seemed to be restrained by something, and then he felt a strong sense of fatigue. Before he could find a way to resist this feeling of fatigue, his consciousness began to blur, and then he fainted and fell to the ground. As Lu Chuan fainted, the shadow of the long sword that was about to fall quickly dissipated, and the sun god fire attached to it gradually extinguished. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, the 5 members of the God Alliance all breathed a sigh of relief. The god of water looked at the god of medicine and said, "Couldn't you have taken out this elixir earlier? If you had used this method earlier, we wouldn't have to suffer this kind of pain." The god of medicine said unhappily, "As soon as I found this Lu Chuan, I started to activate the soul binding pill, and only just now did I succeed in stimulating the medicinal properties in the pill. Don't I know that, if I had used the soul binding pill earlier, I could have subdued this guy earlier. Moreover, this soul binding pill is the last elixir left over from ancient times. It's my last trump card. Now that I have selflessly used this pill to save your lives, you are still talking nonsense here. Do you have the nerve to do that?" The god of flowers stepped forward to ease the atmosphere and said, Okay, Master Medicine God is the most powerful. If it weren't for you, we would all have to die here today. Let's not quarrel here. Quickly seal Lu Chuan's danshan and take him back to refine the elixir. This guy's methods are too unexpected. We have to refine the elixir as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. Several people agreed with the flower god's statement and immediately went over to seal Lu Chuan's danshan. Medicine god looked at the unconscious Lu Chuan and murmured, "You forced me to use the last soul binding pill. Only by refining you into a pill that can help me reshape my body can I make up for my loss. I hope you won't let me down." The so-called soul binding pill is actually an attacking pill that specifically targets the soul and yuaning of practitioners. Once hit, they will immediately lose consciousness. In the cultivation world, not all pills are used to cure diseases and improve strength. Some alchemists are not good at fighting, so they will find ways to refine some pills with attack properties so that they are not so passive when facing the enemy. Soul binding pill is one of them. With the advent of the Dharma ending age, this kind of pill with attack properties has basically been lost, and few people know how to refine it. Medicine God was also lucky to get several pills with attack properties from a secret collection. Over the years, he has survived several times with these pills, and soul binding pill is the last one. Now it has been used, and naturally he is very distressed. However, this soul pill was the last resort in their plan. Although they were very confident that the 5 of them could easily capture Lu Chuan, they still considered it seriously and kept some backup plans to prevent accidents. After all, they had survived for so many years by being cautious, and it was precisely because of this cautious attitude that they saved all their lives. Although the 5 people were seriously injured, they were still very happy to successfully capture Luchuan. They injured the pain on their bodies and left the forest with the unconscious Luchuan. One day later, in a hidden cave somewhere, there were various alchemy tools placed here, and many medicinal materials were piled in bundles in the corner. The whole cave was filled with the aroma of elixir. This place was the place where the god of medicine used to make elixirs. In order not to be disturbed when making elixirs, this cave was quite hidden, and basically no one would find it. At this time, Gaotong, the god of water, the god of flowers, and the god of war were sitting cross-legged in an open space in the cave to recover from their injuries. The god of medicine was preparing to refine the elixir for shaping the body in front of a huge alchemy furnace. A pretty, youthful, and well-built girl with long hair in her 20s was helping. The girl's name was Lin Chuxia, and she was the apprentice of the god of medicine. She had dreamed of becoming an alchemist who could save the dying and heal the wounded since she was a child, so she became his disciple. In addition to being the god of medicine who was worshipped by many people, the god of medicine also had another identity. He was also the head of the Chinese branch of the medicine sect, the most powerful alchemy sect in the world today. The headquarters of the medicine sect was located overseas, and its power was so amazing that even the famous Kunlun domain had to give 3 points of face to the people of the medicine sect. After all, no matter how powerful a person was, he would always get hurt. The medicine sect was the holy land that countless strong men yearned for, because the elixirs from the medicine sect were not only of first-class quality, but also of the best efficacy in the world. Sometimes, having an elixir refined by a master of the medicine sect was equivalent to having an extra life. Therefore, the medicine sect could be said to be the only sect in the world that had no enemies. After all, everyone needed them. The power of the medicine sect's branch in China is also extraordinary, far surpassing some hidden families, but because it has always been low-key, it is not well known, and only those who really have connections and backgrounds know about the existence of the medicine sect branch. Lin Chuxia was sent to the medicine sect by her own family. Fortunately, she has an outstanding talent for alchemy and a simple mind, which makes her a malleable talent. That's why she was accepted as an apprentice by the god of medicine. Lin Chuxia stared at Luchuan, who was tied up and thrown not far away and was still in a coma, and asked, "Master, what does that guy do? Why do you tie him up?" Medicine god said, "That kid is an unforgivable demon. Master, I joined forces with several friends to barely take him down. Evil people like him who have done so many bad things and have lost their conscience cannot be left in the world, so master plans to use him to make pills. This guy is very good at bewitching people. When he wakes up, no matter what he says, don't believe it. Do you hear me?" Lin Chuxia nodded, and there was a hint of disgust in her eyes when she looked at Luchuan and said, "Master, don't worry, I will never be bewitched by such an evil person." At this time, Luchuan opened his eyes in a daze, and after seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he was about to use his strength to break free from the restraints. But what he didn't expect was that his dungeon had been sealed, and he couldn't use any strength at this moment. He couldn't sense any of the demon suppression tower, the sun god fire, or the nascent soul. The medicine god saw Luchuan wake up and said with a smile, "Don't waste your energy. We have made all the necessary arrangements this time. We won't let you use any power. Just wait to be refined into a pill." Chapter 433 Lin Chuxia. Luchuan frowned and looked at the god of medicine and shouted, "You use living people to make pills, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves gods? Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" The god of medicine smiled and said, "The so-called punishment from heaven is nothing but the comfort of the weak. There is no right or wrong in this world, it's just that everyone's interests are different. By sacrificing you, the 5 of us can be reborn. Such a deal couldn't be more profitable." Luchuan's face turned cold and he said, "Do you really think that I can't deal with you just because I'm controlled by you?" The god of medicine smiled and said, "We have ruled out all the means you can use. Now you are no different from ordinary people. Do you think your method can still work on us? You don't have to bluff to scare me. It's a foregone conclusion that you will be made into pills. There will be no variables. Chuksha, you watch this guy, I'll go get something. The god of medicine gave an order and turned to walk out of the cave. Yes, master. Lin Chuksha picked up a wooden stick and stood in front of Lu Chuan, staring at this guy with a vigilant face, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan would suddenly turn into a monster and eat her. Be honest and don't have any bad thoughts. My master said you can't run away, and you definitely can't run away. Lu Chuan stared at Lin Chuksha and felt that this girl looked relatively innocent, so he said, girl, don't be fooled by your so-called master. I have no grudges against them, but they want to use me to make pills. This is simply a demonic method. I think you are kind-hearted and a good person. Let me go soon. I will definitely thank you when the time comes. Hearing this, Lin Chuksha raised her hand and hit Lu Chuan's head with the wooden stick in her hand. Bang! Lu Chuan felt pain and said angrily, why did you hit me? Lin Chuksha said angrily, my master said that you are an unforgivable demon. I will not be bewitched by you. You'd better give up the idea of escaping. You have done so many unscrupulous things, so just bear the punishment you deserve. Lu Chuan was speechless and asked, what unscrupulous things did I do? Lin Chuksha said, my master didn't say this, but my master said it was very unscrupulous, so it must be very unscrupulous. My master didn't give a specific example to protect my young heart. Lu Chuan suddenly felt that this beautiful girl was a bit of an idiot. He knew that it was impossible for the disciple who wanted to rebel against the god of medicine to escape. After all, Gao Tong and the other four were still healing in this cave. As long as he made any movement, they would definitely wake up immediately. So he began to think about other ways to save his life. He tried to sense the life-saving jade pendant that his mother gave to his grandfather hanging around his neck. To his surprise, the jade pendant reacted immediately. This means that, even if he cannot use any power, he can still activate the formation in the jade pendant. The complexity of the formation in this jade pendant is so amazing that even Lu Chuan is amazed. Once it is activated, the power it can release will be unique, and it is estimated that it can instantly kill everyone in the cave. Of course, the jade pendant will protect the wearer, so Lu Chuan will not be killed by the power of the jade pendant. He is somewhat fortunate that he still has such a life-saving method, and feels that his mother is his patron saint. Of course, in addition to this jade pendant, when the power is sealed, Lu Chuan has another method to use, that is, the cause and effect. However, the cause and effect can only be used on one person in a short period of time, and it is obviously impossible to deal with the 5 people of the God Alliance at the same time. At this time, Lin Chuksha poked Lu Chuan with a wooden stick and asked, hey, why are you silent? Did I say it right? You feel ashamed and embarrassed to speak. Lu Chuan came back to his senses, stared at Lin Chuksha and said, how is it possible? I'm an unforgivable villain. Do you think I would be ashamed? I was actually thinking that you are so beautiful. If I recover my strength, I will definitely strip off all your clothes and ravage you severely to let you know the dangers of society. Lin Chuksha's eyes suddenly widened and her face turned red. Then she quickly took 2 steps back, pointed at Lu Chuan with a wooden stick and said, you pervert. It seems that what my master said is indeed true. You are a big devil. Lu Chuan smiled wickedly, stared at Lin Chuksha and said, you blushed when I just said that. You are too naive. Judging from your appearance, you should be in your 20s. You must have never had a boyfriend or even kissed, so you have such a big reaction? Lin Chuksha was immediately embarrassed and said, well, so what? You scary guy, I'm going to let master use the alchemy furnace to refine you. Lu Chuan smiled and felt that this girl's thoughts were all shown on her face. She was indeed very naive. He could see that this girl was not a bad person and had no grudge against him, so he said, I feel my strength will be restored soon. After I restore my strength, the first thing I will do is to hug you and kiss you hard, then tear off your clothes and do things to you that you have never imagined. Run away, otherwise you will become a girl who has been defiled by a big devil like me. When Lin Chuksha heard this, her face was really scared, and she subconsciously wanted to run, but she quickly reacted and looked at Lu Chuan and said, you bad guy, do you really think I'm so easy to fool? My master said that it's impossible for you to restore your strength, so stop lying to me. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly. He couldn't tell this girl that he was going to use the power of the jade pendant to kill the 5 people from the Divine Alliance. Since the girl was not scared away, it was just her bad luck. Lin Chuxia stared at Lu Chuan for a few seconds and suddenly said to him with some shame and blushing, "Well, you just said that you would tear off my clothes and then do something to me that I have never imagined. What are you going to do to me? Can you tell me in detail?" Lu Chuan's eyes widened immediately, looking at this girl in disbelief. He found that her heartbeat was accelerating, her breathing was rapid, and the whole person seemed to become more excited. He thought to himself, this girl, could she have some perverted fetish? He knew that the simpler people are, the more perverted they are in private, but this was the first time he encountered such a thing. Seeing that Lin Chuxia was looking forward to him telling her in detail how he would ravage her, Lu Chuan suspected that this girl was a masochist. He stared at Lin Chuxia and asked, "You don't really want to be ravaged by me, do you?" Lin Chuxia's face was immediately filled with panic. She tried her best to deny it. How is it possible? I just want to know what you will do to me so that I can prevent you from hurting me. Lu Chuan said, "But I won't really recover my strength. Don't you know that I'm fooling you?" Lin Chuxia was immediately ashamed. She felt ashamed that her little secret had been discovered. Her face was flushed and her eyes were wandering as she said, I'm not what you think. You damn devil, I'm going to let Master throw you into the alchemy furnace right away so that you won't bring harm to the world again. At this time, the god of medicine came back and saw that Lin Chuxia's face was flushed and not normal, so he asked, "Chuxia, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chuxia quickly said, I'm fine. Master, please throw this guy into the alchemy furnace quickly. He is too scary. Staying in the world will only bring pain to others. Lu Chuan's face was full of black lines, thinking, I was just trying to scare you. Why do you think I'm so unforgivable? The god of medicine said, "Don't worry, I have put all the auxiliary medicinal materials needed for refining medicine into the alchemy furnace. Next, I need to put a key thing in it before I can throw it in to make the alchemy. I just went out to get this thing." With that, the god of medicine walked to the alchemy furnace, opened it, and then took out a special jade bottle. After opening the lid, he aimed at the alchemy furnace, and several terrifying gases emitting ancient breath flew out of the jade bottle and entered the alchemy furnace. At this time, Lu Chuan had already begun to sense the jade pendant in his arms, intending to immediately deal with everyone in the cave, otherwise something might happen. He was about to activate the formation in the jade pendant, but after seeing the gas poured into the alchemy furnace by the god of medicine, he was stunned. Lin Chuxia looked at the gases entering the alchemy furnace and asked, "Master, what is this?" The god of medicine said indifferently, "These gases are called Zuan Qi, which is the most original power of the universe. It took me hundreds of years to collect these Zuan Qi. They contain extremely violent power. Ordinary people may lose their lives if they just touch them slightly. And Lu Chuan has a special physique. Only Zuan Qi can refine him." Lin Chuxia nodded, then turned to look at Lu Chuan and said aggressively, "Big devil, did you hear that? My master is going to use Zuan Qi to refine you. Now you are finished." It took Lu Chuan a long time to react, and he couldn't help but smile on his face. He silently withdrew the induction of the jade pendant in his arms, and suddenly felt that staying in the alchemy furnace for a few days was not a bad thing. Lin Chuxia saw Lu Chuan laughing and said, "It's over. This guy was scared silly. Master, you use a fool to make pills. Will he become stupid after eating them?" Medicine God didn't expect Lu Chuan to laugh after listening to his introduction to Zuan Qi, so he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lu Chuan quickly said, Nothing. I just think your apprentice is too stupid and want to make fun of her. Aren't you going to throw me into the alchemy furnace to make pills? Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and start. If you delay any longer, aren't you afraid that I will run away?" Lin Chuxia shouted, "You are stupid. I'm so smart. What right do you have to say I'm stupid?" Medicine God didn't expect Lu Chuan to go against his usual behavior and take the initiative to ask to throw himself into the alchemy furnace, which made him a little confused. However, thinking that Zuan Huangqi can refine everything in the world, as long as Lu Chuan is thrown into the alchemy furnace, no matter how powerful he is, he will never do anything weird again. So he stopped struggling and directly reached out to pick up Lu Chuan, carrying him to the alchemy furnace. Since you want to be refined into an elixir so much, then I will fulfill your wish. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to reshape our bodies. We will all be grateful to you. After saying that, he threw Lu Chuan into the alchemy furnace, then closed the lid, completely sealing the alchemy furnace, and then released a force to activate the formation under the alchemy furnace. By consuming spirit stones to maintain the operation of the formation, the alchemy furnace was provided with energy to refine the medicinal materials, and the alchemy officially began. Chapter 434, Zuan Huang Immortal Body Stage 3. 3 days later, Lin Chuxia stood in front of the alchemy furnace, holding a palm-sized, low-quality bound book in her hand, and reading it with great interest. The cover of this small book showed a picture of a naked girl with a blushing face being bullied, and the words "Young Lady's Humiliation Game" were written on it. While reading the book, she added spirit stones to the formation to keep the alchemy furnace running. How could they treat the young lady like this? It's so hateful, but so exciting. Lin Chuxia blushed, and she was extremely disgusted with the content of the book, but also extremely looking forward to it. At this time, the god of medicine brought the other 4 members of the God Alliance to the cave. Lin Chuxia heard the noise, and was so scared, that she quickly hid the small book. She stood up with her back straight and her legs together, standing like a military posture, quite standard. The 5 members of the Divine Alliance came to the alchemy furnace. The medicine god looked at Lin Chuxia and asked, "Chuxia, has the alchemy furnace shown any abnormality?" Lin Chuxia quickly said, "Master, there is nothing abnormal." The medicine god nodded and said, "Okay, go play outside. It's hard for you to stare at the alchemy furnace during this period. You have been guarding it all the time. Look, your face is all red." Lin Chuxia didn't dare to say that her face turned red because of reading some improper books. Then she asked, "Master, is the elixir going to be made?" The medicine god nodded and said, "Yes. 3 days is enough for the elixir to take shape." Lin Chuxia said, "Master, can I watch from the side? I want to see what the big devil looks like when he is made into an elixir." The medicine god said, "Then stand a little further away so that the energy in the furnace won't hurt you when it's turned on later." Lin Chuxia nodded quickly and then stood in the corner. The other 4 people stared at the alchemy furnace intently, their faces full of expectation. The flower god asked, "Master medicine god, the pill you refined this time is different from usual ones. There is a living person in it. Are you sure you can completely refine him in 3 days?" The medicine god smiled and said, "You can question my ability to refine pills, but you can't question the refining effect of the Zuan Huangqi. This gas was bred when Hang Meng was first created. It contains the original power of the universe. Many ancient great powers used it to refine tools, and some divine tools were refined. Although Lu Chuan is not ordinary, do you think he can withstand the refining of the Zuan Huangqi? 3 days is already an overestimation of my time. Now that kid probably has no bones left, and has completely turned into pills." The water god smiled and said, "Since you said so, there should be no problem. Let's quickly open the furnace and see the situation of the pills." The medicine god nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this kid's physique is far beyond our expectations. The number of pills refined this time is definitely more than 5. Then he stood in front of the alchemy furnace and began to control the formation on the ground to stop refining the elixir. Several people were full of anticipation, and their excitement was beyond words. Gao Tong murmured, "This Lu Chuan status is surprisingly high. I wonder if our status will also be improved after eating the elixir he refined." After the medicine god stopped the formation, he was about to open the alchemy furnace. However, just when his hand touched the alchemy furnace, a terrifying force suddenly appeared and directly bounced his hand away. The medicine god frowned, not knowing what was going on, and reached out to touch the alchemy furnace again, trying to force the alchemy furnace open. But this time the rebounding force was even more terrifying, and directly shocked him back 3 or 4 meters. The other 4 members of the God Alliance were all frowning at this scene, not knowing what was going on. Gaotong hurriedly asked, "What's going on? Can't this alchemy furnace be opened?" The god of medicine frowned and looked at the alchemy furnace and said, "It seems that an extremely terrifying power is brewing inside the alchemy furnace. I wanted to open it, but encountered a strong backlash." The god of flowers hurriedly said, "Could it be that the elixir they have refined is too terrifying, and normal methods can no longer open the alchemy furnace?" The god of water was a little anxious and said, "If the alchemy furnace can't be opened, how can we get the elixir?" At this time, the usually silent god of war suddenly said, "There is energy in the alchemy furnace that is expanding rapidly." The others looked at the alchemy furnace in unison, and they indeed felt that there was an extremely terrifying power inside the alchemy furnace that was rapidly expanding. The alchemy furnace, which was made of special materials and of unparalleled quality, was forcibly expanded. The flower god frowned and asked, "Master Medicine God, what's going on?" Medicine God was also confused at this moment and said, "I don't know either. I have never encountered such a situation when I was refining pills in the past." He released a force to sense the situation in the alchemy furnace. Suddenly, his face changed and he exclaimed, "Oh no, this force is going to exceed the limit of the alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace is going to explode." He did not dare to hesitate and quickly retreated to the outside of the cave, and by the way, he used her force to wrap Linchuksha to prevent her from being injured by the explosion. The other 4 people also retreated to the back, releasing their power to form a defensive barrier in front of each other. Before they could leave the cave in time, the alchemy furnace exploded with a bang. The force generated by the explosion shook the entire mountain and almost collapsed directly. Countless boulders fell in the cave. Fortunately, the 5 people of the God Alliance were not ordinary people, otherwise they would definitely be crushed to death by these falling rocks. Linchuksha was also not injured under the protection of the medicine god. After a long time, the cave returned to peace. Everyone gathered together, looking solemnly at the direction deep in the cave, where the dust filled the air and the specific situation could not be seen clearly. The medicine god was puzzled and murmured, "This shouldn't happen. I have been refining pills for so many years, and have never made such a mistake. How could this alchemy furnace explode?" The flower god pointed to the depths of the cave and shouted, "Look, is there a figure inside?" Several people looked over, and found that there was indeed a looming figure in the thick dust, and that figure seemed to be slowly walking towards them. Everyone's expression became tense, and they already had some guesses in their hearts. Soon, that figure penetrated the rolling dust and appeared in front of the 5 people of the God Alliance. When several people saw the appearance of this person clearly, they couldn't help but exclaimed, "Luchuan, why is this guy still alive? Shouldn't he be refined into an elixir?" The 5 members of the God Alliance were all panicked. They never expected that Luchuan would not be refined into an elixir, but would be unscathed. Moreover, his aura seemed to be much stronger than before he was thrown into the alchemy furnace. Gaotong, the god of water, the god of flowers, and the god of war all turned their heads to look at the god of medicine, wanting him to give an explanation. Medicine god was so anxious that he jumped up and down, shouting, "What are you looking at me for? I don't know what's going on." Linchuksha also looked at Luchuan's face in disbelief and murmured, "So scary, is this the strength of the big devil?" Luchuan looked at the 5 people of the God Alliance and grinned, saying, "Let me tell you why. My body is a Xuanhuang immortal body. The Xuanhuang key may be a terrible thing that will kill others, but for me, it is an excellent treasure for cultivation. The reason why I was willing to be thrown into the alchemy furnace by you is really to absorb the Xuanhuang key that you intend to use to refine me. Now not only are all the restrictions on my body opened, but my strength has also been significantly improved. I have to thank you very much." The Xuanhuang key in the alchemy furnace successfully helped him upgrade the Xuanhuang immortal body to the 3rd stage. Now his physical strength is more terrifying than some magic weapons. How could a mere alchemy furnace refine him? After the Xuanhuang immortal body was upgraded to the 3rd stage, the power of the immortal golden eye was greatly improved. Now, even if the domain of the demon suppression tower is not opened, he can still suppress the 5 members of the God Alliance by relying on the immortal golden eye's restraint on the nascent soul body. After hearing Luchuan's words, the medicine god showed an incredible expression and murmured, "Xuanhuang immortal body, how is this possible? This kind of physique was difficult to cultivate even in the ancient times. How can you cultivate this physique in this Dharma-ending age? Lu Chuan smiled slightly and said, nothing is impossible, old man. Don't set limits for yourself, otherwise you won't be able to accomplish anything. Although I'm very grateful to you for helping me to make further progress in my physical practice, the grudge between us still needs to be resolved. Everyone, prepare to die. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Chuan displayed the immortal golden eye and rushed towards the 5 members of the God Alliance at a rapid speed. The faces of the 5 members of the God Alliance changed drastically. Their injuries had not yet recovered, and Lu Chuan suddenly attacked them again, and he also suppressed them with the enhanced version of the immortal golden eye. They were instantly confused, and were beaten by Lu Chuan, and could only flee in embarrassment. This time, Lu Chuan did not drag his feet at all. Once he seized the opportunity, he immediately killed the 5 members of the God Alliance. After the Zhuanhuang immortal body was upgraded to the 3rd stage, he only needed to concentrate his strength on his fist, and his fist was the most terrifying weapon in the world. However, in just a few breaths, he had already blown up the nascent soul bodies of Gaotong, the god of water, the god of flowers, and the god of war, without even giving them any chance to beg for mercy. After the nascent soul bodies of the 4 people were blown up, they instantly turned into pure spiritual power, and Lu Chuan immediately collected these spiritual powers. Then he came to the medicine god who was trying to escape, grabbed his neck and shouted, tell me the recipe of the elixir that can reshape the body. The medicine god gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Chuan, shouting, I know you won't let me go, so don't even think about getting my recipe. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, have you forgotten that I'm a cultivator? If you don't tell me, will I have no way of knowing it? After saying that, he released a force, entered the medicine god's mind, and began to check the medicine god's memory. This method is exactly the most notorious magical power in the cultivation world, Soul Search. The medicine god suddenly showed a face full of pain. His expression became distorted, and in a short while, the whole person turned into an idiot. Soon, Lu Chuan found the contents of the elixir in the medicine god's mind. After writing it down, he glanced at the medicine god who had become an idiot because of the soul search, and squeezed hard, and then crushed the medicine god's nascent soul body. He also collected the power of the medicine god's soul, and condensed it with the power of the other 4 souls, compressing it into a bead. The power contained in this bead is equivalent to the power of 10 soul beads. Lu Chuan had a hunch that, if he swallowed this bead, he should be able to directly break through to the 4th grade nascent soul realm. At this point, all 5 members of the Divine Alliance fell. From now on, there will no longer be so-called mountain gods, medicine gods, war gods, water gods, and flower gods in this world. Lu Chuan put the bead into the demon suppression tower, and then turned to Lin Chuxia, who was already frightened, and sitting on the ground with a horrified face. When Lin Chuxia saw Lu Chuan coming, she quickly covered her eyes with her hands, but there was a gap between her fingers. She stared at Lu Chuan's body and shouted, you dead pervert, get out of here. Lu Chuan looked down, and realized that his clothes had been refined in the alchemy furnace long ago. Now he can be said to be naked. He smiled and said, it's not a good thing to peek at others. Lin Chuxia blushed and shouted, I didn't peek. You are indeed a big devil. You have such ugly and scary things on your body. It's too scary, so scary. Hearing this, Lu Chuan showed a playful smile on his face. He directly picked up Lin Chuxia from the ground, hugged her waist, leaned close to her ear and said, since I'm a big devil, it is normal for me to severely humiliate the enemy's apprentice after I solve the enemy. Isn't it normal? Hearing this, Lin Chuxia's face flushed, and she put down her hands covering her face. She didn't dare to look directly at Lu Chuan's eyes. She said with a bit of shame, but, can you be a little gentler? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 435, Inhumane Means. When Lu Chuan heard Lin Chuxia's words, and saw that she seemed to be eager to try, he was stunned. He then remembered that this girl was a masochist, and this kind of threat to her would not only not scare her, but would excite her. He quickly let go of Lin Chuxia, took out a set of spare clothes from the demon suppression tower, and put them on. He was worried that, if he continued to play like this, who knows who would be taken advantage of. Girl, it's not a good thing that you are so perverted at such a young age, he said while putting on his clothes. Lin Chuxia was stunned for a moment, and soon understood what Lu Chuan meant. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, and then she argued, "You are the pervert. I just said that because I'm worried that you, the big devil, are too cruel. I don't mean anything else. I'm very innocent." As soon as she finished speaking, the pornographic book hidden in her clothes suddenly fell out. Lu Chuan picked it up and took a look. When he saw the name of the book, his eyes suddenly widened. Young Lady's Humiliation Game. Do you usually read this kind of book? No wonder you are so innocent, but you have this kind of habit. Lin Chuxia had the urge to hit her head against the wall and snatch the book and throw it far away, saying, "This book is not mine. I picked it up on the roadside. I won't read this kind of book." Lu Chuan put on his clothes, patted Lin Chuxia on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "Young man, you must know how to be moderate." Then he ignored Lin Chuxia and turned to walk out of the cave. Seeing this, Lin Chuxia hesitated and looked at the book thrown not far away. In the end, she couldn't bear to give it up. She ran over and picked up the book again. This time, she hid it directly in her clothes at her chest to prevent it from falling out accidentally. Then she ran out of the cave to chase Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan came to the outside of the cave and found that this place was deep in the mountains and old forests, and the location was quite hidden. He did not explore where this place was, but first studied the recipe from the medicine god's memory. He carefully observed the recipe and found that the elixir described above did have the effect of reshaping the body, and the most important ingredient was indeed the flesh and blood of a gifted practitioner. But he suddenly felt that the medicine god was a little too stubborn. Although the recipe clearly stated that the flesh and blood of a gifted practitioner was needed, it did not say that a whole living person must be thrown into the alchemy furnace. Lu Chuan guessed that to refine this elixir, even if just a sufficient amount of blood was put into it, it would be fine. So the medicine god could come to Lu Chuan to discuss buying some blood for alchemy. It happened that Lu Chuan also needed this kind of elixir to reshape the body for the embroiderer, and he would definitely not refuse. In this way, there was no need for both parties to end up in the current situation. With this recipe, it won't be difficult to help Xi Yunayang rebuild her body. However, although the elixir doesn't require a 500-year-old spiritual medicine, the auxiliary medicinal materials used must be at least 300 years old, and there are a lot of them. It's a headache to get so many spiritual medicines over 300 years old at once. Just as Lu Chuan was thinking about where to get the medicinal materials, Lin Chuxia ran towards Lu Chuan with a fierce momentum, holding a wooden stick in her hand, and shouted, "Big devil, you killed my master. I want to avenge my master." She swung the wooden stick and hit Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan grabbed the wooden stick, then pulled Lin Chuxia in front of him with force, and then stretched out his hand to strangle her neck. Lin Chuxia has the strength of the 5th level of the mysterious realm, which is very powerful at this age, but in front of Lu Chuan, she is not much different from an ordinary person. Lu Chuan looked at Lin Chuxia and said calmly, "Your master wants to use my life to make pills, so it is only natural for me to kill him. I will spare your life, because you don't look like you have done anything wrong. You'd better not push your luck." Lin Chuxia said stubbornly, "You are a big devil, so my master uses you to make pills. Let me tell you, my master is the person in charge of the Chinese branch of medicine sect. If you kill him, you will be an enemy of medicine sect. Even if I can't avenge my master, the people of medicine sect will never let you go." When Lu Chuan heard this, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes, and then he asked, "Is this medicine sect very powerful? Are there many precious medicinal materials in the sect?" Lin Chuxia's face suddenly showed a hint of pride, and she said, "Of course, the medicine sect is the most powerful sect in the world. Everyone asks for help from the medicine sect. The foundation of the medicine sect is not what you can imagine. Although the medicine sect headquarters far away overseas is more respected, our Chinese branch is not bad either. There are countless rare treasures in our sect, among which there are countless spiritual medicines that have grown for hundreds of years. It is the holy land in the minds of all the alchemists in China. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard this and said, then there should be a lot of 300-year-old spiritual medicines in your branch, right? Lin Chuxia said, of course, let alone 300-year-old spiritual medicines. There are also 400-year-old spiritual medicines. Lu Chuan couldn't stop smiling and then asked, then you should know how to get to your branch, right? Lin Chuxia asked with some confusion. I know. Why are you asking this? Lu Chuan immediately let go of Lin Chuxia and said, take me to your branch now. Lin Chuxia asked, what are you going to our branch for? Lu Chuan smiled and said, your master and others threw me into the alchemy furnace to make alchemy, which caused great harm to my young mind. It should not be too much for me to go to your sect to ask for some elixirs as compensation. Although Lin Chuxia was naive, she was not stupid. She immediately understood Lu Chuan's intention and shouted angrily, you bastard. Were you trying to trick me just now? Lu Chuan smiled and said, are you just reacting? Lin Chuxia said angrily, you are shameless. I won't lead the way for you. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you where our branch is. Just give up on this idea. Lu Chuan showed a sly smile on his face and said, if you don't tell me, don't blame me for doing something inhumane to you. Don't forget, I'm a big devil. I won't kill you. After all, that's too easy. I have 100 ways to torture you, so that you have to take me to your medicine sect branch. When Lin Chuxia heard this, her heartbeat accelerated. She tried her best to hide her inner expectation, pretending to be scared, and took a few steps back, asking, what are you going to do to me? Lu Chuan said, I'll ask you one last time, are you taking the initiative to take me to your branch now, or are you forced to take me to your branch after I torture you inhumanely? Lin Chuxia thought for a while, raised her head, and said with a look of willingness to sacrifice herself, I'm a man of integrity. I will never betray our sect. Don't even think about asking me to take you to the sect. If you have the guts, torture me. Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay, this is your own choice. After that, he directly put Lin Chuxia on the ground. Lin Chuxia's heartbeat accelerated, her face became flushed, and her body became inexplicably excited. Seeing Lu Chuan put her on the ground, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Is he going to do to me the things that those beasts do to the young ladies in the books? It's so abominable. I knew that this big devil would not let me go. I must stick to my bottom line and never become a plaything of those beasts like the eldest lady. Even if my body succumbs to this big devil, my spiritual will never succumb. She looked at Lu Chuan, and her legs unconsciously clamped together. Seeing him like this, Lu Chuan couldn't help shaking his head, and then took off her shoes and socks. Lin Chuxia was a little confused and asked, shouldn't you take off my clothes? Or brutally tear the clothes on my body into pieces, but why do you take off my shoes and socks? Lu Chuan looked at Lin Chuxia speechlessly and said, why should I take off your clothes? Lin Chuxia said, aren't you going to torture me inhumanely? Lu Chuan said, yes, I'm about to start. You get ready. After saying that, he picked up a piece of dogtail grass beside him, aimed it at the soles of Lin Chuxia's feet, and started tickling her. Lin Chuxia was stunned. She never thought that the inhumane thing Lu Chuan said would be this. She was about to condemn this guy for being untrustworthy and unable to do what he said, but the next second, she couldn't stand the itchy feeling from the soles of her feet, and she giggled, and couldn't help twisting her body. You bastard. Stop it right now. You are simply a scum among the big demons. Is it true that you can only do such a painless thing to me? Lu Chuan smiled when he heard this. He knew that this girl had an unusual habit. If he really did those things that only bad people would do, maybe she would do what she wanted, so he came up with this idea. He glanced at Lin Chuxia and said, if you say it doesn't hurt, I agree, but is it really not itchy? Lin Chuxia laughed non-stop and was almost out of breath. She quickly said, itchy. Stop it now. Lu Chuan said, as long as you promise to take me to your branch, I will stop. Lin Chuxia was about to refuse immediately, but the itchy feeling from the soles of her feet made her laugh with tears in her eyes. She could tolerate Lu Chuan doing something excessive to her, but she couldn't stand Lu Chuan tickling her. Finally, she almost collapsed and said, "Okay, I promise you, I will take you to our branch." When Lu Chuan heard this, he immediately stopped what he was doing and said, "You said it. If you go back on your word, I will tickle you all day long." Lin Chuxia shuddered and quickly said, "I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word." Lu Chuan threw away the dogtail grass in his hand, stood up and said, "Get up." Lin Chuxia stood up with a face full of grievance, looking at Lu Chuan viciously, as if she was going to eat him. Lu Chuan smiled and asked, "How about it? Is my method cruel enough?" Lin Chuxia said angrily, "It's simply crazy." Lu Chuan said, "Since you know how powerful I am, then take me to your branch quickly, otherwise I have 100 similar ways to torture you." Lin Chuxia looked at Lu Chuan with some fear, and then hurried to the front to lead the way. She thought to herself, "This is good. Although this bastard is powerful, the elders of our branch are not vegetarians either. Master said at the beginning that there are several elders in the branch who are as powerful as him. If these elders unite, they will definitely be able to defeat this big devil, and then he will know how stupid it is to force me to take him to the branch." She turned her head and glanced at Lu Chuan secretly. A hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I'm so smart. I easily came up with a way to avenge my master and get rid of this big devil. After I go back, I must reward myself by buying the recently popular wife's secret." Well, that's it. Lu Chuan did not notice Lin Chuxia's abnormality. At this moment, he was thinking that with his current strength, even if he encountered 5 Yuanying masters whose physical bodies were not destroyed, he should be able to deal with them easily. He was only going to the branch of medicine sect in China. Even if there were masters there, they would definitely not exceed the level of medicine god. So he was not worried at all about any danger in his trip to the Chinese branch of medicine sect this time. The two of them set out on their journey to the Chinese branch of medicine sect with their own thoughts. Chapter 436 She is my slave. In a small town on the edge of the Taihang Mountains, Lu Chuan took Lin Chuxia into a restaurant. After several twists and turns, the two finally arrived here. According to Lin Chuxia, the Chinese branch of Yaozhang is hidden deep in the Taihang Mountains. Originally, Lu Chuan planned to fly here with Lin Chuxia directly. After all, this would save a lot of time, but Lin Chuxia had no idea about the geographical location of the Yaozhang branch. She only knew which bus to take and which path to take to get there, so Lu Chuan had to take her to this place by car. After arriving in this town, Lu Chuan found many expensive luxury cars, as well as some wealthy people wearing gold and silver, and with good temperament. Many of these people were talking about going to Yaozhang to ask for medicine, which made Lu Chuan believe that Lin Chuxia did not lie to him. This town should be the last stop on the way to the Yaozhang branch. Those who come here to ask for medicine will take a temporary rest here and replenish supplies. Lu Chuan and Lin Chuxia sat down in a corner of the restaurant and ordered some dishes from the waiter. In fact, after reaching the nascent soul stage, Lu Chuan was basically able to practice fasting. He could maintain his condition just by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He came to this restaurant to eat, mainly because he considered that Lin Chuxia would be hungry. After ordering the dishes, Lin Chuxia stood up and said, "I'm going to the toilet." Lu Chuan nodded. "Go ahead." He was not worried that Lin Chuxia would take the opportunity to escape. After all, he could use his spiritual sense to observe the situation of the entire restaurant. He could see clearly whether Lin Chuxia was going to the toilet or running away. Lin Chuxia came to the door of the toilet room, carefully observed the surroundings, hurried into the room, locked the door, and then took out a communication instrument stealthily and began to report the situation to the elders in the sect. This scene was seen clearly by Lu Chuan with his spiritual sense. However, he did not take any action. Lin Chuxia had secretly contacted the medicine sect branch several times along the way, and he did not stop her. Lin Chuxia contacted the sect just to report that the medicine god was killed, that she was controlled, and that she was rushing to the sect, reminding the sect to be prepared. Lu Chuan had enough confidence to deal with the Suaksha branch, so he was not worried about Lin Chuxia contacting the medicine sect. Moreover, it was not a bad thing to prepare the medicine sect branch in advance. After all, when he arrived at the sect, he could directly deal with everyone at once, without wasting time to deal with the troubles one by one, which would waste a lot of time. Linchuksha informed the elders in the sect through the communication instrument that they had reached the edge of the Tahang Mountains and would arrive at the sect soon, so that the elders could be prepared. After reporting the situation, she started to go to the toilet. Luchuan took back his consciousness at this time. After all, he did not have the habit of watching other girls go to the toilet. After a while, Linchuksha came back from the toilet. She was about to sit down, and Luchuan said, "Go and get me a spoon." Linchuksha glanced at Luchuan and said, "Can't you get it yourself?" Luchuan directly reached out and patted Linchuksha's butt, saying, "Go quickly, don't talk nonsense." Linchuksha's butt was patted, and a blush immediately appeared on her face, and a strange hum came out of her mouth. She quickly reached out to cover her mouth, worried that her loud voice would attract the attention of people around her. She turned her head to look at Luchuan and said, "Slap me again." Luchuan looked helpless. Along the way, he had completely understood Linchuksha's perverted hobbies, and was no longer surprised. After hearing Linchuksha's words, he raised his hand and slapped her butt again. Linchuksha seemed to enjoy it very much, and her face became even redder. "Can you help me get a spoon now?" Luchuan asked. Linchuksha immediately went to the tableau cabinet and helped Luchuan get a spoon, and then took the initiative to say, I'll serve you soup." Luchuan smiled and said, "Do you like others to force you? Only in this way can you feel happy." Linchuksha immediately retorted shamefully, "You are talking nonsense. I just succumbed to your power and had to listen to you obediently. I don't like you to force me." Luchuan smiled, said nothing more, and lowered his head to eat. Linchuksha bit her lip. She wanted to give up serving soup to Luchuan to show her attitude, but in the end she took the bowl and served the soup and placed it in front of Luchuan. While the two were eating, several expensive luxury off-road vehicles stopped at the door of the restaurant. There was only a rugged mountain road from the town to the Yeozang branch, which was very difficult to drive. Only off-road vehicles with excellent off-road performance could drive through. Therefore, those rich and powerful people who went to the Yeozang branch to ask for medicine would drive off-road vehicles. A handsome young man wearing sunglasses, expensive watches and famous brands got off the off-road vehicle. The rest were all his bodyguards. The group all went into the restaurant and sat down to eat. The restaurant owner knew that this was a big business, so he hurried forward to greet them and arranged seats for everyone. As soon as the young man entered the restaurant, he showed a high-handed look, and he enjoyed the feeling of people in the restaurant focusing their attention on him. After he sat down, he glanced at the people in the restaurant, and his eyes lit up when he saw Linchuksha sitting in the corner. Without thinking, he stood up and walked towards the table where Luchuan and Linchuksha were sitting, and pulled over a chair and sat directly next to the two of them. "Beauty, are you a local of this town?" Linchuksha glanced at the young man and said, "No." The young man raised his eyebrows and said, "Are you going to Yeozang too?" Linchuksha nodded. The young man's face suddenly became happy and he said, "That's what a coincidence. I'm also going to Yeozang. It's fate that we meet in a place like this, and we are going to the same destination. Let me introduce myself. My name is Kao Rending. I'm from the Kao family, the richest family in Rancheng. This time I'm going to Yeozang to ask for medicine. Since we are going the same way, why don't you take my car? The cars parked outside are all mine. They're all off-road vehicles worth millions. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. And these guys in suits are my bodyguards. You don't have to worry about anyone causing trouble on the way." When Linchuksha heard this, she immediately wanted to agree, because she knew that the road from this place to the Yeozang sect was very difficult to walk on. If she walked there, her feet would definitely be rubbed with blisters. If she could take this person's car, it would be much easier. But she didn't dare to agree directly, but looked at Luchuan and said, "Then you have to ask him if he agrees." Kao Rending turned his head and looked at Luchuan. Although he noticed Luchuan at that time, judging from the temperament of this guy, this person is most likely not the boyfriend of this beauty, and 9 out of 10 is a dog, so he ignored him directly. "Brother, I'm so sorry, you didn't move at all just now. I really didn't notice you. You and this beauty will take our car later. It should be okay." Kyao Rending said with a smile. I'm such a big living person standing here, you don't even notice it. How bad is your eyesight? No wonder you have to go to Yaozong to ask for medicine. Lu Chuan complained in his heart and said, no. The smile on Kyao Rending's face froze for a moment, and he cursed in his heart, you stinky loser, why are you pretending? If it weren't for this beauty, do you think I want you to sit? He pretended not to care and said, the road from here to the medicine sector's still very long, and the road is difficult to walk. I invited you, because we are on the way, don't think too much. Lin Chuxia also hurriedly said, yes, the road from here to the sector's difficult to walk. If you walk there, your feet will get a lot of blisters. People are kind enough to take us, why don't you sit? Lu Chuan shrugged and said, there is no need to sit. Lin Chuxia was immediately angry and felt that Lu Chuan was extremely hateful and wanted to make her suffer on purpose. Kyao Rending looked at Lu Chuan speechlessly, feeling that this guy was too ungrateful. He thought about it and asked, I wonder what your relationship with this beauty is? Lu Chuan thought about it and said, she is my slave. Kyao Rending originally wanted to confirm the relationship between Lu Chuan and Lin Chuxia. If he was sure that this guy and Lin Chuxia were not a boyfriend and girlfriend, but just a bootlegger, he could leave Lu Chuan without any scruples and take Lin Chuxia away by car. But he never expected that Lu Chuan would actually say that Lin Chuxia was his slave, which made him laugh. Brother, I know you are worried that I will overshadow you and attract the attention of this beauty, but you can't say that this beauty is your slave just to show off your status, right? He turned his head to look at Lin Chuxia and said, beauty, this guy is so disrespectful to you. You should not go with him. Come with me. I'm good at taking care of people. I will make sure you enjoy the treatment of a princess on the road. However, Lin Chuxia was staring at Lu Chuan in a daze. Her face unconsciously flushed again. He just said that I was his slave, so he is my master. This big devil is really hateful. I knew he was not as easy to get along with as he looked. His good temper along the way was all pretended. He must have wanted to be my master for a long time. Maybe he also wanted to do those dirty things to me, but he has been restraining himself. I knew that this guy would show his true colors sooner or later. This guy is powerful. If he really wants to be my master, then I can only agree to him with grievances. Since he has taken the initiative to say that I'm his slave, will he give me some perverted tasks like in the novels? This. He is really too evil. If he really gives me a task, I will definitely not be able to resist. In order to protect myself, I can only obey him at that time. Seeing Lin Chuxia's obsessed look, Lu Chuan knew that his words must have touched her nerves again, making her excited involuntarily. He turned his head and glanced at Kyao Rending, thinking that you can't please her by taking care of her like a princess. This girl likes to be abused. He didn't want to pay attention to this rich second generation, so he stood up and shouted to Lin Chuxia, Chuxia. Lin Chuxia came back to her senses, still fantasizing about Lu Chuan becoming her master, and subconsciously replied, Master, Chuxia is here. Lu Chuan was stunned and never expected Lin Chuxia to answer him like this. Kyao Rending on the side was stunned and unbelievable. He grabbed his hair with both hands, as if he had discovered something he couldn't understand, and he was completely stunned. You are really his slave? Lin Chuxia realized what she had just said. She blushed and wished she could hit her head against her head to ease the embarrassing situation. Lu Chuan was stunned for a while, and then couldn't help but smile, thinking that you are so beautiful. If you really want me to be your master, it's not impossible. He didn't waste any more time and asked, are you full? If you are, let's go. Lin Chuxia wanted to escape at this moment, so she quickly said, I'm full. Lu Chuan turned and walked outside, then let's go. Lin Chuxia quickly followed him out. Kyao Rending and a group of bodyguards were left standing there, doubting their lives. After leaving the restaurant, Lu Chuan took Lin Chuxia directly to a deserted place. Lin Chuxia blushed and explained to Lu Chuan with a guilty look, well, I didn't want to embarrass you at that time, so I cooperated with you on purpose. Don't think I really want you to be my master. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I know. After all, you are not that kind of perverted girl. Lin Chuxia snorted and then said, why didn't you agree to that guy just now? With a free ride, wouldn't we be able to save a lot of energy? Otherwise, by the time we get to the sect, my feet will be crippled. Lu Chuan laughed and said, I have a faster and more labor-saving way. Don't worry, it won't tire you out. Lin Chuxia was puzzled and asked, what way? Lu Chuan walked straight to her and put his arm around her waist. Lin Chuxia was immediately panicked and said, what are you doing? Are you worried that you won't have a chance in the future, so you want to take me down now, because we are about to arrive at our sect? But this is the wild, so embarrassing. Lu Chuan glanced at her speechlessly and said, what are you thinking about all day? Lin Chuxia blushed and looked at Lu Chuan and said, am I thinking wrong? Lu Chuan was too lazy to explain to her and said directly, hold on to me. Lin Chuxia didn't know what Lu Chuan meant, but she still hugged Lu Chuan obediently. The next second, the two took off into the air and flew towards the depths of the mountains. Chapter 437 Arrival at the Chinese branch of medicine sect. Lin Chuxia was shocked. She watched herself rise several hundred meters in the air. She screamed in fear and hugged Lu Chuan tightly with both hands, as if she was afraid that Lu Chuan would drop her. How can you fly? Lu Chuan hovered in the air, looking at the rolling mountains, and asked, where is your sect? Lin Chuxia closed her eyes and said, I dare not open my eyes. I'm afraid of heights. Lu Chuan had no choice but to hug Lin Chuxia tighter and said, I'm holding you tight. It's okay. Quickly point me in the direction of your sect. Lin Chuxia felt Lu Chuan hugging her tightly, and she felt a sense of security in her heart. Then she slowly opened her eyes, carefully observed the scene in the distance, and finally confirmed the location of the sect. She pointed and said, it's over there. Lu Chuan immediately took Lin Chuxia and flew over there. In less than a minute, Lu Chuan saw the location of the Yaozong sect. At this time, there were still many people gathered in front of the sect. Lu Chuan found a place where no one noticed and slowly landed. Lin Chuxia let out a long sigh of relief when her feet touched the ground, but she still held Lu Chuan tightly without letting go. Lu Chuan turned his head and looked at her, saying, you can let me go. Lin Chuxia realized her loss of composure and quickly let go of Lu Chuan, saying with an embarrassed face, you still have abdominal muscles. I didn't expect a big devil like you to have such a good figure. It's really different from what I thought. Lu Chuan rolled his eyes at her and said, don't worry about whether I have abdominal muscles or not. You should first care about how badly I will beat the elders of your sect later. Lin Chuxia then remembered that Lu Chuan came to their sect to steal spiritual medicine. An angry expression suddenly appeared on her face, and she said, humph, you hateful big devil, the elders of our sect are not vegetarians. They will kill you to avenge my master. Lu Chuan smiled, said nothing more, and walked towards the direction of the sect. Lin Chuxia quickly followed. Many people who looked rich or noble gathered in front of the sect, many of them with bodyguards, and it seemed that they all came to ask for medicine. However, at this time, their faces were full of disappointment, and many of them had already turned back and planned to go back. In front of the sect, several disciples of the medicine sect stopped everyone and urged them to leave quickly. Lu Chuan walked straight towards the sect. At this time, a woman who was about to leave, who was pretty and about 30 years old, stopped him and said, if you are here to ask for medicine, then there is no need to go. The medicine sect has just issued a notice that it refuses to receive all outsiders in the near future. No matter how strong your relationship is, you can't enter the medicine sect today, let alone ask the alchemist of the medicine sect for medicine. You should go back the same way you came. Lu Chuan smiled and said, thank you for your reminder, but I'm not here to ask for medicine. After that, he continued to walk forward. The woman frowned and asked, are you here to ask for medicine? Then what are you here for? Lu Chuan laughed and said, I'm here to steal medicine. The woman was speechless. She had seen stupid people, but she had never seen such a stupid person. Yaozong was the only sect in the world that had no enemies. No matter whether they were famous or evil, they all wanted to have a good relationship with Yaozong, so that they would not be rejected when they needed Yaozong's help. In addition to this factor, the strength of Yaozong itself was also part of the reason. Yaozong was good at refining pills, and was even better at improving strength through pills. Therefore, there were many more masters in Yaozong than in many powerful sects. This was the first time she heard that someone dared to come to Yeozang to steal medicine. I want to see if you are joking or if you really have the courage to come to Yeozang to steal medicine. The woman temporarily gave up the idea of leaving and turned back to wait for Lu Chuan's joke. Lu Chuan came to the gate of Yeozang. Several medicine sect disciples immediately stopped him, and one of them shouted, "This is the important area of the medicine sect. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Please leave immediately." Lu Chuan stopped. The woman sneered and said, "It seems that he is just a clown. I really thought he dared to challenge the medicine sect." Lin Chuxia followed behind Lu Chuan and was quickly using a communication tool to inform the elders in the sect that Lu Chuan had arrived in front of the sect and asked them to come out and deal with this guy quickly. Lu Chuan turned his head to look at her, pretending not to know what she was doing, and asked with a smile, "What are you busy with?" Lin Chuxia glanced at Lu Chuan and quickly ran to the side of the medicine sect disciples and said to Lu Chuan aggressively, "I'm contacting the elders of our sect. To tell you the truth, I have already contacted the elders of the sect and have been secretly reporting your whereabouts to them and asked them to prepare to deal with you. Now the elders of our sect have already formulated a plan to deal with you. As long as I tell them that you have arrived in front of the sect, they will come out to deal with you immediately. There are several elders in our medicine sect who are as powerful as my master. They can definitely subdue you if they join hands. Big devil, now I just need to use this communication magic weapon to notify the elders that you are here, and they will come out to deal with you immediately. You are finished." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It will be so slow for you to use that to notify them. Why don't I notify them?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body flew into the air, and then he shouted to the medicine sect, "Junior Lu Chuan, I'm here to pay a visit to the elders of the medicine sect. Please show up quickly." His figure was blended with spiritual power, making this shout loud and long, echoing over the entire medicine sect, and even with a bit of a fascinating effect, making everyone who heard this shout feel awe in their hearts. Lin Chuxia stared at Lu Chuan hovering in the air, muttering, Why is he so confident? Isn't he afraid that he will be defeated by the combined efforts of the elders of my medicine sect?" The woman who stayed to watch the excitement also showed a stunned expression on her face. This guy actually came to provoke the medicine sect, and he can actually fly. The others also looked at this scene with shock on their faces. They never thought that someone would suddenly fly into the air and shout to the elders of the medicine sect. Shouting at the elders of medicine sect was secondary. The most important thing was that this guy was flying in the air without even a rope tied around him. Is this a TV show? Is there some wire tower crane or something nearby that we can't see that has hung him up? He wouldn't have come here for a while to shoot a TV show, and this guy has already shouted at the elders of medicine sect. How could he be filming a TV show? Oh my god, I know that warriors will have extraordinary power after reaching a high level, but this is the first time I've seen someone fly directly. Just as everyone in front of the sect was shocked, inside medicine sect, in the meeting room of the elder pavilion, the elders of medicine sect were all frowning and anxious. When they learned that medicine god was killed, they simply couldn't believe it and couldn't imagine it. After all, as the head of their Huaxia branch, medicine god's strength has reached the point where they need to look up to him. Moreover, medicine god is very different from these warriors. He can often come up with some unexpected means, comparable to ghosts and gods. Many elders in the sect had also met other members of the God Alliance, and knew that they were all friends of the medicine god, and their strength was not much worse than that of the medicine god. When Lin Chuxia sent back the news that the medicine god and his friends all died at the hands of Lu Chuan, they could not imagine how strong Lu Chuan was, and that he could kill so many powerful masters at once. Then they got the news that Lin Chuxia wanted to trick Lu Chuan into coming to the medicine sect, and asked the elders of the medicine sect to deal with him to avenge the medicine god. After this news came, Lin Chuxia also specifically praised the elders in the sect for their strength, saying that the medicine god once said that their strength was not weaker than his, so the elders would definitely be able to take down Lu Chuan together. After seeing the news sent back by Lin Chuxia, all the elders were a little collapsed. The medicine god did say that their strength was not weaker than the medicine god, but that was just a polite remark. The combined strength of these people could not match that of the medicine god. Otherwise the person in charge of the Huaksha branch could not be the medicine god. At present, in the Huaksha branch, apart from the dead medicine god, there are 4 strongest elders, 3 men and 1 woman, codenamed Kinkishuha, all of whom have reached the strength of a 5th grade saint. Although the medicine god is only a 3rd grade nascent soul, and has no physical body, practitioners are inherently overwhelming warriors, relying on the various methods of practitioners that are hard to defend against. The strength of the medicine god is enough to compete with some top 6th grade saints. In the saint realm, every time a grade is upgraded, the strength will have a qualitative leap. Therefore, it is easy for a 6th grade saint to deal with a 5th grade saint. This is why everyone thinks that they are not as good as a medicine god. Lu Chuan not only killed the medicine god, but also killed several masters of the same strength as the medicine god. Such strength is simply not something that their Huaksha branch can deal with. So when these elders learned that Lin Chuksha was going to bring Lu Chuan to the sect, they were a little desperate, and they couldn't tell Lin Chuksha that the sect couldn't actually stop a person like Lu Chuan. Of course, they also knew that it was definitely Lu Chuan who was going to come, not Lin Chuksha who insisted on bringing Lu Chuan. It was impossible for a little girl like Lin Chuksha to stop Lu Chuan, so they could only think of ways to deal with it. Asking for help from the headquarters would not work. After all, the headquarters was far away overseas. By the time the people from the headquarters arrived here, they would probably have been wiped out by Lu Chuan. Therefore, there was a dead atmosphere in the entire Elders Pavilion, because they didn't know how to deal with Lu Chuan at all. Everyone, Lu Chuan is about to arrive at our medicine sect. Do you have a plan to deal with it? Elder Qin, one of the 4 elders of Qin, Qi, Shuha, said helplessly. In the Huaksha branch, apart from the god of medicine, he is the most important one. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. Obviously, they had no way to deal with it. The same thing happens with this girl Chuksha. If she had been smarter and helped us to hold Lu Chuan back, we would have had time to ask the headquarters for help and ask them to send experts over. Then we would have been able to deal with Lu Chuan. But she just brought Lu Chuan here with her directly, and even naively thought that we could deal with him. She really caused us trouble. Elder Qi complained. Elder Shu said, when Chuksha first came to my medicine sect, I felt that this girl was naive, but I didn't expect that she could be so naive that she took a polite remark seriously. This has really hurt us. Elder Hua, the only female among the 4 elders, stood up for Lin Chuksha and said, don't blame her here. Chuksha has made it very clear that it was this Lu Chuan who wanted to come to my medicine sect to snatch the medicinal materials, so she forced her to bring them. Chuksha is not at fault at all in this matter. Besides, Chuksha, a little girl, is not afraid of Lu Chuan, but you are cowardly. It's really shameful. Elder Kinsidon said, okay, let's not argue about this now. Anyway, things can't be changed. If Lu Chuan comes, we will bite the bullet and go. First, to avenge the sect master, and second, we can't let the world look down on my medicine sect. Anyway, he killed the sect master, and it is definitely impossible to seek peace. Besides, he is still a junior, and we must not let the reputation of the medicine sect be ruined in our hands. Everyone was helpless. At this point, there was really no other way. At this time, a deafening voice appeared in everyone's ears. Junior Lu Chuan, I'm here to pay a visit to the elders of the medicine sect. I hope you will show up as soon as possible. Everyone's face changed, and they all stood up. The 4 elders of Qin, Qi, Shu and Hua looked at each other and knew that what was coming had finally come. Without hesitation, they led a group of elders and rushed towards the sect. Chapter 438, Total Annihilation. At the sect, Lu Chuan was hovering in the air, waiting for the medicine sect elders to show up. After a while, the 4 elders of Qin, Qi, Shu and Hua arrived at the sect with all the masters of the medicine sect above the Zuan realm. When they saw Lu Chuan hovering in the air, their despair deepened. The elders also showed the same surprised expressions as those who came to ask for medicine, and realized that Lu Chuan was more difficult to deal with than they thought. If the other party was a normal warrior, even if they couldn't beat him, they might not be unable to deal with him with their advantage in numbers, but the other party could actually fly. Can they really defeat such an existence? Lu Chuan released his spiritual sense and swept through the masters of the medicine sect. He was surprised to find that the strongest among these people was only a 5th grade saint, not like what Lin Chuxia said, that many elders were as powerful as her master. He lowered his head and glanced at where Lin Chuxia was and couldn't help laughing, thinking that you were still so happy to tell the elders of your sect that I was coming. I guess they must hate you in their hearts. He had originally planned to have a big fight, but looking at the current situation, it seems that he can relax a lot. Lin Chuxia was still unclear about the current situation and still firmly believed that the elders of the sect could deal with Lu Chuan. After seeing the 4 elders of Qin, Qi, Shu and Hua, she hurried over and said, 4 elders, I have successfully led this Lu Chuan to our sect. You must kill him and avenge my master. The 4 elders looked at Lin Chuxia helplessly and didn't want to pay attention to her. Only Elder Hua said, Chuxia, I'm sorry for wronging you. You should hide behind us to avoid being hurt later. Lin Chuxia nodded quickly and stood behind the masters of Yaozang. The 4 elders looked up at Lu Chuan in the air with a solemn look on their faces. Elder Qin shouted, little thief, my medicine sect has no grudge against you. You killed the person in charge of my medicine sect's Chinese branch, and now you come to our sect to provoke me. What is your intention? Lu Chuan smiled and said, no grudge. I should be the one to say this. I have no grudge against that so-called medicine god, but he wanted to use me to make pills. Isn't it only natural for me to kill him to save my life? I don't want to fight with you. That medicine god is the person in charge here. It should be reasonable for me to come to you for some compensation, right? As long as you hand over to me all the spiritual medicines in your sect that are more than 300 years old, the matter will end here. I think you should know that this is the best choice for you. Elder Qin snorted coldly and said, no matter what kind of grudges you have with our person in charge, you shouldn't kill him. He represents our medicine sect. If you kill him, you are going against our medicine sect. Now you still want the spiritual medicines that our medicine sect has accumulated over the years. You are dreaming. Lu Chuan's face turned cold, and he said, he can kill me, but if I kill him, I will be against your medicine sect? Your medicine sect is really domineering. Since you old stubborn people don't know what's good for you, there's no need for me to waste my time talking to you. After I kill you, the spiritual medicines of your medicine sect will still be mine. At this time, Elder Hua said to Elder Qin, why don't we just agree to him? We are not his opponents. Going against him will only cause us more trouble. Give him the spiritual medicines, and let the people from the headquarters deal with him in the future. Elder Qin immediately refused and said, impossible. He killed our person in charge, which is a serious provocation to the medicine sect. If he wants our spiritual medicines and we give them to him, then the world will only think that our medicine sect is easy to bully. At that time, even the headquarters will not help us anymore, so we must not give in. Elder Qi and Elder Shu both nodded in agreement. Elder Hua looked helpless and had to stop talking. Elder Qin looked at Lu Chuan angrily and shouted, boy, our Yao sect has stood here for so many years and is respected by the world. Don't think we are afraid of you just because you have some ability. If you insist on making things difficult for us, you will be the only one who will be in trouble. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, then give it a try. He didn't waste any more time and leaned over to rush towards the 4 elders. A group of people suddenly felt like they were facing a great enemy, and they quickly got up to their full potential to prepare for Lu Chuan's attack. When Lin Chuxia saw that everyone finally took action, she immediately showed excitement on her face and murmured, the elders will definitely be able to defeat this big devil. Lu Chuan came in front of the Yao masters, and his eyes suddenly turned dark gold. The power of the immortal golden pupil radiated forward, and all those who came into contact with his eyes felt dizzy, lost their minds, and felt a painful tremor in their souls. Many people even covered their heads and screamed. Although the immortal golden eye is mainly used to restrain things like spirits and ghosts, it also has a mental attack effect on normal people. In the face of such a large number of enemies, it is naturally the best choice to first attack their spirits on a large scale and make them unable to concentrate. While everyone is in a state of pain, Lu Chuan directly releases a strong spiritual power, which turns into a huge power light blade and sweeps towards the people of medicine sect. after contacting this power light blade, except for the 4 elders of piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. All the remaining masters of medicine sect were overturned to the ground and were seriously injured and unconscious. Although the condition of the 4 elders is not as serious as that of others, it is not much better. They have endured the power of the immortal golden eye and resisted the power light blade. Obviously, they have been injured. Lin Chuxia was originally expecting a group of elders to join hands to beat Lu Chuan, but she never expected that so many masters of medicine sect were annihilated just by fighting Lu Chuan. This is not the same as what she thought. Isn't it said that some elders are as strong as master? But how come they lost faster than master when facing the big devil Lu Chuan? She stared at Lu Chuan blankly and suddenly realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. The 4 elders finally broke free from the power of the immortal golden pupil and looked at Lu Chuan with deep fear. In the past, they always thought that the medicine god had extraordinary means and mastered the abilities that only gods had. Now they realize that the medicine god's means are nothing, and Lu Chuan's means are even more terrifying. Elder Qi looked serious and said, "We are no match for this guy. He beat us like this with just 2 moves. If we continue, we will die." Elder Shu sighed and said, "We still underestimated this guy's strength. If we continue to fight him, it will be like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm." Elder Hua frowned and said, "I told you not to fight him head on, but you didn't listen." At this time, Elder Qin also realized the seriousness of the problem. He originally wanted to lead the medicine sect to fight Lu Chuan. Even if they lost in the end, they would not let the world think that they were all a bunch of cowards. But he didn't expect Lu Chuan to be so strong that he could wipe out the strong men of their entire sect with just a few moves. Their resistance was meaningless. Instead, it looked like a joke. In the end, no one could stop Lu Chuan from taking away the spiritual medicine of the medicine sect. If they continued to bite the bullet and deal with Lu Chuan, they would only sacrifice the lives of the strong men of the medicine sect in vain. He looked at the other 3 elders awkwardly and said, "How about we take the initiative to admit defeat?" At this time, Lu Chuan came to the 4 people and said with a smile, "I gave you a chance at that time. It's too late to admit defeat now." He swung his fist at the 4 people without any hesitation. The 4 elders all changed their faces and quickly joined forces to resist Lu Chuan's attack. The 4 5th grade saints could resist Lu Chuan's attack for a while, but only for a while. After the 2 sides fought for dozens of moves, the 4 elders were thrown out. Lu Chuan directly cast a spell and landed on all the masters of the medicine sect. This spell is called the sleeping curse. Those who are hit will fall into a coma and will not wake up within 10 days or half a month. After the 4 elders were seriously injured, they were unable to resist the power of the sleeping curse and fell into a deep sleep. The people of medicine sect had no grudge against him, so he had no intention of killing them all. However, after he took the elixir from medicine sect, he had to use the alchemy furnace here to make elixir. In order to prevent the masters of medicine sect from affecting his alchemy, he could only let them fall into a deep sleep first. Those who came to ask for medicine were extremely shocked at this moment. They had never thought that someone would come to medicine sect to cause trouble, and they had never thought that this guy would single-handedly wipe out all the masters of medicine sect. They were definitely witnessing history today. Many people took out their mobile phones, took pictures of the scene of the masters of medicine sect lying on the ground, and then posted them on WeChat Moments. After getting rid of everyone in medicine sect, Lu Chuan came to Lin Chuxia and asked, "Where is the place where your medicine sect keeps the spiritual medicine?" Lin Chuxia was still in shock. When she saw Lu Chuan coming to her, she was so scared that she quickly took 2 steps back, protected her chest with her arms, and shouted in fear, "No matter what you do to me, I will not tell you where our sect keeps the spiritual medicine." Lu Chuan was speechless and said, "Forget it, I'll find it myself." Lin Chuxia snorted and said, "The place where our sect keeps the spiritual medicine is a sect secret. It is extremely hidden, and ordinary people can't find it at all. Now all the masters of our sect have been killed by you. I'm the only one who knows the storage location of the spiritual medicine, but I will never tell it even if I die." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Is that place in the cellar of the 3rd house in the row of houses next to the back garden of your sect?" Lin Chuxia was stunned. She looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief and said, "You, how do you know?" Lu Chuan laughed and said, actually, I can read your mind. I just read your mind, so I know this location. Also, let me tell you that these people in your sect are not dead, they just fell asleep, and they will sleep for a long time. You'd better put them in a suitable place, otherwise I will not be responsible if they are eaten by wolves and tigers. After that, he walked towards the inside of the sect. In fact, at that time, he used his spiritual sense to scan the entire sect of Yaozhang and found a place with extremely rich spiritual energy. He guessed that it was the place where the spiritual medicine was stored, so he asked about it, but he didn't expect it to be true. As for mind reading, it was naturally fooling Lin Chuxia. The real mind reader was still in Xuanzang. Lin Chuxia stood there in a daze, and Lu Chuan's words just now echoed in her ears. She didn't feel lucky that the people in Yaozhang were not dead. At this time, she was actually entangled in another point. He can read minds, so wouldn't he know all the evil fantasies I've had about him along the way? And he's been pretending to be fine, but in fact he already knew all my shameful thoughts. He's really too scary. How can I face people in the future? Lin Chuxia suddenly became red in the face, full of shame, and just wanted to find a pile of dirt to bury her head in and never see people again. At this time, several off-road vehicles arrived in front of the sect. Kyo Rending got out of the car and said with disdain, the road in this mountain is really difficult to walk on. Those guys who like to play the master servant game didn't even want to take my car. Even if they walk for a day and a night, they may not be able to get here. They will regret it then. At this time, he noticed the people lying on the ground in front of the sect not far away, as well as the crowd watching there. Several question marks suddenly appeared on his face. Huh? What happened? He also saw Lin Chuxia standing not far away, with a shameful face, and not being able to see anyone, but constantly rubbing her thighs, wondering what she was thinking. His eyes suddenly glared. What the hell? How did she get here? Chapter 439 The most poisonous poison in the world. Inside the medicine sect, Lu Chuan walked all the way to the row of houses beside the back garden, walked to the third house, opened the door and walked in. Relying on his spiritual sense, he quickly found the entrance to the cellar and entered the cellar. The area of the cellar was not large. As soon as he entered, Lu Chuan felt the spiritual energy coming towards him, which was dozens of times richer than the outside world. He looked around and found that all the rare spiritual medicines were stored here. The youngest one was hundreds of years old. Among them, there were 13 300-year-old spiritual medicines, and on the innermost shelf, there were 2 400-year-old spiritual medicines. Lu Chuan was excited when he saw these spiritual medicines. He couldn't help but admire that the medicine sect was worthy of being a sect specializing in alchemy. The reserves of spiritual medicines alone were not comparable to those of ordinary sects. Moreover, he guessed that these spiritual medicines were probably only a small part of the medicine sect's heritage. After all, this was only the Huaxia branch, and more of the spiritual medicines must have been handed over to the headquarters. I wonder what the warehouse at the medicine sect headquarters looks like. If I have a chance to rob it, I'd better go there and take a look. Lu Chuan thought secretly. Without hesitation, he immediately put all the spiritual medicines in the cellar into the demon suppression tower. So many spiritual medicines were enough for him to refine the elixir to rebuild his body. Looking at the cellar that was full just now but now empty, Lu Chuan suddenly felt a little embarrassed and murmured, I just emptied someone's cellar like this. It seems a bit too much. Why don't I give some back? Thinking of this, he took out some more medicinal materials and put them on the shelf. He stared at the herbs and said, no, I still need this herb, so I can't leave it here. That herb seems to be very rare and hard to find. If I leave it here, it will be troublesome if I need it. Well, this herb looks pretty good. It should be a rare variety, so I have to take it. After some selection, Lu Chuan finally left only one herb that looked like grass on the shelf. This herb is called star grass. When it is lit, it will produce a firework-like effect, like a sky full of stars. Very beautiful, but its medicinal value is not great. Lu Chuan looked at the star grass left on the shelf and nodded with satisfaction, saying, in this way, I don't take all the herbs away. I still have a conscience. If I didn't need those herbs, I would definitely leave a little more. Then he didn't stay any longer and hurried out of the cellar. Ahem. At this time, the voice of the tower spirit sounded. Lu Chuan asked with some confusion, "Why, you, a tower spirit, are sick and coughing?" The tower spirit quickly said, "No, I saw that you got a lot of medicinal herbs with rich spiritual energy, so I came to congratulate you and remind you that the rent for your storage space should be paid." Lu Chuan, "Didn't I just pay it not long ago? Besides, I'm the owner of the demon suppressing tower. Why do I have to pay rent for using the storage space of the demon suppressing tower?" The tower spirit said, "You are still a little trash for the time being, so I'm in charge of all the affairs of the demon suppressing tower. Of course, you have to pay me the rent. As for the time to collect the rent, I set it according to my own needs. You just need to pay the rent you should pay, according to your needs. I really doubt whether you are a tower spirit or not. You are not a liar who secretly hid in the demon suppressing tower to fool me." Although the tower spirit's words made him a little unhappy, he still compromised and asked, "How much rent do you want?" The tower spirit immediately said, "Not much, just half of these medicinal herbs will do." Lu Chuan's eyes widened. "What did you say? Half? Are you a little too greedy?" "I don't agree, at most 1/3. The tower spirit said, "I'm really sorry. When you recognized the master of the demon suppression tower, it was equivalent to tacitly accepting my request for you to pay the rent, so I have the right to deduct the rent under the condition that there are enough things in the storage space, so I have just taken away half of your medicinal herbs. It's too late for you to disagree." Lu Chuan quickly took a look at the storage space and found that the medicinal herbs were indeed half gone, with only 7 of the 300-year-old spiritual herbs left, and only 1 of the 400-year-old spiritual herbs left. He suddenly felt like his heart was bleeding and couldn't help but secretly cursed the tower spirit, the black-hearted middleman. If he had known earlier, he would not have put those medicinal herbs into the demon suppression tower. Perhaps sensing Lu Chuan's emotions, the tower spirit quickly said, "Don't worry, in the short term, I won't charge you any rent. You should also know that I'm collecting these rents from you in order to recover myself. The more I recover, the more power you can use from the demon suppression tower. This is actually a good thing for you. And to thank you for providing me with so many medicinal herbs this time, I can promise to help you once when you encounter a danger that cannot be resolved." Lu Chuan's attitude softened a little after hearing this. He also understood that it was not a bad thing for these medicinal herbs to be absorbed by the tower spirit, and the remaining medicinal herbs were enough for him to refine the elixir to reshape his body, so he didn't care too much. "What exactly do you mean by danger that cannot be resolved?" Lu Chuan asked. The tower spirit said, "For example, if you encounter an enemy that you can't deal with, I can help you solve it." Lu Chuan asked, "Then what level of enemy can you solve at most?" The tower spirit said, "Below the nascent soul realm, I should be able to kill them instantly. It may be a little difficult for the spirit transformation realm. However, if it is someone who has just entered the spirit transformation realm, even if I can't kill him, I should be able to prevent him from killing you." Lu Chuan's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed, "You are so powerful." The tower spirit said lightly, "Why do you think you are a little trash in my eyes?" Lu Chuan, "Since you are so powerful, can't I go anywhere in the future?" The tower spirit said, "Don't think too much. The reason I can help you is that these medicinal herbs of yours can allow me to restore a certain amount of strength. At that time, I will consume the power of the origin and activate the demon suppression tower to deliver a fatal blow. I can only do this once, and then I will fall into a deep sleep again. So you'd better think carefully when you ask me to help." Lu Chuan suddenly realized that the tower spirits helping him once was already a great sacrifice, and that it was not advisable for him to rely on the tower spirit to get by. He suddenly felt that it was not so distressing for the tower spirit to collect half of the medicinal materials as rent. After all, compared with a chance to save his life at a critical moment, those medicinal materials were nothing. "I understand, thank you. Just now I thought you were some kind of black-hearted middleman. Now it seems that I have wronged you. I apologize for my shallowness and ignorance." Lu Chuan said a little embarrassedly. "TSK." The tower spirit replied disdainfully, and then there was no movement. Lu Chuan did not think about it anymore and used his spiritual sense to find the place where the medicine sect made pills and then hurried over. As a sect based on alchemy, the medicine sect naturally had a place to make pills. Soon, Lu Chuan came to a loft with a plaque hanging on it with the 3 words Alchemy Pavilion written on it. He pushed the door open and walked in. He saw many alchemy furnaces inside. He immediately set up a ban at the door to prevent anyone from coming in and disturbing him. Then he selected an alchemy furnace with the best appearance and began to prepare the medicinal materials for refining the elixir that would reshape the body. This kind of elixir does not have too many requirements for the type of medicinal materials, as long as the age meets the requirements. Soon, Lu Chuan prepared all the medicinal materials needed for refining the elixir. Then he began to arrange the formation under the alchemy furnace. The god of medicine is a cultivator, so there is a formation prepared under his alchemy furnace for refining the elixir, but the people in the god of medicine pavilion are all warriors and do not have the means of the god of medicine, so the elixir is still made by the most primitive method of burning firewood. He wanted to save some trouble, so he could only arrange a formation on the spot. Not long after, Lu Chuan arranged the formation and then threw all the prepared medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace. After doing all this, he stretched his arm to the entrance of the alchemy furnace for putting medicinal materials, and with his other hand, he used spiritual power as a blade to cut a hole in his arm and ripped about 400 cc of blood into the alchemy furnace. After all the materials were put in, Lu Chuan closed the alchemy furnace, then activated the formation and began to make the elixir. At the same time, Linchuksha was moving many elders of the sect one by one to an open space at the sect, arranging all of them neatly, and thoughtfully found a stone for each of them as a pillow. At that time, after Lu Chuan told her that the elders of the sect were not dead, she hurriedly checked, and found that everyone was indeed not dead, but just fell asleep. He tried to wake everyone up, but it didn't work after several attempts. She even slapped Elderkin a few times, but Elderkin was still sleeping like a dead pig. So she knew that these people would not wake up in a short time. Therefore, everyone could only be settled so as not to let these elders be taken away by jackals, tigers, and leopards as Lu Chuan said. She guessed that the reason why Lu Chuan made everyone fall asleep was that he must want to do something in the medicine sect so that no one would disturb him. Therefore, she can be said to be the only hope of the entire sect. But she also knew her own weight. The reason why Lu Chuan didn't let her fall asleep was that he knew she would not pose any threat at all. She was full of indignation and couldn't understand why a big devil like Lu Chuan could be so powerful. This big devil is too hateful, and he can also read minds. I don't know why God hasn't let him be punished by heaven. If he is struck to death by lightning, no one will know what kind of embarrassing picture I have in my mind. Linchuksha moved Elder Hua to the open space and placed him with everyone while cursing Lu Chuan. At this time, a jade bottle suddenly fell out of Elder Hua's body. After Linchuksha put Elder Hua away, she picked up the jade bottle and saw the words Golden Gun Invincible Pill written on the bottle. Her eyes widened immediately and she murmured, "Isn't this the most poisonous poison in the world that Elder Hua told me about before?" Because Elder Hua was the only female among the 4 elders, Linchuksha often went to Elder Hua's room to play. One time, she found this golden gun pill on Elder Hua's table. That day, a young and handsome disciple happened to be studying alchemy in Elder Hua's room all night. At that time, Linchuksha didn't know what the golden gun pill was used for, so she asked Elder Hua. When Elder Hua saw Linchuksha holding the jade bottle, he was so scared that he quickly snatched it away and then told Linchuksha that the pill was the most poisonous poison in the world and anyone who touched it would die. This was Elder Hua's trump card, and he told Linchuksha not to tell anyone and never touch it casually in the future. The naive Linchuksha naturally would not doubt what Elder Hua said, and seeing Elder Hua's panicked and red face, it didn't seem like he was lying. So she listened to Elder Hua obediently and never touched this thing again, nor did she mention it to anyone else. Now seeing the golden gun pill falling out of Elder Hua's body, Linchuksha suddenly had a bold idea in her mind. That big devil is really powerful. If he really wants to do it, he might be able to kill me with one hand, but if I find a way to feed him the most poisonous poison in the world, then wouldn't he die? Wouldn't I have successfully avenged my master and the masters of the medicine sect? Thinking of this, Lin Chuxia showed an excited smile on her face and began to think about how to feed Lu Chuan the most poisonous poison in the world. Chapter 440, Poisoning Successfully. In the alchemy pavilion, Lu Chuan injected enough power into the formation to last for 3 days and 3 nights, observed the situation inside the alchemy furnace, and after confirming that everything went smoothly, he stopped worrying about it. Next, he only needed to wait for the pill to take shape, and there was no need to do anything else before that. This pill takes 3 days to refine. Lu Chuan thought that there was nothing to do during this time, so he took out the bead condensed by the power of the nascent soul of the 5 gods of the Divine Alliance, ate it, and began to impact the 4th grade nascent soul realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged next to the alchemy furnace, opened his eyes, and his aura was obviously improved a lot. Relying on the nascent soul power of 5 nascent soul masters, he easily broke through to the 4th grade nascent soul realm. In order to prevent the noise caused by his breakthrough from affecting the alchemy furnace, he specially set up restrictions around himself, so the power that escaped during the breakthrough was controlled in the restrictions, so there was no obvious change. It stands to reason that the speed of strength improvement will slow down after reaching the nascent soul stage, but I don't seem to be affected by the improvement of my realm at all. I can break through easily. Although there are 5 nascent soul masters whose nascent soul power is too strong, this speed is still too scary. It seems that my true dragon fate is really different from others. Lu Chuan was a little impressed by his breakthrough speed. Although he had never seen a genius in the cultivation world, he thought that there was no one else who could reach his cultivation speed in the Dharma Ending Age. His strength was improved again, and he was naturally in a good mood, but he clearly felt that the Lan Yang power in his body began to stir again. Sure enough, the stronger the strength, the faster the Lan Yang power explodes. I just suppressed it once not long ago, but this time I only broke through 1 level, and I had the urge to explode again. Of course, this was because the interval between the 2 breakthroughs was too short, but it is still a headache. He suddenly understood why his grandfather asked him to marry 9 wives. After all, if he continued at this speed, if he only married 1 wife, this wife might not be able to bear it. Without dwelling on it any longer, Lu Chuan stood up and came to the alchemy furnace. Although the power of Long Yang was about to stir, it would not erupt so quickly. He estimated that it would take at least a month for nothing to go wrong, so there was no need to worry too much about it now. He released his divine sense and observed the situation inside the alchemy furnace. He found that the pill had taken shape and the refining of the pill had reached the final stage. After waiting patiently for a while, Lu Chuan stopped the formation, ended the refining, and then opened the alchemy furnace. A strong fragrance of pills appeared and instantly filled the entire attic. In the alchemy furnace, a brown pill was suspended in the center of the alchemy furnace, rotating slowly. Lu Chuan took out the pill, observed it carefully, and after confirming that there was no problem, an excited expression appeared on his face. With this pill, it won't be a problem for Tsundere to rebuild her body. She won't bother my sister-in-law anymore. I just don't know if this pill made with my blood will be any different after Tsundere eats it. He took out a jade bottle, put the pill in it, and then put it into the demon suppression tower. The pill for rebuilding the body has been successfully refined. The 1 month time agreed with Tsundere is not much left. It's time to go back. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and felt relieved. Then he turned around and walked out of the alchemy pavilion. As soon as he pushed the door open and walked out, he saw Lin Chuxia sitting on the steps beside him and dozing off. When Lin Chuxia saw the door of the alchemy pavilion open, her eyes, which were about to close, suddenly widened, and then she stood up in an instant, with obvious tension on her face. Lu Chuan stared at her and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Chuxia stammered, I wanted to go in and see what you were doing, but the door wouldn't open, so I waited outside. She came here naturally to find a chance to poison Lu Chuan, but Lu Chuan had put a ban on the door, so she couldn't open the door. In addition, she was worried that Lu Chuan would leave without saying hello, and she wouldn't be able to find him when she wanted to take revenge, so she could only wait at the door. Because her mind was too simple, she had never done anything to harm others before, so this time she came to poison Luchuan, and she was very nervous, and she couldn't even speak clearly. Luchuan looked at Lin Chuxia with some suspicion and said, I have finished my work and I'm leaving now. Since you are still simple-minded, I won't make things difficult for you. You stay in your sect, and take good care of the elders of your sect. I'm leaving. After saying that, he was about to leave. Seeing this, Lin Chuxia quickly grabbed Luchuan's clothes and said, You, don't leave yet. Luchuan turned his head to look at her and asked, do you have anything else to do? Lin Chuxia's brain was working rapidly. She felt that she was using her brain more now than in all the years since she was a child. After a while, she thought of a reason and said, something happened. I want you to be my master, and you take me as your slave. Luchuan looked at Lin Chuxia with contempt and said, what's the matter, are you addicted again? Lin Chuxia's face was full of shame. She didn't dare to look directly into Luchuan's eyes and said, I admit that I have some strange habits. When I think about becoming a slave of a big devil like you, being toyed with by you, and being asked to do some dirty things by you, I will become excited. I don't know why I'm like this. This kind of thing, as long as I think about it, I will become very sensitive and my body is out of control. So I want to try what it feels like to really let you be my master. Will you promise me? Luchuan's face was full of black lines, and he said, I suggest that you go see a psychologist when you have time. Otherwise, if you delay any longer, I'm worried that you will become a pervert, and it will be troublesome. Lin Chuxia quickly said, I will listen to the master and see a psychologist, but the master has to promise me first to accept me as your slave. Luchuan sighed and said, okay, then you are my slave now. I order you to be a normal person in the future. If you don't listen to my orders, I will not recognize you. When Lin Chuxia heard this, she muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly, the master's order, is it so simple? There is no challenge at all. It's so boring. Then she realized that she was not really here to be Luchuan's slave, and quickly reached out and pinched her thigh, shouting in her heart, Lin Chuxia, you are here to poison this guy. Don't really think of yourself as this guy's slave. Then she quickly picked up a glass of water that had been prepared on the steps, handed it to Luchuan, and said, Master, I will listen to your orders. You have been in the alchemy pavilion for so many days, you must be thirsty. This is the water I specially prepared for you, please drink it. Luchuan stared at the glass of water that was a little turbid, as if something unknown had been put into it. He narrowed his eyes, stared at Lin Chuxia and asked, you came here and did this in front of me. Could it be that you just want to trick me into drinking this glass of water? Did you poison the water? Lin Chuxia's thoughts were exposed, and her face was immediately panicked. She looked at Luchuan fearfully and said, you can really read minds. So scary. Luchuan was speechless, thinking that the glass of water in your face is not normal. Anyone can see it, and all your thoughts are written on your face. Even if you can't read minds, I can tell what you are thinking. You'd better not have such evil thoughts towards me. I have a bad temper. If you make me angry, I will spank you. Lin Chuxia trembled, and there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. Really? Luchuan shook his head helplessly and said, okay, I'm leaving. You don't have to bother. Seeing this, Lin Chuxia hurriedly said, you are not allowed to leave. If you leave, I will drink this glass of water myself, and you will lose an obedient slave. Luchuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, then drink it. Lin Chuxia gritted her teeth and really drank the water in the glass. Then she showed a face full of pain, staggered, and fell to the ground. Master, how can you be so cruel? Luchuan frowned. Although Lin Chuxia was the disciple of the god of medicine, he still had a certain liking for this girl. After all, he rarely met such a girl with a simple mind, and a little perverted. On the way to the medicine sect with Lin Chuxia, this girl also added a lot of fun to him, so he didn't let Lin Chuxia fall into a deep sleep, because he knew that, even if such a silly girl really wanted to mess with him, she couldn't do anything that would have an impact. But he didn't expect Lin Chuxia to actually drink the cup of water that might have been poisoned. He walked up to Lin Chuxia helplessly, and helped her up, wanting to see if he could still save her life. Tell me what you put in the water. Since you are my slave, I will save you once. You only have one chance. Lin Chuxia looked at Lu Chuan and actually reached out to hug him, saying, Master, you are so good to me. You even thought of saving me. What I put in the water is. Before she finished her words, the pain on her face suddenly disappeared. Then she stood on tiptoe, hugged Lu Chuan's neck, and kissed him, forcing the water hidden in her mouth into Lu Chuan's mouth. Because it happened suddenly, Lu Chuan didn't react, and was kissed by Lin Chuxia, and even fed with saliva. After he came to his senses, he quickly pushed Lin Chuxia away, and said with a frown, Are you kidding me? Lin Chuxia laughed happily and said, What do you think? My acting skills are not bad, but I fed you the most poisonous poison in the world. You are dead. Lu Chuan looked at her and said, Aren't you afraid that I don't care about your life or death? Lin Chuxia said, Although you are a big devil, from the feeling of getting along with you, I don't think you are that kind of person, so I took a gamble, but I didn't expect that I was right. Lu Chuan said, But you also drank that water, aren't you afraid of dying too? Lin Chuxia said with a righteous face, As long as I can avenge my master and the elders of the sect, what does it matter if I die? Lu Chuan sighed and asked, Since we are all going to die, can you tell me what poison you gave me? Lin Chuxia said, It doesn't hurt to tell you. As she spoke, she took out the bottle containing the medicine and said, This poison is the most poisonous in the world. No one who eats it can survive. This is the trump card of our Hua elder. What do you think? Isn't it powerful? Lu Chuan looked at the words Golden Gun Invincible Pills written on the bottle and fell into deep thought. Chapter 441 Dark Night Rose. Seeing that Lu Chuan was silent, Lin Chuxia's face became even more proud, and she said, Why are you silent? Are you scared? Lu Chuan asked, Did you just pick up a bottle to put the poison, or is the bottle in your hand specially used to hold this poison? Lin Chuxia said, Of course it is specially used to hold this poison. This is the most poisonous poison in the world. How can you just pick up a bottle to put it in? Lu Chuan had a bad feeling in his heart. So this poison is called Golden Gun Pill? Lin Chuxia said, Yes, what's wrong? Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Don't you think there's something wrong with this name? Lin Chuxia said, What's wrong with this name? It's so majestic and domineering, worthy of the title of the most poisonous poison in the world. Lu Chuan looked at Lin Chuxia for a long time without saying anything. If you say this girl is simple, some of her ideas are really a bit perverted, but if you say she is perverted, she is a little too simple. He walked directly to Lin Chuxia, took the bottle, opened it and sniffed it. He could basically confirm that this was an aphrodisiac, and it was the kind with a more intense effect. At this moment, he could already feel the Lan Yang power in his body reacting. He looked at Lin Chuxia helplessly and asked, Where did you get this thing? Lin Chuxia said, I found it on our elder Hua. Lu Chuan asked, Is it the charming female elder? Was it she who told you that this is the most poisonous poison in the world? Lin Chuxia nodded and said, Yes. Why are you asking these questions? Lu Chuan guessed what was going on. It must be that elder Hua was too embarrassed to explain what this thing was used for, and Lin Chuxia was naive, so she lied to her that this was the most poisonous poison in the world. Unexpectedly, this silly girl took it seriously and now she is taking this thing to seek revenge. He said helplessly, You have been deceived by your elder Hua. This is not a poison at all, but a strong aphrodisiac. Lin Chuxia was stunned when she heard this, and then retorted, You are talking nonsense. How could elder Hua lie to me? Lu Chuan said, Then do you feel your body getting hot now, and at the same time, do you have some impulses in your heart? After hearing what Lu Chuan said, Lin Chuxia did feel her body getting hot, and her heart was itchy. She looked at Lu Chuan, and had the impulse to throw him down, and let him bully her. Her face was flushed, and she was still a little reluctant to believe Lu Chuan's words, but she suddenly recalled the day when she found the poison in elder Hua's room. The young and handsome disciple who was studying alchemy in her room went out a little disheveled and pulled up his pants while walking. It seemed that his legs were a little weak and he couldn't walk steadily, and there was a strange smell in elder Hua's room that day. Although she was naive, she was not a fool. She reacted immediately and felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. This can't really be that kind of medicine, right? Lu Chuan took a deep breath, and the Long Yang power in his body began to overflow. His breathing became heavier, and he said, "You said you were crazy to seek revenge on me, and now we are both hit." Lin Chuxia became nervous, looking at Lu Chuan with fear and expectation, and asked, "What should we do then?" Lu Chuan looked at Lin Chuxia, who was obviously eager to try, but pretended to be reluctant, and his breathing became faster. If it were normal, he could still suppress it by force, and it wouldn't be a big problem, but he had made breakthroughs recently, and the Long Yang power was ready to move. Now it was stimulated by this drug, and couldn't be controlled at all. What else can I do? Find an antidote quickly. He didn't know if he could suppress the Long Yang power after taking the antidote, but he could only try it first. Hearing this, Lin Chuxia hurriedly said, I'll go find an antidote right away." After that, she hurriedly ran towards Elder Hua's room. Lu Chuan followed him, and the two of them searched carefully in Elder Hua's room. Apart from finding some blushing toys, they did not find the whereabouts of the antidote. When the two of them came out of Elder Hua's room, they had already reached a stage where they could not stand it. Lin Chuxia glanced at Lu Chuan with desire in her eyes and said, "This is my fault." Lu Chuan suddenly asked, "Where is your room?" Lin Chuxia said, "It's the one next door." Without saying a word, Lu Chuan picked up Lin Chuxia like a princess and walked towards the next room. Lin Chuxia was panicked, but she still hugged Lu Chuan's neck involuntarily, pretending not to know what Lu Chuan was going to do, and asked shyly, What are you doing?" Lu Chuan said, "You." Lin Chuxia was stunned. "Me? Yeah." Lu Chuan did not hesitate anymore, pushed open Lin Chuxia's door, carried her in, and closed it again. He could not care too much at this moment, and the power of Long Yang could no longer be suppressed, so he could only think of a way to save his life first. One day later, Lu Chuan and Lin Chuxia walked out of the room together. Both of them looked a little strange. Lu Chuan was shocked, while Lin Chuxia was embarrassed and shy. Lu Chuan said, "Let's keep this as a secret between the two of us. No one should tell anyone. I'm leaving. Let's meet again in the future." "Wait a minute." Lin Chuxia hurriedly called Lu Chuan, her face full of hesitation, and finally she mustered up the courage to ask, "Am I really perverted? But I read that in the books." Lu Chuan looked at Lin Chuxia with a strange look and said, "You should read less of those indecent books in the future. They are not good for you." After that, he no longer hesitated and flew away directly into the air. Lin Chuxia obviously didn't want Lu Chuan to leave, but she had no chance to stop him. Watching Lu Chuan disappear in the sky, she said angrily, "He is indeed a hateful big devil. He refused to recognize people after pulling up his pants. Even if it was my fault, I did it just for revenge. Who knew that it was not poison at all? He flirted with me and ran away. It's too hateful. No, I must take revenge on him." Lin Chuxia pondered for a while, and suddenly thought of a very vicious way to take revenge on Lu Chuan. "You got my body and ran away irresponsibly. I didn't have the chance to kill you for revenge. In this case, I will secretly give you a child to let you know that this girl is not easy to mess with." During the flight, Lu Chuan suddenly sneezed and couldn't help shivering. Strange, why do I have a bad premonition? Is there someone secretly cursing me behind my back? He thought about it and told himself a fortune. He found that someone just had a grudge against him, and there would be no substantial damage, so he was relieved. He flew all the way to the direction of Yuncheng, stopping to recover his strength halfway. Although flying in the air is convenient, it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, so he still needs to rest for a long flight. Near dusk, Lu Chuan flew over a jungle and happened to see a woman wearing a black outfit, heroic, stunning, and a heroic look between her eyebrows, teaching a group of guys with tattoos all over their bodies. The woman was only 2 or 3 years older than Lu Chuan, but her strength had reached the 7th grade Saint realm, which was considered a genius among geniuses among warriors. Lu Chuan is now 4th grade Yuanying. Facing a warrior, he can only surpass 3 levels at most when challenging him. In other words, the woman's strength is not much worse than his. Of course, this is only from the perspective of realm. If we really count the combat effectiveness, it is hard to say how much Lu Chuan can surpass the opponent, because it is very difficult for a master of the 7th grade Saint realm to appear in the current secular society, not to mention that this person is so young. Lu Chuan was a little curious, so he observed for a while. Through the conversation between the two sides, he roughly figured out that this woman was teaching a group of loan sharks who had ruined other people's families and wanted to rob other people's wives and daughters. Lu Chuan expressed great appreciation for this woman's chivalrous behavior. Of course, he did not run over to join in the fun. After all, the strength of the other party's 7th grade master was already a waste of talent to deal with a group of gangsters. He didn't need to get involved. After observing for a while, he continued on his way. On the way, he stopped in a county town to rest and went to a restaurant to have a simple meal. He just happened to hear people talking about a very popular female hero on the internet recently. Because this female hero often wore black clothes to do chivalrous things, hoe the strong, and help the weak, and was very beautiful, people gave her a nickname called Dark Knight Rose. Listening to the descriptions of Dark Knight Rose, Lu Chuan felt that she was a bit like the woman he had seen not long ago, so he searched the internet and found that the woman was indeed Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose is a person who has only recently become famous. She first appeared in the Kunlun Mountains and came all the way to Jiangli. Whenever she encountered injustice on the road, she would help. Later, many people posted their stories of being helped by this female knight on the internet. The deeds of this female knight immediately became popular on the internet and became the legendary female knight Dark Knight Rose, deeply loved by the majority of netizens. It is said that many crews want to find her to shoot TV series, but it is a pity that Dark Knight Rose's whereabouts are elusive, and the other party does not seem to be online, and has no idea that she has become popular, so no one can contact her. Lu Chuan did not expect that such a female knight could still appear in today's social environment, and he still admired what Dark Knight Rose did. If I didn't have a big revenge to avenge, I could also be a hero who punishes evil and promotes good. Lu Chuan read the legend about Dark Knight Rose with relish while eating. After eating, they got up and continued on their way. Finally, Lu Chuan rushed back to Xuanhu Medical Clinic. He landed in the yard and saw that the embroiderer was swinging on a swing in the yard. She was wearing a skirt with her calves and white feet exposed, looking a little playful. "You are finally back. I thought you gave up Munan King. These days I have been struggling whether to use Munan King's body to live a life of drunkenness and dreaming. It would be worth it even if I died. I was thinking that if you didn't come back today, I would find another man," the embroiderer said with a smile. Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "If you really do that, then you can forget about rebuilding your body." The embroiderer got down from the swing and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I've made an oath to heaven. I was just joking with you. How is it? Did you gain anything from this trip?" Lu Chuan took out the bottle containing the elixir for rebuilding the body and said, "Take the elixir here and your body will be reshaped." The embroiderer's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly reached out to grab the bottle from Lu Chuan's hand. "Really? Let me see it." Lu Chuan immediately dodged and said, "You get out of my sister-in-law's body first, and then I'll give you the elixir." The embroiderer looked at Lu Chuan resentfully and said, "TSK, anyway, I have the oath to heaven. Are you afraid that I will go back on my word? In that case, let's come into the room." The two went into the room together. Xiu Niang lay down on the bed and asked, "Are you sure that the elixir can really help me rebuild my body?" Lu Chuan said, "With the constraints of the oath of heaven, do you think I will lie to you?" Xiu Niang knew that Lu Chuan had no need to lie to her, so she closed her eyes. After a while, a soul-like energy body floated out of Munan King's body and then slowly turned into a woman in front of Lu Chuan who was not wearing any clothes, with charming appearance and enchanting figure, which would make people bleed from the nose. Her face was soft and delicate, like exquisite porcelain, and the perfect proportions of her facial features made people unable to help but fall in love with her. Her eyes were bright and deep, as if they could see through people's hearts, and her charming smile made people intoxicated. Her figure was elegant and exquisite, as if it was a work of art carved by nature. Her long hair flowed like a waterfall, and every swing made people's heart beat faster. Lu Chuan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the true face of Xiu Niang. This is definitely the most charming woman he has ever seen. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 440. To the embroiderer leaves. Seeing Lu Chuan's reaction, the embroiderer couldn't help but curl her lips. She walked towards him, stretched out her hand to lift his chin, and asked, "Am I beautiful?" Lu Chuan's expression became a little unnatural. He shook off the embroiderer's hand, not daring to look directly at her attractive body. Then he handed over the bottle of elixir and said, "Here is the elixir. After you rebuild your body, our grievances will be written off." The embroiderer took the bottle with a smile, thinking, "Little guy, do you really think I can't control you? After all, I was the most beautiful woman in the cultivation world. I don't believe that you won't be jealous when I stand naked in front of you." Although she liked to tease Lu Chuan, rebuilding her body was more important at this time. She didn't hesitate to open the jade bottle and pour out the elixir inside. "Tell me about the origin and effect of this elixir," the embroiderer said. Lu Chuan didn't hide it either, and told him the recipe of the elixir and the process of refining it. The embroiderer stared at the pill and murmured, "You mean, this pill is made from your blood?" Lu Chuan nodded, "Yes." The embroiderer smiled, "Interesting." Then she didn't hesitate any longer, and ate the pill directly. A ray of light appeared in the embroiderer's nascent soul, and then her somewhat ethereal nascent soul body began to become somewhat solid. The pill began to generate blood and flesh, based on the embroiderer's nascent soul body, and reshaped the embroiderer's body bit by bit. This process lasted for more than an hour. Lu Chuan watched this scene in amazement, wondering if he should refine another pill of this pill as a backup. After all, no one can guarantee that he will not encounter fatal danger in his life. When the body is destroyed, he can still rely on this pill to regain a body. After the last bit of power of the pill was consumed, the embroiderer's body was also reshaped. It can be said that it is perfect and there is no flaw. The embroiderer who regained her body also looked more vivid than before, and became a real living person who could be seen and touched. The embroiderer was enjoying the feeling of regaining her body with a comfortable look on her face. She had been hiding in the ring for hundreds of years, and now she no longer had to worry about herself disappearing as her strength was exhausted. That feeling of ease and joy was not something that everyone could understand. Moreover, she used to be a person who liked to indulge herself. After she lost her body, she had desires, but could not vent them. This had been suppressed for hundreds of years. Only last time, with the help of Munan King's body, she was able to vent them once, but that was not enough for her. Now that she has finally regained her body, she can enjoy it to her heart's content in the future, and no longer have to worry about not being able to vent the desires in her heart, because she has no body. She carefully experienced her real body, then looked at Lu Chuan with a playful smile on her face. After walking up to him, she put her arms around his neck. "I've been holding it in for hundreds of years, and now I finally have a physical body again. As a reward, I'll give you my first time with this new body. I can guarantee that my body is more sensitive than Munan King's, but you'll have to prepare a few more sheets." Lu Chuan felt uncomfortable all over, and he didn't even dare to look down. He was afraid that, if he just looked at her one more time, he would lose control. He took a deep breath, and said, "Stop it, your body has been restored now, and our grievances end here. Go away, and don't bother me again in the future." The embroiderer looked at him and said coquettishly, "Why, can't a body like mine attract you? Munan King is still unconscious, and she won't wake up in a short time. She won't know what we do next to her." She leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear, blew a breath of hot air, and said, "My body has been reshaped, and it's a brand new body, so I'm still a virgin. Are you sure you don't want to come with me?" Lu Chuan swallowed, almost losing control. But he finally forced himself to be rational, turned around and separated from Xiu Niang, found a set of clothes for Munan King, and threw it to her, saying, "I won't do that kind of thing with you. Put on your clothes and leave." Xiu Niang looked at him and smiled slightly, saying, "Forget it. Since you don't cherish the opportunity, then I won't force it. Maybe you will run to me and beg me to favor you in the future." As she said, she put on her clothes, but left her underwear. Lu Chuan looked at her underwear and said, "You forgot to wear underwear." Xiu Niang smiled and said, "I don't have the habit of wearing that." Lu Chuan, "Okay." Xiu Niang stared at Lu Chuan and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to taste me?" Lu Chuan immediately showed a firm face and said, "I'm not interested in you." TSK. Xiu Niang curled her lips, her beautiful eyes turned, and then ran to Lu Chuan at lightning speed, stretched out her hand and grabbed him. Then she chuckled and said, "You are really a man who says one thing and means another. You obviously want me so much, but you are pretending to be uninterested in me. In this case, I won't give it to you. I will let you think about my body every day. When you are too greedy, you will come to me for it." In fact, she didn't really plan to do that kind of thing with Lu Chuan. After all, her body had just been reshaped, and adapting to the body and recovering strength were the most important things. Even if she was itching in her heart, she had to distinguish the importance and definitely couldn't indulge in that kind of thing in a short period of time. She just wanted to tease Lu Chuan and see if this guy was really that kind of gentleman. However, the facts proved that all men are lustful, without exception. Lu Chuan quickly pulled away from the embroiderer and said in a panic, "This is just a normal physiological reaction. Don't be so self-indulgent here." The embroiderer raised the corner of her mouth, then approached Lu Chuan, tiptoed and kissed him, and pried his mouth open. The perfect kissing skills of the embroiderer made Lu Chuan unable to react at all. He felt suffocated, and his eyes widened. The embroiderer stopped teasing Lu Chuan before he wanted to push her away. After licking her lips, she said coquettishly, "Hard-mouthed man, remember my taste. Sooner or later, you will fall in love with me. When that time comes, you will come to beg me, and I will let you play with me." After that, she turned and left the room. Lu Chuan was in a daze, still savoring the taste and touch of the embroiderer. This beauty is really hard to extricate yourself from. After he reacted, he chased out of the room and found that the embroiderer's figure had disappeared. He didn't know where she went. He snorted and said, "It's just some seductive skills. How could I fall in love with you, ridiculous woman?" Then he returned to the room, checked Munan King's condition, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the other party was fine. At this point, the trouble of Xuniang was completely eliminated, and he could also breathe a sigh of relief. He gave Munan King a few pills, and not long after, Munan King slowly woke up. She looked around in confusion, and after seeing Lu Chuan's familiar face, she murmured, "Xiao-Chuan." Lu Chuan smiled and sat next to her, saying, "Kinga, Xuniang has left your body. This time she is gone for good. You don't have to worry about her causing you trouble in the future." Hearing this, Munan King's face was immediately full of excitement. She sat up from the bed, hugged Lu Chuan, and said from the bottom of her heart, "Xiao-Chuan, thank you." Lu Chuan smiled and hugged her, saying, "Why are you so polite to me? This is what I should do." Munan King hugged Lu Chuan tightly, and then asked, "By the way, when Xuniang controlled my body, you didn't do anything you shouldn't do with her, right?" Lu Chuan's body suddenly stiffened, and he said with a guilty conscience, "No, no." On the streets of Yuncheng, the embroiderer walked with a relaxed face, enjoying the looks from the people around her. This feeling of having a physical body made her feel extremely comfortable. Now she could experience the debauchery of modern society. "After my strength is restored, I will find 100 men to vent my suppressed desires for so many years," the embroiderer murmured to herself. But what made her feel a little strange was that when she thought of that kind of thing, the first thing that came to her mind was Lu Chuan's appearance. She frowned and wanted to forget about Lu Chuan. Although Lu Chuan was indeed a rare guy, he was not tactful, so she naturally didn't need to focus on Lu Chuan alone. But what she didn't expect was that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get Lu Chuan out of her mind. And she was surprised to find that she seemed to be only interested in Lu Chuan in that aspect. At this time, a sunny and handsome boy ran to her to ask for her contact information. If it were in the past, she would definitely let this boy experience what it means to be eroded in ecstasy and let him sink into the abyss of desire forever. But at this moment, she looked at the boy's handsome face and couldn't get up the slightest interest and even felt a little dull. She ignored the boy and continued to walk forward, but she was very confused in her heart. Why do I only want to do that kind of thing with that brat Lu Chuan, and I'm not interested in others? Is it because the pill that reshapes the body is made with his blood? Then if I want to vent, Can't I only find him? The embroiderer, who was just thinking about indulging in sensual pleasures in modern society, suddenly fell into deep thought. One day later. The clinic. After a whole day of rest, King has completely recovered to normal. After experiencing the incident with the embroiderer, King is more and more eager to gain her own strength. She doesn't want to be a burden to Luchuan, and she always makes Luchuan worry about her. In addition, this incident with the embroiderer made her discover that there seems to be a very terrifying power hidden in her soul, so she asked Luchuan to help her study it to see if there is a way for her to turn the power in her soul into her own use. Luchuan is also a little curious about the power in King's soul, but after studying it for a long time, he still doesn't know where this terrifying power comes from. However, he did find a way in the inherited memory to let King control these powers. At this moment, he was teaching King how to control the power in the soul in the yard. King listened very seriously, and it can be seen that she really didn't want to hold Luchuan back. Just as the two were absorbed in their research, Luchuan suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The next second, a terrifying force attacked his back. He quickly released a barrier to protect King, and then turned around to resist the sudden force. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he would be seriously injured by the blow just now. The power of this force has already shown that the strength of the person coming is definitely not simple. Luchuan sensed the source of the power, looked up at the roof, and found that there was a woman wearing a black suit, with an upright posture, beautiful appearance, a long ponytail, and a heroic look between her eyebrows, looking at him indifferently. After seeing the face of the attacker clearly, Luchuan was stunned. This person was none other than the female hero who had been making headlines online recently, Dark Knight Rose. Chapter 443 Cousin. Dark Knight Rose looked at Luchuan, who blocked her attack, with a hint of surprise on her face. Without hesitation, a long sword appeared in her hand. She jumped down from the roof and flew towards Luchuan. Luchuan was confused, thinking, isn't this Dark Knight Rose specializing in punishing evil and promoting good? Why would she suddenly come to kill me? I haven't done anything against the law of nature. He didn't have time to think about it, and the green dragon sword instantly appeared in his hand to block the attack of Dark Knight Rose. The two swords collided with each other, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. The terrifying power fluctuation spread in all directions, directly knocking King, who was not far away, to the ground, and the stone table next to him was directly shattered into pieces due to the excess of impact force. Luchuan frowned, knowing that he couldn't fight with Dark Knight Rose here, otherwise not only King would be affected, but the clinic would also be destroyed. He immediately sent a message to King, saying, I will lead her somewhere else. Don't worry about me. Although this person is strong, I can handle him. Wait for my news at home. Then he rushed directly to Dark Knight Rose, stretched out his hand to grab her, took her into the air, and flew towards the suburbs of Yancheng. Dark Knight Rose showed a look of surprise and asked, are you from Penglai Fairyland? Luchuan was very surprised. He didn't expect that Dark Knight Rose also knew about Penglai Fairyland. He immediately denied it and said, no, why? Are only people from Penglai Fairyland able to fly? Dark Knight Rose snorted coldly and attacked Luchuan again. Although she couldn't fly, as an 8th grade saint, she was not worried about what would happen if she fell from a height of several hundred meters. Luchuan stopped Dark Knight Rose and said, wait a minute, before you do it. There are civilians here. You are the heroine Dark Knight Rose in people's minds. You shouldn't do such a thing to hurt innocent people, right? Dark Knight Rose stopped when she heard that. She looked at Luchuan with some doubts and asked, Dark Knight Rose? What's that? Luchuan said, it's the nickname given to you by netizens. Why don't you go online? Dark Knight Rose snorted coldly and said, these so-called netizens really have no taste at all. They gave me such an ugly nickname. Luchuan's face was full of black lines. He asked, then what is your real name? Dark Knight Rose curled her lips and said, you are a dying person. There is no need to know my name. Luchuan was speechless and said, I have no grudges against you, and I have never done anything to harm the world. Why do you want to kill me? Dark Knight Rose shouted, because you deserve to die. At this time, the two had arrived above the suburbs, and the woods below were sparsely populated. Dark Knight Rose no longer hesitated and rushed towards Lu Chuan with a sword again. Seeing this, Lu Chuan let go of Dark Knight Rose and let her fall from a height of 100 meters. Dark Knight Rose was not panicked at all. She swung her sword and released sword energy to reduce her falling force. Finally, she slowly landed in the woods without any damage. Lu Chuan swooped down in the direction of Dark Knight Rose and decided not to be polite to Dark Knight Rose. He swung the King Geo sword in his hand and slashed at Dark Knight Rose's head. The terrifying sword energy instantly broke through the air and rushed straight towards Dark Knight Rose. Dark Knight Rose immediately injected power into the long sword, took a defensive posture, and formed a solid defense in front of her. The sword energy broke a nearly 1 meter deep gully on the ground, but Dark Knight Rose successfully resisted the power of the sword energy and was not hurt. She focused her eyes and launched a fierce attack. The two fought fiercely, and the whole forest was instantly stormy and full of power. It exploded on trees, stones, and the ground, erupting with a deafening roar, scaring the surrounding birds and beasts to flee in all directions. The battle intensified, and the collision of their powers triggered a violent energy storm. Every move was full of murderous intent, and every sword showed amazing skills and strength. In this forest, their battle seemed to be the center of the world, attracting the power of heaven and earth. Lu Chuan shouted, and a huge shadow of a green dragon appeared behind him. The green dragon looked up to the sky and chanted, complementing the sword energy and becoming more powerful. He swung his sword and attacked, and the sword energy was like a dragon, breaking through the air. Dark Knight Rose turned into a stream of light and quickly shuttled through the woods. Her sword dance was like the wind, and her sword energy was like a rainbow. Every time she swung her sword, it brought a bright light. Her figure flashed, like a rose at night, beautiful and deadly. The battle continued. Their movements were as fast as lightning, and the sword energy crisscrossed. In this silent forest, every confrontation between them seemed to break the silence, and every move seemed to announce their existence. Their breathing was rapid, their heartbeats accelerated, and their whole body strength was exerted to the extreme. After a long time, the two separated after a hard fight. Dark Knight Rose looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief and said, "How is this possible? Why are you so strong? Not long ago, weren't you only able to deal with a 4th grade saint? Why are you now able to fight me on equal terms?" Lu Chuan looked at Dark Knight Rose with some curiosity. The other party actually knew his strength not long ago, which meant that the other party came prepared. He just didn't expect that his strength had been greatly improved in a short period of time. However, he couldn't figure out who this Dark Knight Rose was, no matter how hard he tried. He never remembered offending such a person. He smiled at Dark Knight Rose and said, "Why, can't I break through? And who told you that I can only fight you on equal terms?" As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned dark gold and launched a mental attack on Dark Knight Rose. If it was just about force, it would be a little difficult for him to defeat the 7th grade saint, but he was not a warrior, and the means he mastered were not only force. Once he used the magical powers of a cultivator, Dark Knight Rose would no longer be his opponent. Dark Knight Rose only felt that her mind was in a trance. When she came to her senses, she found that Lu Chuan had actually arrived in front of her and slapped her with a palm. Her face changed drastically. She didn't expect Lu Chuan to have such an attack method. She quickly blocked it. But because her mind was attacked, her reaction became much slower. In addition, Lu Chuan's palm came too suddenly. She was still a little slow and couldn't resist the power of Lu Chuan's palm. She was directly slapped away. Lu Chuan took advantage of the victory and formed seals with both hands. He no longer relied on pure force to fight, but performed a spell. Covering the sea seal, a huge mark appeared in the air and suppressed Dark Knight Rose fiercely. Dark Knight Rose was terrified when she saw the mark in the air. The power of this trick has reached the level of a top-grade martial arts. If she let this mark suppress her body, she would lose half her life, even if she didn't die. She had no choice but to release all her strength to resist Lu Chuan's attack. But she knew very well that, after using up all her strength, she would be completely on the chopping block, at the mercy of Lu Chuan. The two stopped fighting, and Dark Knight Rose sat down on the ground with a weak face. Lu Chuan knew that Dark Knight Rose was already at the end of her strength and no longer a threat to him, but he still rushed forward and released a force to seal the opponent's stanchion. Dark Knight Rose looked at Lu Chuan with a serious face and said, "I really didn't expect you to be so strong. It seems that all of us have underestimated your potential." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Thank you for your compliment. Since you know me so well, it seems that you came here specifically for me. Tell me, who are you?" Dark Knight Rose turned her face to the side, obviously unwilling to say, "I lost to you, because I'm incompetent. You can kill me, or cut me as you like. As for my identity, you don't need to know it." Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "I didn't expect you to be so arrogant." He walked up to Dark Knight Rose, stretched out his hands to grab her two wrists, and pressed them directly to the ground. Dark Knight Rose was immediately panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Let me go." She struggled hard, but because her stanchion was sealed and her strength was exhausted, she couldn't get away at all. Lu Chuan came to Dark Knight Rose's face. Their faces were only a few centimeters apart, and they would touch each other, and they could feel each other's breathing. He raised his lips and said, "You are such a beautiful woman, and you are also an extremely popular female hero on the internet. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill you? If you don't want to tell me who you are, then I will kill you here, and then humiliate you, torture you, and make you my personal plaything. I think this is the most terrible result for a proud woman like you, right?" Dark Knight Rose became anxious when she heard Lu Chuan's words and gritted her teeth and said, "You bastard, if you dare to touch me, I will make you die." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "You don't even have the strength to resist now, so don't say harsh words to me. If you really don't want to tell me your identity, I will start." Dark Knight Rose was tangled, her breathing quickened a little, and she didn't dare to look directly into Lu Chuan's eyes. She was still struggling desperately, but it didn't work, except twisting her body. Looking at her like this, Lu Chuan directly released two forces, fixed her hands on the ground, and then reached out to pull the clothes on her chest. "You look like you have quite a lot of stuff. I wonder what the scenery inside will look like if you take off this layer of clothes." He grabbed Dark Knight Rose by the collar. At this moment, he only needed to exert some force to expose Dark Knight Rose's secret to the air. Just when he was about to use force, Dark Knight Rose gritted her teeth and shouted, "Stop." Lu Chuan stared at her. "Give me a reason." Dark Knight Rose took a deep breath and struggled for a long time. In order to maintain her innocence, she could only reveal her identity. I'm your cousin. If you do this to me, just wait to be despised by the world." Lu Chuan was stunned. "My cousin?" Dark Knight Rose blushed and said, "Yes. Let me go." Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "Even if you can't find a suitable excuse, you don't have to claim to be related to me. I never knew I had a cousin like you." Dark Knight Rose was a little annoyed and shouted, "My name is Lu Qingshan. You should believe it now." Lu Qingshan. Lu Chuan repeated the name, and a current flashed through his mind, and he quickly reacted. He stared at Lu Qingshan and asked, "Are you from the Lu family in Kunlun domain?" Lu Qingshan snorted coldly and said, "You still have some brains. Why don't you let me go? If you ride on me again, I won't let you go." Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and said to Lu Qingshan, "If you are from the Lu family in Kunlun domain, then I can't let you go." Chapter 444. The whole story. Lu Qingshan was stunned. A trace of panic appeared on her face, and she frowned and said, "What do you mean?" Lu Chuan did not answer, but shouted, "Which concubine of Lu Fushan gave birth to your child?" Lu Qingshan didn't understand, but still replied, "My mother is the mistress of the Lu family." Lu Chuan's eyes lit up, and he murmured, "So you are the child of the main wife, then your status in the Lu family should not be low." Lu Qingshan couldn't figure out what Lu Chuan meant, and asked again, "What do you want to do?" Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "Of course, take you as a hostage. You claim to be my cousin, which means you already know my identity. I don't believe that your Lu family will let me go. After you, the Lu family will only send more powerful people to kill me. In order to save my life, I can only hold you as a hostage. If they still want to kill me, then I can only drag you to be a scapegoat." At that time, after Lu Qingshan stated that she was from the Lu family in Kunlun domain, He had already realized the seriousness of the situation. Before, neither Lu Zuan nor the Lu family guard who came to avenge Lu Zuan later could pass on the news that Lu Chuan was Lu Kangsheng's son to the Lu family. Therefore, in the eyes of the Lu family, Lu Chuan was just a small follower who killed an insignificant young master of their Lu family. In this case, even if the Lu family wanted to seek revenge on him, they would not send too many masters. With Lu Chuan's current strength, he could still deal with it easily. But if the Lu family already knew his identity, the nature of the matter would be different. With the Lu family's hatred for Lu Kangsheng, I'm afraid they would have to send all the top masters in the family to kill him, and maybe Lu Fusheng himself would come. In that case, Lu Chuan's 4th grade nascent soul would definitely not be able to withstand it. After all, Lu Kangsheng, as a member of the younger generation of the Lu family, already has the strength of a 7th grade saint. The strength of those old guys in the Lu family is probably far beyond Lu Chuan's imagination. So Lu Chuan thought of taking Lu Kangsheng as a hostage so that he would have the capital to negotiate with the Lu family. Lu Kangsheng was speechless when she heard what Lu Chuan said and said, "Who told you that the Lu family already knows your identity?" Lu Chuan said, "You said you are my cousin. How could the Lu family not know?" Lu Kangsheng said, "Now I'm the only one who knows about this. If the family knew that you are Lu Kangsheng's son, do you think they would send only me here?" Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment and then released a spiritual power, exerted on Lu Kangsheng, and said, "Don't lie to me. Maybe they just haven't arrived yet." Lu Kangsheng said, "Then why don't I wait for them to arrive before dealing with you?" Lu Chuan said, "Because you are arrogant. You think you can deal with me alone, but I didn't expect that my strength is far more powerful than you imagined." Lu Kangsheng. Lu Chuan said, "See, there is nothing to say. You are just lying to me." Lu Kangsheng looked helpless and had to explain the specific situation to Lu Chuan. Not long after the Lu family guard was killed by Lu Chuan and Sita King Hun, the Lu family confirmed that the guard also died at the hands of Lu Chuan. 13th concubine Kyo Ran could not accept this result and asked Lu Fusheng to send a more powerful master to the secular world to kill Lu Chuan and avenge Lu Zuan. It happened that Lu Kangsheng was going to the secular world to deal with some personal matters at this time. Seeing Kyo Ran's sad look, she took the initiative to kill Lu Chuan. After all, her strength had reached the 7th grade saint realm, and it was not easy to kill a guy in the secular world. After she came to the secular world, she found that the operating rules here were very different from those in Kunlun domain. In Kunlun domain, the emphasis is on the law of the jungle. The strong are respected, the strong can make rules, and the weak can only obey silently. The secular world restrains everyone under the law. This method does give people in the secular world a stable and safe living environment, but Lu Kangsheng soon discovered that people who have lived under this set of rules for a long time have lost their blood and chivalry. Everyone lives cautiously under the rules, and when they encounter those who are bold and cross the rules to bully them, these people choose to endure silently. Lu Kangsheng, who has always had a chivalrous heart, naturally couldn't stand this situation. So on the way to find Lu Chuan, she began to do chivalry, which led to the popular chivalrous woman on the internet, the Dark Knight Rose. While punishing evil and promoting good, she investigated Lu Chuan's news, and finally learned that Lu Chuan was from Yunsheng, so she rushed all the way here. At first, she wanted to kill Lu Chuan as soon as possible, so that she could deal with her own affairs. However, after arriving in Yunsheng, he asked about Lu Chuan a little, and found that this guy had a very good reputation here. Everyone praised him as a good doctor who could bring people back to life. This made her curious about Lu Chuan, so she investigated it in depth. If you don't check, you don't know. When you check, you are shocked. She found out that Lu Chuan's mother was actually called Luo Yunsheng, and Luo Yunsheng was the woman that Lu Kangsheng, the traitor of the Lu family, found in the secular world after leaving the Lu family. Later, her aunt secretly found someone to get rid of her. In connection with Lu Chuan's surname, she also had the surname Lu, and she instantly understood what was going on, and naturally knew Lu Chuan's identity. Although the entire Lu family believed that Lu Kangsheng was a traitor to the Lu family, Lu Kangsheng actually did not agree with it in her heart. When she was a child, she liked Uncle Lu Kangsheng very much. She would often run to stick to him, and let him take her to play. It can be said that half of her happy childhood was given by Lu Kangsheng. So later, when people in the family said that Lu Kangsheng was a big traitor, she did not understand, but at that time she was still young and didn't understand anything. Seeing that others said that Lu Kangsheng was a big traitor, she followed suit and said that she would never like this uncle again. Later, when she grew up and had her own judgment, she vaguely realized that there must be hidden secrets in Lu Kangsheng's betrayal of the family. She didn't believe that such a good person would betray the family. Therefore, she did not have such a great hostility towards Lu Kangsheng. So after learning that Lu Chuan was Lu Kangsheng's son, she did not tell the family and also gave up the plan to kill Lu Chuan. The reason why she came to attack Lu Chuan was to see what kind of character the son of the man who was so good in her eyes was, whether he could have some of the style of his father in the past. And by the way, as a cousin, she wanted to give her younger brother a good beating so that he would realize the horror of the Lu family. It was not a wise move for him to compete with the Lu family alone. But what she didn't expect was that she was killed by Lu Chuan. This made her feel very embarrassed, and she even said that Lu Chuan should kill her directly. After listening to Lu Kangsheng's explanation, Lu Chuan realized that he had misunderstood her. He was using his mental power to observe Lu Kangsheng the whole time, and he could be sure that the other party was not lying. He never thought that there would be someone in the Lu family who was willing to stand on his father's side. At this time, Lu Chuan had been holding Lu Kangsheng's clothes and ready to tear them apart for a long time. After learning that Lu Kangsheng had no ill will towards him, he let go of her clothes with embarrassment. So that's how it is. It seems that I really misunderstood you. I'm so sorry. Lu Kangsheng's hands were pinned to the ground, and she remained in an immobile position. With a blush on her face, she said to Lu Chuan unhappily, "Why don't you get off me quickly? My legs are numb from sitting on you." Okay, I'll get off right away." Lu Chuan quickly got up and took away the strength that was pinning Lu Kangsheng's hands. Lu Kangsheng sat up from the ground, rubbing her wrists, looking at Lu Chuan with resentment, and said, "Compared to your father, you are really too different. I really can't understand why such a gentleman like him would give birth to such a rude, hateful, and lustful guy like you." It is no exaggeration to say that, although she was less than 10 years old when Lu Kangsheng was still in the Lu family, and she was still at an age where she didn't know anything, Lu Kangsheng's kindness to her directly affected her future mate selection standards. She had talked to several boyfriends, and these people more or less had some temperaments similar to Lu Kangsheng. She originally thought that Lu Chuan could inherit some of Lu Kangsheng's good genes, but now it seems that she really thought too much. This guy's not handsome, not a gentleman at all, and even dares to tease his cousin. What a little scum. Lu Chuan did not dare to refute Lu Kangsheng's words. After all, the other party was his cousin, and he almost took advantage of her. This matter was really embarrassing, and he could only let the other party scold him. However, he still silently refuted in his heart, "How do you know that my father is not a perverted guy? It is impossible for the lineage passed down by my grandfather to be lustful. You are just deceived by my father's hypocritical appearance." Hey, that's not right. How old was she when my father was still in the Lu family? Could it be that my father's charm is so strong? He didn't hesitate anymore and said with an apologetic smile, "Well, cousin, I'm so sorry. I didn't know your identity, so I did those rude things to you. Thank you for not telling the Lu family about my identity." Lu Kangsheng snorted coldly and said, "After I told you that I was your cousin, you didn't let me go. At that time, I even thought that you were more excited after knowing my identity." Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, "How could it be? If I really had that idea, wouldn't I become a beast? Let's not talk about this, cousin. Since you don't plan to tell the Lu family about my identity, how are you going to report it?" Lu Kangsheng rolled her eyes at Lu Chuan and then said earnestly, "Let me ask you first, are you still thinking about fighting against the Lu family and avenging your mother?" Hearing this, Lu Chuan's expression suddenly became serious and said, "Yes." Lu Kangsheng said, "You should give up. Although you are strong, you are still too weak compared to the real masters of the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family can become the top family in Kunlun domain. The foundation is beyond your imagination. You want to compete with the Lu family, which is tantamount to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Give up the idea of revenge, hide your identity in the secular world, and don't have any involvement with the Lu family in the future. After I go back this time, I will tell the family that you have been killed by me. They will not pursue this matter in the future. With your strength, you can live a happy life in the secular world in peace and stability. This is the best choice for you. Lu Chuan turned his back, stood with his hands behind his back, and said in a firm tone, "This is impossible. No matter how powerful the Lu family is, no matter how many masters there are, I will avenge my mother, and I will prove to all of you that my father is not a treacherous villain." He left the Lu family that year for another reason. Lu Qingxiang looked at Lu Chuan's resolute back, and for a moment she felt a little dazed. She seemed to see a shadow of Lu Qingxiang in this guy. She could feel that she would not be able to change Lu Chuan's mind with just a few words, so she stopped wasting words, stood up from the ground, and said, "Forget it, with your temper, it's useless for me to persuade you. Maybe you will understand it when you hit the wall in the future, but you won't have the chance to regret it at that time." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "If I were the kind of person who would regret easily, I wouldn't have come to this point today." Lu Qingxiang sighed, not wanting to continue this topic, and said, "Okay, let's not talk about this. Now let's settle the account of you molesting your cousin. You almost flirted with me at that time, which was a rebellious act. In order to punish you, you have to help me do something, and if this thing is done, I can still help you report to the family that you are dead, so that you will no longer be hunted down by the masters of the Lu family." Lu Chuan immediately said after hearing this, "This is not fair. I didn't know you were my cousin at that time, and I asked you about your identity, but you didn't tell me, so I wanted to use that method to scare you." Lu Qingxiang immediately flicked Lu Chuan's head and said unhappily, "You mean I should be blamed for this, right?" Lu Chuan had no choice but to cover his head and said, Okay, tell me what happened first. I won't do anything that breaks the taboo." Chapter 445, Searching for the Broken Jade. Lu Qingxiang's eyes widened, and she recalled the scene when Lu Chuan was pressing her hands and almost kissing her. She was immediately ashamed and annoyed, and shouted, "You bastard, I think you can't wait to do that." Then she angrily thrust her chest in the direction of Lu Chuan and said, "Then come on. Anyway, my dantian is still sealed by you. Even if you want to touch me, I can't resist. You do what you want, and then kill me." Seeing that Lu Qingxiang was angry, Lu Chuan quickly said, I'm sorry. I just wanted to make a joke to ease the atmosphere. I really don't have that idea." Lu Qingxiang looked at Lu Chuan unhappily, wanting to scold this guy in the manner of a sister. But she suddenly remembered that Lu Chuan's father disappeared when he was a child, and his mother was killed again. His life experience was miserable. It is understandable that Lu Chuan developed some bad habits under such a fatherless and motherless growth condition, and it is also worthy of sympathy. Now as a cousin, she may be the only one who still cares about this cousin. After all, except for her, the entire Lu family probably wants to kill Lu Chuan. In addition, although Lu Chuan was not as good as Lu Qingxiang back then, he still gave her a much better impression than the bad boys born to her father's concubines. So she suddenly couldn't bear to scold Lu Chuan. He has never felt the care of his elders since he was a child. Now I should be considered his only elder. If I scold him again, he will definitely be very uncomfortable, so I should be more tolerant of him. After all, it is normal for boys to have some strange ideas. Thinking of this, Lu Qingxiang's attitude softened and said, Okay, I won't blame you. Who makes you my brother?" Lu Chuan didn't know what kind of changes Lu Qingxiang had experienced in her heart, so he naturally didn't know what Lu Qingxiang was thinking. Seeing that Lu Qingxiang was suddenly not angry anymore, but looked at him with a concerned look, he suddenly felt a little scared and guessed, why does it feel like she looks at me strangely? Could it be that she is the one who really has that taboo idea? The look he gave Lu Qingxiang suddenly became strange. Lu Qingxiang didn't waste any more time. She took out a square brocade box from her arms. After opening it, she revealed a jade pendant that was broken into 4 pieces. After putting the 4 pieces together, it was still not a complete jade pendant. It was obvious that one piece was missing. "I came to the secular world this time to find the last part of this jade pendant. With these 4 pieces of broken jade, I can sense that the last part is in the southern part of China. However, I don't know much about the secular world. I'm unfamiliar with the place. It is not easy to find the remaining part. What you need to do is to help me find this last part and put the jade pendant together. Lu Qingxiang said lightly. Lu Chuan used his spiritual sense to observe the 4 pieces of broken jade and found that these broken jades actually contained extraordinary spiritual energy, and each piece of broken jade had some messy information inside. I don't know if it was because the jade pendant was broken into several pieces, so the information was messy and the specific content could not be seen. What is this jade pendant used for? Lu Qingxiang did not hide it and said, this jade pendant is the key to a treasure somewhere. As long as you put the jade pendants together, you can get the address of the treasure. Your task is not only to help me find the last piece of broken jade, and after the jade pendants are put together, you can get the specific location of the treasure. You also have to go to the treasure place with me to protect my safety. At first, she only planned to let Lu Chuan help her find the last piece of broken jade, but thinking of Lu Chuan's strong strength and the unknown dangers in the treasure place, it would be safer to let this guy go with her. Lu Chuan's eyes lit up when he heard it and asked, will you give me some after you find the treasure? Lu Qingxiang rolled her eyes at him and said, it depends on my mood. Lu Chuan smiled and said, okay, I promise you. Originally, Lu Qingxiang was willing to report to the family that Lu Chuan was dead, which was a great favor to Lu Chuan. After all, this could allow Lu Chuan to temporarily get rid of the danger of being targeted by the Lu family. Now there is a chance to share the treasure of the treasure place, so of course he has no reason to refuse. Seeing that Lu Chuan agreed, Lu Qingxiang didn't waste any more time and said, then let's set off now and find the whereabouts of the broken jade first. Lu Chuan said, wait for me to go back and prepare, and then I will set off with you after the arrangements are made. Lu Qingxiang nodded and then asked Lu Chuan, how are we going to go back? Lu Chuan said, I'll take you back by plane. It's faster this way. Lu Qingxiang hesitated for a moment and was obviously a little embarrassed, but she thought about it again, thinking that Lu Chuan was her cousin and he was not an outsider. If she cared too much about siblings, she would appear to be petty, so she nodded, walked up to Lu Chuan, and put her arms around him. Lu Chuan's eyes widened. He originally wanted to use his strength to carry Lu Qingxiang back, but he didn't expect that his cousin would actually hug him directly. He didn't dare to say anything. After all, deliberately saying such things would only make both of them embarrassed, so he took a deep breath, put his hand on Lu Qingxiang's waist, and the two of them took off and flew away from here. Soon, the two landed in the courtyard of Zhuanhu Medical Clinic. Mu Nanking was still waiting anxiously. Seeing Lu Chuan bringing Lu Qingxiang back, she was surprised, especially when she saw Lu Qingxiang still hugging Lu Chuan. A hint of jealousy appeared in her eyes. Lu Chuan let go of Lu Qingxiang and quickly explained to Mu Nanking. After Mu Nanking learned that Lu Qingxiang was Lu Chuan's cousin, he was relieved and became much more enthusiastic. Lu Chuan told Mu Nanking that he had to go out with Lu Qingxiang to do something and asked him to practice well in the clinic. Mu Nanking naturally would not stop him, but just told Lu Chuan to be careful in everything, which was extremely considerate. Lu Chuan made some other arrangements, packed up his things, and set off south with Lu Qingxiang. The two people kept adjusting their direction according to the induction between the jade pendants, and traveled for 3 days in a row, and finally arrived in Rancheng. During this journey, Lu Qingxiang still couldn't control her impulse to be a hero, and she still helped the weak when she saw injustice, and taught many vicious people a lesson along the way. Lu Chuan followed her, and felt the pleasure of punishing evil and promoting good, and acted as a hero several times along the way. The two confirmed that the broken jade was in Rancheng through the induction between the jade pendants. After some searching, they finally locked the most likely place for the broken jade. That afternoon, Lu Qingxiang sat at the door of a milk tea shop, holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, drinking it with a happy face. Next to her, there were 3 empty milk tea bottles. This was the first time she drank milk tea in her life. She really couldn't imagine that there was such a delicious thing in the world, so she bought 4 cups in one go. Even though she was full, she still wanted to finish the rest. At this time, Lu Chuan came to her side, sat down and said, "We have checked it out. The broken jade is in the hands of ZHU Karen, the eldest daughter of the ZHU family, the richest family in Rancheng. Someone once photographed her wearing the broken jade to attend some business activities. It is said that the broken jade was a gift from ZHU Karen's husband." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingshan immediately finished the last sip of milk tea and burped. After looking at Lu Chuan embarrassedly, she picked up the long sword beside her and said, "Then I will go to this ZHU family and snatch the broken jade." Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly grabbed her and said, "This is not Kunlun domain. If you go to someone else's house to rob things like this, it will only alert the supervisory department. At that time, even if we get the jade pendant, we will be hunted down by the people of the supervisory department. You can pat your butt and go back to Kunlun domain. I don't want to stay here anymore." Although Lu Chuan is now strong enough to not be afraid of the people from the supervisory department, it is wrong to steal other people's things. Lu Chuan will naturally not use this method to get what he wants. Moreover, as the supervisory department is an official department of China, he does not believe that there are no truly top masters in it. It is just that he has not met them yet. It is not wise to offend the supervisory department for a piece of broken jade. Lu Qingshan thought for a moment and said, "Then why don't we go to the ZHU family and buy this piece of broken jade?" Lu Chuan said, "I've already asked, and this method is not feasible." Lu Qingshan asked, "Why?" Lu Chuan explained, "This piece of broken jade was a gift from ZHU Karen's husband Chu Feng to ZHU Karen. It was also a token of their love. Chu Feng's family background was not good, so he married into the ZHU family, but this did not affect their relationship. Although everyone in the ZHU family looked down on Chu Feng, ZHU Karen had always been very good to Chu Feng and protected him everywhere. But just a month ago, Chu Feng disappeared inexplicably, and his life or death was unknown. ZHU Karen became increasingly haggard because of this incident. The piece of broken jade can be said to be the only item left by Chu Feng. There is absolutely no way that ZHU Karen would sell it. This is the information of ZHU Karen and Chu Feng, and there are photos of ZHU Karen wearing the jade to attend events. After that, he handed the information he had investigated to Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan flipped through the pages of information and said, "If we help ZHU Karen find Chu Feng, can we use this as a condition to ask ZHU Karen for the broken jade?" Lu Chuan smiled helplessly and said, "I have thought of this idea. For this reason, I sneaked into the ZHU family and found some personal belongings of Chu Feng. I used some methods to find Chu Feng's whereabouts, and the result was, Chu Feng is dead." Lu Qingshan widened his eyes. "Dead?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "I relied on divination to enter a state of wandering through Chu Feng's belongings and saw what he experienced before he died. Maybe it's because of his identity as a son-in-law, and his own abilities are not outstanding, but he has been favored by ZHU Karen, a beautiful, capable, and wealthy lady. Chu Feng has always been very inferior, so he has always hoped that he can make some achievements and make everyone look at him with admiration. A month ago, Chu Feng met a boss who was doing big business overseas. He said that he was impressed by Chu Feng's ability and wanted to take him to do business, but the prerequisite was that he had to follow this boss to study overseas first, and then he could return to China to do business. Chu Feng thought he had met a noble man, so he readily agreed and followed this boss to go overseas without saying hello to ZHU Karen. But when he got there, he found out that he had been fooled. This so-called big boss was just a liar. He was taken to a fraud group. Chu Feng hated that God was unfair and opposed him everywhere, but fortunately he did not give up, thinking that maybe he could thrive in the fraud group, which would be a proof of his ability. So he worked hard to learn fraud, hoping to reach the pinnacle of life by fraud. Unfortunately, Chu Feng's ability was really not good, and he couldn't make any achievements in fraud. Even the boss above disliked him. In the end, he felt that he was too useless, so he sold him on the high seas and had his kidneys cut off. ZHU Karen doesn't know about this yet. If she knew, she would be heartbroken. After listening to Lu Chuan's story, Lu Qingshan said with emotion, "Then this Chu Feng is indeed a bit useless. I don't know how the eldest daughter of the ZHU family fell in love with him. Lu Chuan said, this is not the point. The point is that we have no chance to get this broken jade now. We don't even know its specific whereabouts. We don't know where to steal it if we want to steal it. Although there is a trace of induction between these broken jades, it can only sense a rough range. It is already very good that Lu Chuan and Lu Qingshan can find Rangcheng by this induction. They can't sense where it is in Rangcheng. Lu Qingshan also fell into deep thought. He couldn't rob it, couldn't buy it, and didn't know where to steal it. It was indeed a headache. She stared at the photo of Chu Feng in the file, and suddenly an idea flashed in her mind. She said to Lu Chuan, does this Chu Feng look a bit like you? Lu Chuan took a look at the Chu Feng in the photo and said, yes, a bit. What's the matter? Lu Qingshan smiled wickedly and said, tell me, if you pretend to be Chu Feng and sneak into the ZHU family, will you have a chance to ask ZHU Karen where the broken jade is hidden? Chapter 446 Pretending to be Chu Feng. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment when he heard that and pointed at himself and said, I'll pretend to be Chu Feng. Lu Qingshan nodded and said, according to your description, ZHU Karen is now heartbroken because of Chu Feng's disappearance, and the broken jade is a token of love that Chu Feng gave to ZHU Karen. If we ask ZHU Karen directly for it, she will definitely not give it to us, and it is even more impossible for her to tell us where the broken jade is. But if you pretend to be Chu Feng, it will be different. At that time, you can pretend to ask her about the broken jade casually, and maybe she will tell us. Then we can find a way to steal the broken jade. Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, this is not so good. Lu Qingshan said, what's wrong with it? The treasure land in the jade pendant is related to whether I can break through from the 7th grade saint to the 8th grade saint. If the treasures in the treasure land are far more precious than we imagined, then I may be able to break through to the level of the 9th grade saint in one fell swoop. Such an opportunity is rare for me, so in order to get the jade pendant, even if we use some tricks, it doesn't matter. Besides, we can just think of it as borrowing it from ZHU Karen. When we find the treasure place, we can return the jade pendant to her after we come back. Lu Chuan felt that what Lu Qingshan said made some sense. Not only did Lu Qingshan need a treasure to break through, but so did Lu Chuan. In the current Dharma-ending age, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is already thin. After Lu Chuan reached the nascent soul stage, his cultivation speed became extremely slow. If he only relied on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it would take more than 10 years or even decades to break through. So if he wanted to improve his strength as soon as possible, he could only rely on treasures. The reason why he was willing to follow Lu Qingshan to find the broken jade was for the treasures in the treasure place. He and the Goose sisters agreed to go to Kunlun domain in a year. If he wanted to have enough capital to compete with the Lu family in this year, he had to rely on the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan also felt that it was okay for him to pretend to be Chu Feng. At most, he would give ZHU Karen some compensation after getting the broken jade. He took a deep breath and said to Lu Qingshan, okay, then I'll pretend to be Chu Feng and see if I can get the whereabouts of the broken jade from ZHU Karen. But I always feel that it's a bit weird to pretend to be someone else's husband, and I don't know Chu Feng. It will be embarrassing if it's exposed. Lu Qingshan smiled and said, what's so difficult about this? Chu Feng has been missing for a month. When others suspect you, you can say that you have experienced things that ordinary people can't imagine in this month, so you have such a big change. It will definitely not be exposed. Lu Chuan nodded and said, okay, then I'll try. Lu Qingshan looked at Lu Chuan and said, although you look a bit like Chu Feng, it's only a bit. We still have to find someone who can disguise himself and change your appearance completely to Chu Feng, so as not to arouse suspicion. Lu Chuan smiled and said, there's no need for that. He turned his head and looked around and found that there were a lot of people here, so it was not easy to cast a spell. So he said to Lu Qingshan, come with me. The two of them went to an empty alley together. Lu Chuan just snapped his fingers lightly and his appearance began to change. After a while, he completely turned into Chu Feng's appearance. Lu Qingshan stared at Lu Chuan's appearance in amazement. She couldn't help but run over and pinch his face. After finding that it was exactly the same as the real thing, she exclaimed, "How did you do it? Why do I feel that this is your original appearance? It's like you just changed your face." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It's just a little trick. This way, no one should suspect that I'm pretending." Lu Qingshan pinched Lu Chuan's face a few more times out of curiosity, and then asked, "Then can you become whatever you want?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "In theory, yes." Lu Qingshan hurriedly said, "Then can you become like your father?" Lu Chuan said, "My transformation technique can only make me look like people I have seen. My father left me when I still had no memory. I don't know what he looked like, so I can't look like him." Lu Qingshan hurriedly said, "I have a photo of him here." As she said that, she took out a wrinkled photo from her clothes, handed it to Lu Chuan, and said, "Take a photo of him, and let me see it." Lu Chuan took the photo, and saw a handsome and elegant man holding a cute little girl with twin ponytails about 4 or 5 years old sitting on a chair. He stared at the photo and murmured, "Is this my father? He is indeed much more handsome than me. I don't know why his excellent genes were not passed on to me." It is obvious that the little girl Lu Kangsheng was holding in the photo was Lu Qingshan. Lu Qingshan urged, "Hey, don't be stunned. Change into someone else quickly." Lu Chuan raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and his appearance immediately changed to that of Lu Kangsheng in the photo. When Lu Qingshan saw Lu Chuan's appearance at this moment, she was completely stunned. She couldn't help but raised her hand and gently stroked Lu Chuan's face, shouting, "Uncle." Lu Chuan looked at Lu Qingshan and felt that something was wrong. Thinking of the fact that she still carried a photo of her father with her, he suddenly felt strange and said, "Cousin, you are not secretly in love with my father. Why do you carry his photo with you?" Lu Qingshan immediately came to her senses after hearing this, and quickly coughed twice, saying, "What nonsense are you talking about? I just remember that he was very good to me when I was a child. I can't bear to throw away this photo, and this photo is more sensitive, so I can't keep it at home, so I have to keep it with me." Lu Chuan was still a little skeptical. "Really?" Lu Qingshan emphasized, "Of course it's true." Then she raised her hand and hit Lu Chuan's head hard, angrily saying, "What are you thinking about, kid? I was only a few years old when your father left the Lu family, and I had a crush on him. I think I really need to teach you a lesson when I have time, otherwise you will go astray sooner or later." Lu Chuan covered his head and muttered softly, "Since it's not you who is in a hurry, my head is almost broken by you." Lu Qingshan said unhappily, "What did you say?" Lu Chuan smiled and snapped his fingers again, changing his appearance to that of Chu Feng, ran out of the alley and said, "It's important to find the whereabouts of the broken jade. Let's go to ZHU's house." Lu Qingshan had to stamp her feet. The chivalrous woman Dark Knight Rose was also angry and lost her composure. In front of ZHU Kezvala, Lu Chuan, who had transformed into Chu Feng's appearance, walked over there. He turned his head and looked behind him. At the corner of the intersection, Lu Qingshan was sticking her head out and giving him a thumbs up, signaling him to cheer up. Lu Chuan took a deep breath, and without hesitation, he walked over and pressed the doorbell of the villa. After a while, the door of the villa was opened, and a woman with shoulder-length hair and delicate and beautiful appearance appeared in front of Lu Chuan. The lines of her facial features are clear and elegant, and every detail shows her elegance and charm. Her lips are tender and exude a charming breath. Her figure is slender and elegant, and every movement reveals her extraordinary temperament and a unique charm. It's just that at this time, her expression is a little haggard, and there is a deep sadness in her eyes. Combined with her unique temperament, it gives people an impulse to pity. This person is the eldest daughter of the ZHU family, Chu Feng's wife, ZHU Karen. ZHU Karen raised her head casually, and when she saw Lu Chuan's face, she was stunned. But in just a few seconds, her eyes were filled with tears, and her lips couldn't help trembling. Lu Chuan scratched his head in embarrassment, and wanted to tell ZHU Karen what he had prepared. "Well, I have been." ZHU Karen hugged Lu Chuan tightly with both hands, as if Lu Chuan would run away if she didn't use any force. She interrupted Lu Chuan and said in a crying voice, "You don't have to say anything, as long as you come back safely. I have been worried to death during this period." Lu Chuan didn't expect ZHU Karen's feelings for Chu Feng to be so deep. It stands to reason that Chu Feng has been missing for a month. Normal people would definitely ask him where he has been for this month, but ZHU Karen didn't care at all. She only cared about Chu Feng's safety. But it's better this way, so he doesn't have to waste time explaining. In order to prevent ZHU Karen from suspecting, he also hugged ZHU Karen symbolically, and the two of them stayed together for a long time before separating. ZHU Karen wiped her tears, observed carefully, and after confirming that nothing happened to the other party, she finally smiled on her gloomy face and said, "I haven't seen you for a month. How come you become dull, like a little fool?" Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, "I've had a lot of experiences this month." ZHU Karen dragged Lu Chuan towards the villa and said, "Okay, tell me about your experiences later. Tonight is Grandma's birthday party. You should take a shower and change your clothes so that you can attend the birthday party with me in the evening. If they laugh at you again this time, just pretend you didn't hear it. Don't be as impulsive as last time." Chapter 447 Birthday Banquet. Lu Chuan was dragged into the bathroom of the villa. Fortunately, ZHU Karen didn't have the habit of taking a bath with her husband, otherwise he really didn't know how to deal with it. After taking a symbolic bath, Lu Chuan came out of the bathroom and saw that ZHU Karen had put away all the new clothes, including underwear. He couldn't help but praise ZHU Karen for being considerate. Chu Feng was really blessed by his ancestors to find such a wife. After changing clothes, Lu Chuan came to the living room and saw that ZHU Karen had also changed into a beautiful dress with light makeup and lipstick on her face, which made her look more lively than before. Seeing Lu Chuan coming out, ZHU Karen got up from the sofa, came to Lu Chuan, and naturally held Lu Chuan's hand and said, "Let's go to Grandma's place quickly. If we go too late, we will probably be scolded again." Lu Chuan nodded. He couldn't ask ZHU Karen about the broken jade right away, otherwise he would definitely be suspected. He could only wait for a suitable opportunity and could only obey ZHU Karen's arrangements before that. The two walked out of the villa hand in hand. Lu Chuan always felt that it was a bit strange to hold someone else's wife's hand, and he became uncomfortable. However, ZHU Karen's hands were slender and white, and the feeling of holding them was still very good. In order not to be exposed, he could only take advantage of ZHU Karen. The two came to the garage, and ZHU Karen drove the car and rushed to the direction of the ZHU family's old house. As the first wealthy family in Rangcheng, there were naturally many people who wanted to have a good relationship with the ZHU family. Therefore, when Mrs. ZHU celebrated her birthday, almost half of the dignitaries in Rangcheng came to celebrate. When Lu Chuan and ZHU Karen rushed to the ZHU family's old house, it was surrounded by all kinds of luxury cars, which was enough to show how terrifying the ZHU family's connections were. ZHU Karen took Lu Chuan into the ZHU family's old house, which immediately attracted the attention of many people, and some people immediately began to whisper, "Isn't that Chu Feng? He has not been disappeared for more than a month. There are rumors that he has died outside. Why did he come back suddenly? This guy is the lingering class of our ZHU family. I really don't know how ZHU Karen looks like such a blast. He might as well die outside." The sentence. As a result, he moved his hands with Shaolei. As a result, he was abandoned in a pouring door, and he had no ability. He was stunned by Shaolei. "I couldn't think of ZHU Kez this year. Can't break through the legendary mysteries. Chu Feng has a joke with no fart. How could it be Shaolei's opponent?" And he really dared to move with Shaolei. Although these people's discussions were very quiet, Lu Chuan, whose hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people, still heard them. From these people's discussions, he learned about Chu Feng's status in the ZHU family. Basically, even the servants who worked did not take Chu Feng seriously, thinking that he was a useless waste. He was lucky enough to be favored by ZHU Karen and became the son-in-law of the ZHU family. It was no wonder that Chu Feng was so easily deceived into the fraud group and even thought about making a career in the fraud group so that he could be proud of himself. This state of being looked down upon by everyone is indeed easy to make people go to extremes. ZHU Karen also heard more or less the discussions of the people around her. She was used to this situation, so she chose to ignore it directly and comforted Lu Chuan, saying, "Don't pay attention to those who gossip. Let them say whatever they want. It's enough for us to do our best." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm different from before, and my psychological endurance is much stronger." The two came to the yard of the old house, and in order not to be affected by the people around them, they found a corner and sat down. But even so, there were still many people looking over at them, and they kept talking about it. After all, Zhu Karen was a darling girl from any angle. She was one of the best in the whole city in terms of appearance and ability, while Chu Feng was a complete waste. The two of them should not be a couple, so it was easier for others to use them as a topic of discussion. In fact, Lu Chuan didn't understand it either. Although he didn't know Zhu Karen, even if it was just a short time together, he felt Zhu Karen's gentleness and thoughtfulness. He couldn't figure out why such an excellent woman would fall in love with Chu Feng. If he hadn't considered that his identity might be exposed, he would even want to ask Zhu Karen, "Why did you fall in love with me?" Not long after the two sat down, a handsome young man with a strong aura came over. This man was the eldest son of the Zhu family, Zhu Shaolari. Zhu Shaolari was Zhu Karen's younger brother, and the son of Zhu Dacheng, Zhu Karen's uncle. Today, the Zhu family is still ruled by old lady Zhu. Although Zhu Dacheng is the most likely person to become the next head of the Zhu family, he cannot take this position unless old lady Zhu speaks. Moreover, old lady Zhu has always valued the ability of the younger generation of the family. As long as the ability is sufficient, it is not a bad idea to let the younger generation directly manage the Zhu family, even if it skips Zhu Dacheng's generation. Zhu Karen's ability level in the Zhu family is recognized. She has not married yet, but found a son-in-law, so she has every hope of becoming the next head of the Zhu family. Because of this, Zhu Dacheng and Zhu Shaolari, father and son, have great hostility towards Zhu Karen, and they can't wait to drive her out of the Zhu family. Only in this way can they successfully take over the control of the Zhu family from old lady Zhu. "Hey, isn't this my useless brother-in-law? I heard that you have been missing for more than a month. Why didn't you die outside? You even came back specifically when Grandma's birthday party was held. You are afraid that Grandma will be upset on her birthday, right?" Zhu Shaolari said with sarcasm on his face. Zhu Karen frowned, looked at Zhu Shaolari and said, "Zhu Shaolari, can you stop looking for trouble here? Today is Grandma's birthday party. I don't want to argue with you. Just go away and don't bother us." Zhu Shaolari sneered and said, "I'm looking for trouble? I don't know who was so angry that he had to fight with me last year because of a few words, which made Grandma lose the mood to celebrate her birthday. You brought this conspicuous bag here today. Aren't you afraid that Grandma will be angry?" Zhu Karen was a little annoyed. "You're not done, are you? If you hadn't deliberately provoked Chu Feng last year, would he have been so angry? Grandma is not a stingy person. She didn't say not to let Chu Feng come. What qualifications do you have to say irresponsible things here?" Zhu Shaolari sneered and said, "Grandma is indeed not a stingy person, but that is only for capable people. Some trash are not in this category." Zhu Karen was so angry that he was about to lose his temper. At this time, Lu Chuan stood up and dragged Zhu Karen behind him. Chapter 448 Warm Sun Jade. He looked at Zhu Shaolari and said with a smile, "Brother, have you been indulging yourself in excessive sexual activities recently, which has led to spleen and kidney yang deficiency, so your mouth smells bad and your breath smells bad when you speak? Your sister likes to be clean. You'd better not stink her." Zhu Karen didn't expect Lu Chuan to stand up for her. She thought that Lu Chuan was irritated again and was going to do something, so she quickly pulled him and said, "He is deliberately provoking you to make you lose your composure so that he can tell on you in front of Grandma later. You must not fall into his trap." Lu Chuan turned his head and smiled at Zhu Karen and blinked, signaling her not to worry. "I know. I won't be led by him by the nose, don't worry." Zhu Karen was stunned for a moment. The moment Lu Chuan blinked at her, she seemed to really feel that he had everything under control, and then she really gave up the idea of stopping Lu Chuan. Zhu Shaola's face suddenly darkened. He looked at Lu Chuan with an unpleasant expression and said, "You are a loser who can't compare to me in any aspect, so you can only attack me in life." He deliberately controlled his breathing when he spoke, as if he really cared about what Lu Chuan said, because this afternoon, when he was intimate with the girl seemed to be a little resistant to kissing him. At that time he didn't know what was going on, but now after Lu Chuan said this, he realized that he might have bad breath. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm not attacking you personally. I'm saying this because I see your face is turning yellow, your lips are dry, and your breath is smelly. You're a typical case of overindulgence, brother. Aren't you the hope of the ZHU family's martial arts? If you continue to indulge yourself like this, you'll have no chance of breaking through to the Zuan realm." Zhu Shaola's face changed, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Stop talking nonsense here. I think you just bear a grudge against me for beating you up last year, so you're cursing me here." Lu Chuan shook his head and said helplessly, "I'm just reminding you kindly, but you don't appreciate it. If you don't believe me, you can let your sister smell your mouth to see if you have serious breath." Upon hearing this, Zhu Karen immediately came up to Zhu Shaola, sniffed lightly, then quickly covered her nose, frowned and said, "Your breath is really heavy." Zhu Shaola suddenly felt uncomfortable all over, because what Lu Chuan said was very accurate. He was indeed indulging himself too much recently. He looked at Lu Chuan and Zhu Karen in anger and shouted, "Are you too sick? What does it have to do with you if I have bad breath?" His shout attracted many people to look over here, and now everyone knew that he had bad breath. Zhu Karen curled her lips and said, "Isn't it okay for people to talk about bad breath? It's none of our business, so why don't you wear a mask?" It was the first time she saw Zhu Shaola being humiliated in front of her husband, and she looked at Lu Chuan with a little more respect. Zhu Shaola clenched his fists and had the urge to attack Lu Chuan, but in the end he held back. After all, today was the old lady's birthday party. If Lu Chuan was provoked and took the initiative to attack him, he could take the opportunity to teach this guy a lesson and then complain to the old lady, but if he took the initiative to attack, the old lady would definitely blame him. And it was after he held back that he realized that he didn't know when he had been led by Lu Chuan by the nose. This was what he wanted to do at the beginning, but he didn't expect it to be the other way around. It seems that this guy has learned a lot in the month he was missing. He realized that he couldn't fall into the trap of this loser, so he snorted coldly, raised his head and said, "Maybe I haven't been controlling myself recently. I can just go see a doctor for treatment. It's not a big problem." Then he changed the subject directly, looked at Zhu Karen, and asked, "This year is Grandma's 70th birthday. We have prepared a substantial gift for her. I wonder what you are preparing for Grandma this year? Don't prepare those cheap handicrafts again." Zhu Karen said coldly, "Do you think I don't know that this year is Grandma's birthday? I have asked someone to buy a priceless jade and give it to her as a birthday gift. You don't need to worry about this." Zhu Shaola showed a playful smile on his face and said, "Really? Then I have to take a good look at what kind of jade you gave Grandma." After that, he stopped talking nonsense with Zhu Karen and Lu Chuan and turned around to find a place to brush his teeth. Zhu Karen showed a suspicious look on his face, not understanding why Zhu Shaola specifically asked about the birthday gift. Without thinking too much, she turned to look at Lu Chuan and asked, "When did you learn to read a person's physical condition based on their facial features?" Lu Chuan replied perfunctorily, "I learned this from others in the past month." Zhu Karen nodded without any doubt, and then said, "Then show me if there is anything wrong with my body." Lu Chuan stared at Zhu Karen for a few seconds and said, "You are very healthy, but you have some endocrine disorders. The root cause is that your desires are somewhat suppressed and not released." Zhu Karen blushed when she heard this and quickly reached out to pat Lu Chuan and said, "Hateful, I think you are feeling suffocated, and you say I'm suppressing it, Lu Chuan then realized that his current identity was not a doctor, but Zhu Karen's husband Chu Feng. When he said this to Zhu Karen, the other party would naturally think that he was hinting at something. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and for a moment he didn't know how to reply to ZHU Karen. Seeing that he didn't say anything, ZHU Karen whispered, "Let's talk about it when we get back tonight. Then you can help me find out if there is a solution to my endocrine disorder." Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva and immediately understood what ZHU Karen meant. He felt a little guilty, thinking about what he should do when ZHU Karen asked him to help her cure her endocrine disorder. Not long after, night fell, and the birthday banquet of the old lady of the ZHU family officially began. Accompanied by several people, the old lady ZHU came to the yard and sat on the main seat. Although the old lady ZHU was old, her aura was not inferior to others. The fact that the ZHU family has been able to develop so well over the years is inseparable from her iron-faced and selfless, clear distinction between public and private. After everyone was seated, ZHU Shaola's father ZHU Dacheng announced the official start of the birthday banquet. The relatives and friends who came to the birthday banquet presented birthday gifts and congratulations to the old lady. After a while, it was ZHU Karen's turn. She immediately took out a brocade box and walked to the old lady with Lu Chuan. "Grandma, this is a piece of precious jade that I asked a friend to buy from overseas. This jade is called Nuan Yang Jade. Wearing it can relieve the coldness of the hands and feet. Moreover, this jade has great benefits for the body. If you wear it for a long time, you will be immune to all diseases and your body will become stronger and stronger." ZHU Karen opened the brocade box and handed the Nuan Yang Jade she prepared to the old lady. Old lady ZHU took a look at the Nuan Yang Jade, nodded with satisfaction, and said, "Very good. I like the gift you two gave me very much. Why are you two sitting in the corner? Come on, arrange 2 more chairs at my table so that the couple can sit in front of me to eat." ZHU Karen's face was full of joy. Grandma could say this, which meant that she didn't take the fact that Chu Feng got angry and fought with ZHU Shaolei last year to heart at all, and it also showed that she still had a certain weight in Grandma's heart. However, at this moment, ZHU Shaolei, who had been sitting at the table from the beginning, stood up, looked at ZHU Karen with a sneer on his face, and said to Mrs. ZHU, "Grandma, don't be fooled by my sister. What she gave you is not a warm sun jade at all. It's just a piece of junk that can be bought at a roadside stall for dozens of dollars. She thinks you are old and your eyes are blurry, so she wants to fool you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 449 True and False Jade. Everyone in the yard smelled gunpowder and looked towards the table where old lady ZHU was. ZHU Karen frowned and looked at ZHU Shaolei, saying, "I spent 300,000 yuan to ask a friend to buy this jade from overseas. How can it be a cheap product?" ZHU Shaolei, even if you don't like me and want Grandma to dislike me, you don't have to make up such a lie, right? ZHU Shaolei smiled and said, "I didn't make up a lie. The reason I said that is because the real Nuan Yang Jade is in my hand, and this is exactly the birthday gift I want to give to Grandma today." As he said that, he also took out a brocade box, and after opening it, a piece of precious jade exactly the same as the one in ZHU Karen's brocade box was revealed. However, when his brocade box was opened, everyone present felt a warm breath, like a spring breeze, and their mood was much better. In contrast, ZHU Karen's Nuan Yang Jade suddenly looked ordinary and dull in comparison with this piece of jade. It is indeed a precious jade. Just showing it makes people feel like being bathed in the warm sun. If you wear it on your body, it will definitely be of great benefit to your body. I said that ZHU Karen's jade is so powerful, but it looks ordinary. It turned out to be a fake after all the hard work. If Shaolei hadn't brought the real one here today, we who don't know would have been fooled by her. ZHU Karen probably wanted to please the old lady, but didn't want to spend money. She thought that the old lady and we didn't know much, so she made a fake jade to fool the old lady. Unfortunately, her luck was really bad. The gift that Shaolei gave to the old lady was also a warm sun jade. This time it was really a fake. Everyone talked about it, which put ZHU Karen in an extremely embarrassing situation. She looked at the warm sun jade in ZHU Shaolei's hand with a puzzled look on her face, and then looked at the one in her hand. Soon she found that her jade was indeed crudely made and looked like a counterfeit. But she had indeed spent 300,000 yuan to ask a friend to buy this jade. This friend had a very good relationship with her and would definitely not cheat her. Moreover, her friend showed her the certificate of the Nuan Yang jade, which basically confirmed that it was real and there should be no fakes. But even if she couldn't figure it out, she had to admit that the Nuan Yang jade in ZHU Shaolei's hand was the real one. ZHU Shaolei presented the piece of jade to old lady ZHU and said with a smile, "Grandma, this real Nuan Yang jade does have the effect my sister said. After you wear it, you will be immune to all diseases. This is exactly how much your grandson cares about you. However, if it is a fake Nuan Yang jade, wearing it on your body may cause some toxins to escape and the risk of excessive radiation, which will affect your health." Old lady ZHU looked at the two pieces of jade and her face darkened. Then she said to ZHU Karen, "Karen, gifts are about thoughts. I don't care how valuable the things you give me are. As long as the thoughts are there, I will be happy, even if you only give me a blessing. Just like the handicraft you gave me last year, I like it very much. I also like this Nuan Yang jade, and to be honest, the price of 300,000 is not expensive, but you gave me a fake one to fool me, which is a bit too much." ZHU Karen was about to explain, "Grandma, Old lady ZHU waved her hand and said, "Okay, no need to explain. This will not happen again." Then she ordered the servants, "There is no need to move the chairs for the couple." ZHU Shaolei immediately showed a smug expression on his face, and there was a little more provocation in his eyes when he looked at ZHU Karen, as if to say, "You are still a little naive to fight with me." In fact, the warm sun jade that ZHU Karen bought was indeed real at the beginning. ZHU Shaolei accidentally learned about this, so he tried to bribe ZHU Karen's friend and let that friend replace the warm sun jade given to ZHU Karen. His purpose was to make ZHU Karen embarrassed in front of everyone on the day of the old lady's birthday banquet. This would not only make ZHU Karen lose prestige in front of the family members, but also make the old lady feel disgusted with her. It can be said that ZHU Karen would kill two birds with one stone. In the future, ZHU Karen would not be able to compete with them for the control of the ZHU family. Seeing that the old lady was disappointed in her, ZHU Karen felt a little uncomfortable. Although she didn't know what was going on, she knew that continuing to defend herself would only make her grandmother more disgusted, so she lowered her head and wanted to apologize to the old lady. At this time Lu Chuan stopped her and said, "You should be careful of the friend who helped you buy the Nuan Yang jade in the future. This matter should be related to her." ZHU Karen frowned slightly. "Do you mean that this is a collusion between her and ZHU Shaolei? But she is my best friend. She would never do such a thing to let me down." Lu Chuan said, "Money makes the world go round. Nothing is impossible in this world." Then he dragged ZHU Karen behind him, took the fake jade and said, "I'll handle this matter, you just watch it." Then he looked at old lady ZHU, smiled and said, "Grandma, although our Nuan Yang jade does not look as good as ZHU Shaolei's, I can guarantee that ours is not a fake. We have no intention of fooling you, Grandma. This jade truly represents the feelings of my husband and wife for you, and our jade may not be worse than ZHU Shaolei's." ZHU Shaolei was furious when he heard this. "Chu Feng, what are you pretending to be? Your jade is obviously fake. How dare you compare it with my real jade? You really think Grandma is a fool, don't you?" Everyone in the ZHU family followed suit and accused Lu Chuan of being stubborn. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell which of the two jades was real and which was fake. ZHU Karen didn't understand what Lu Chuan was trying to do. She frowned and wanted to stop him. After all, this would only make the old lady and the ZHU family think that the two of them were a joke. But when she thought of Lu Chuan's confident expression at that time, she hesitated again. She wanted to see what her husband, whom she hadn't seen for more than a month, could do to resolve this trouble. Old lady ZHU waved her hand, motioning for everyone to be quiet, and then asked Lu Chuan, Chufeng, since you said that the jade you gave is no worse than the one Xiaolei gave, then tell everyone what's so good about it. ZHU Xiaolei sneered and thought to himself, it's just a fake jade, and I bought it from a street stall specifically to have someone steal it. I don't believe you can make a big deal out of this fake jade. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at old lady ZHU and said, Grandma, when ZHU Xiaolei's piece of Nu and Yang jade was taken out, it really made everyone feel that it was a good piece of jade, but this also means that no matter who wears his jade, they can get the same effect. The reason why our jade looks ordinary is because it is not in the hands of a truly blessed person. In other words, we are not qualified enough for this jade to show its magic. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard it. This guy's really good at bragging. It's fake jade, so he said it's fake jade because the person holding it is not qualified to make the jade show its magic. If someone else holds it, will it not be fake jade? This guy must have lost his mind during the time he was missing. If he brags like this, won't it still have no effect when the old lady holds it later? By then, won't it mean that he won't be qualified to scold the old lady? I really don't understand what he is thinking. Old lady ZHU glanced at the jade in Lu Chuan's hand and asked, then who do you think is qualified to make your jade show its magic? Lu Chuan smiled and said, of course it's you, Grandma. Old lady ZHU laughed and said, I like to hear what you said, but I, an old woman, also know what kind of person I am. It's not that you say I'm blessed, so I'm blessed. Your sweet talk won't make me have any good impression of you. Lu Chuan quickly said, I didn't say any sweet words. If Grandma doesn't believe it, just wear my jade, and you will know if what I said is true. Mrs. ZHU thought for a moment and said, in that case, I will wear your jade pendant. If it is not as you said, you and Karen should not come to my birthday party in the future. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, Grandma. I have looked at your face. Among the people present today, you are the most blessed. If you can't make this jade pendant show its magic, I will get out of the ZHU family immediately and never come back. Everyone laughed. Many people thought that Lu Chuan could not get along in the ZHU family, so he deliberately found a reason to get out of the ZHU family. ZHU Xiaolei looked at Lu Chuan with a sneer. He should be the most confident person in the audience to prove that what Lu Chuan said was all nonsense. After all, he knew the origin of the fake jade in Lu Chuan's hand best. If it was really as magical as Lu Chuan said, it would not appear on the roadside stall. That's good. You dug a hole for yourself. When you are kicked out of the ZHU family, you can't blame me. Lu Chuan took the jade and walked to the old lady ZHU and said, Grandma, let me put it on you. As he said that, he put the jade on the old lady ZHU's neck. Everyone stretched their necks to see if the jade was really as Lu Chuan said, that it would have magical effects only when worn by a blessed person. However, after the jade was put on, old lady ZHU did not feel any changes. Everyone laughed and confirmed that Lu Chuan was fooling people. ZHU Xiaolei even shouted directly, Chufeng, don't play tricks here. The jade you gave Grandma is fake. No matter how you make up, you can't change this fact. You'd better get out of our ZHU family. So many relatives and friends are here tonight. We really can't afford to be embarrassed by you. Everyone in the ZHU family nodded. However, at this moment, the piece of jade worn on Mrs. ZHU's neck suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and a rich aura enveloped everyone present, making everyone feel an unprecedented sense of comfort. The old lady's eyes widened because of the sudden burst of aura, and the whole person seemed to be several years younger, and her energy was much more vigorous. The effect of this fake jade was directly surpassed by the real warm sun jade. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. ZHU Xiaolei was even dumbfounded. He looked at the fake jade on Mrs. ZHU's chest in disbelief, and murmured, how is this possible? It's obviously a fake jade. Why does it have such an amazing effect? Could it be that this jade is really as Chufeng said, only when it is worn on a truly blessed person will it produce an effect? After a while, the light of the jade pendant on Mrs. ZHU's chest gradually weakened. Old lady ZHU looked at the jade on her chest in disbelief and murmured, could it be that I'm really a blessed person? Lu Chuan smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Grandma, the magic of this jade is not only that, it can also absorb the power of those jade pendants that are not as good as it. If you don't believe it, just look." Then he pointed at the real warm sun jade in Zhu Shaolo's hand, and saw that the power in the jade was drawn out, and then it merged into the fake jade on old lady Zhu's chest. After a while, the warm sun jade in Zhu Shaolo's hand lost its luster, and turned into an ordinary, featureless jade, and even the feeling of spring breeze that it gave people before was gone. Zhu Shaolo became anxious upon seeing this, and shouted at Lu Chuan, "What did you do to my Nuan Yang jade? How did it become like this? You have to compensate me for my jade." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I didn't do anything to your jade. It was after Grandma put on my jade that the characteristics of the precious jade were activated, and the spiritual energy of your jade of poor quality was absorbed." "What? Are you blaming Grandma for breaking your jade?" Chapter 450. "Since you want to fight, I will fight with you." Zhu Shaolo was speechless. No matter how brave he was, he didn't dare to blame the old lady. He didn't know how to refute Lu Chuan. How could I blame Grandma? I'm worried that this was a trick you played and deliberately damaged my jade." Lu Chuan's mouth curled up slightly. This was indeed a trick he played. The jade now worn on the neck of old lady Zhu was still the fake jade. The reason why it burst out with rich spiritual energy at that time was because Lu Chuan set up a small spiritual melting formation inside the jade in a very short time and injected some spiritual power into it. It was the formation and spiritual power that made this jade become a precious jade with amazing effects in a short time. However, this effect can't last long. The old lady will find problems after wearing it for a long time. In order to make this fake jade truly become a priceless gem in the eyes of ordinary people, Lu Chuan made up a story that his jade had the power to absorb other jades of insufficient quality, and then used magic to transfer the aura of the real Nuan Yang jade in Zhu Shaolo's hand to this fake jade. The reason why Nuan Yang jade can have such a magical effect is that it relies on the aura formed inside it by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon over the years. It can be said that where the aura is, the jade is real. Therefore, the fake jade worn on the old lady's neck has now become real jade, and there is no need to worry about the effect dissipating and being suspected. Old Mrs. Zhu showed a happy smile on her face. She was quite satisfied with the jade on her neck. She said to Lu Chuan with a smile, "I didn't expect that you really didn't lie to me. This precious jade actually needs to be worn by the right person to show its magical effect. Could it be that I, an old woman, am really a blessed person?" Lu Chuan immediately bowed and smiled. "Grandma, you are very blessed. If it weren't for your blessing, how could the Zhu family have developed to this point today?" The reaction of this jade now explains everything. Everyone around was shocked by the magic of Lu Chuan's jade. They didn't expect that he was not bragging. The jade he gave to the old lady was actually a more magical jade than Zhu Shaolo's Nuan Yang jade. Now hearing him praising the old lady, they hurried to keep up with the rhythm and echo him. Zhu Karen looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. She had thought that she would definitely disappoint her grandmother today and was ready to bear everything. However, she never expected that her husband, who had always been cowardly and incapable of accomplishing anything in the past, could turn the tide today and directly reverse the situation. Not only did he not disappoint her grandmother, but she became happy and smiling, which was beyond her expectations. How did he do it? After looking at the jade on her neck for a while, Mrs. Zhu looked up at Zhu Karen and Lu Chuan, and said with a smile, "It seems that I misunderstood you two. It's all Shaolo's fault. He said it was fake before listening to your introduction of the characteristics of the jade. I almost misunderstood your intentions. I really should let this kid apologize to you too." Zhu Shaolo saw that he had become the scapegoat, and his face was immediately unhappy, but he didn't dare to refute anything. He could only grit his teeth and look at Zhu Karen and Lu Chuan and cursed them 100 times in his heart to vent his resentment. Old lady Zhu said, "Come here, arrange 2 chairs for Karen and Chu Feng next to me. I want them to have dinner with me." 2 servants came over with 2 chairs. One of the servants looked around and found that there seemed to be no more chairs for this table, so he said, "Old lady, this table is already full. There is no way to add more chairs." Zhu Shaolai sneered, thinking that even if you can please grandma, you still won't have the chance to sit at the main table in the end, so you two should just go back to the corner. At this time, old lady Zhu turned her head and looked around, and finally her eyes fell on Zhu Dacheng and Zhu Shaolai, father and son, and said, "Dacheng, Shaolai, the two of you should give up your seats to Karen and Chufeng. I've been sitting next to you two every year, and I'm tired of it. You two should go and entertain the guests, and don't always sit in front of me." Zhu Dacheng and Zhu Shaolai both glared. They never expected that the old lady would ask them to give up their seats to Zhu Karen and Lu Chuan. This one action was enough to show that their positions in the old lady's heart were no longer as high as Zhu Karen. Zhu Shaolai wanted to fight for it again and quickly said, "Grandma, isn't it customary for my father and I to sit next to you? Even if the gifts they gave you make you very happy, you can't drive me and my father away." Mrs. Zhu's face suddenly sank, and she said, "Why are you so stubborn? I'll let you go, because your bad breath is too serious. It has been stinking me for a long time, and has made me lose my appetite. You have to let me tell you what I mean, right?" As soon as these words came out, the relatives and friends present couldn't help laughing. Zhu Shaolai instantly fell into the most embarrassing situation in his life, and he wished he could hit his head and die immediately. Zhu Dacheng, who was standing by, felt extremely embarrassed and quickly dragged Zhu Shaolai away from the table, saying unhappily, "Can't you just brush your teeth? Look how bad your grandma is. Don't say you're my son when you go out. I can't afford to lose face." Seeing Zhu Shaolai so embarrassed, Zhu Karen felt so happy that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. She turned her head to look at Lu Chuan, poked him like a spoiled child, and showed a playful look. Lu Chuan smiled and blinked at Zhu Karen as a response. The two sat next to the old lady. The old lady grabbed Zhu Karen's hand and chatted with her very cordially. The birthday banquet continued, and everyone was drinking happily, and it was very lively. Only Zhu Dacheng and Zhu Shaolai, the father and son, who were sitting in the corner, had gloomy faces, and they didn't feel the slightest bit of a happy atmosphere at all, because the old lady said that Zhu Shaolai had bad breath at that time, and now there was no one to come and drink with them. Zhu Shaolai looked at Lu Chuan with resentment on his face, and said with gritted teeth, "This damn thing, I must not let him steal my limelight today. I must let everyone know that he is still just that coward." As he said this, he stood up and walked to the center of the yard, shouting, "Grandma, it would be too boring for us to just drink and chat. Why don't you let your grandson find someone to fight with and liven up the atmosphere for everyone?" Everyone cheered immediately after hearing this and expressed their willingness to watch Zhu Shaolai take action. Seeing that everyone was so enthusiastic, Mrs. Zhu couldn't refuse and said, "Okay, then find someone to compete with and liven up the atmosphere." Zhu Shaolai immediately turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and sneered, "Chufeng, weren't you very dissatisfied with me last year that you fought with me in front of your grandma? I know you didn't perform well last year and I beat you up. Today I'll give you another chance. If you are a man, come out and fight me. Do you have the courage?" Everyone knew Zhu Shaolai's strength and Chufeng's character, and they all showed an expression of watching a show, waiting to see how Lu Chuan would respond. Zhu Karen frowned and looked at Zhu Shaolai, shouting, "You knew Chufeng was not good at fighting, but you still challenged him. Isn't it obvious that you want to cause trouble for him?" Old Mrs. Zhu also said, "Shaolai, Chufeng is not a martial artist, so he can't beat you. You should find someone else to fight with." Zhu Shaolai stared at Lu Chuan with his eyes fixed, shouting, "Well, I knew he didn't have the courage. In this case, I'll find a real man to fight with." He wanted to humiliate Lu Chuan in this way, so that everyone would know that he was not a real man at all. At this time, Lu Chuan stood up and said with a smile, "No need to find someone else. Since you want to fight, I will fight with you and cheer everyone up." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.